first of all, I want to say just very quickly that last night I saw this Time magazine with the front cover regarding that IQ book that you had mentioned, and I was just appalled by it. Because I thought if I was a black man in this country, I would not know what to do with myself.
How about if you're a black woman?
O.J. Simpson.
How about a black woman? Did you read the article?
Or a black woman.
The article claims that one of the things it discusses is the idea that black women don't nurture their children. And that's because they came from Africa where the climate was such and such. This is stuff that's right out of the Nazis.
It's just, I was thinking, how would I feel? You know what? I don't know what to do. It's just rage. Maybe I would wake up every day. Maybe I'd be despondent. Maybe I try to relate to other people as human beings. But inside there would be a burning fire.
See, but I think I agree with that emotional reaction. But if you think about it, the right way to respond is to ask, what are they doing it for? And they're doing it for a very simple reason. Like I said last night, 40% of the kids in New York, most of them are black and Hispanic, are living below the poverty line. That means they're destroyed. Okay. Well, you can't, and that's the result of very definite social policies, which are supported by the New York Times. Okay. There are certain social policies which are driving people down to destruction. Well, you can't say that plainly. So you need some cover. Well, what's the cover? Okay, bad genes. Who knows? Maybe, But once you understand that, then you know how to deal with it. Well, it's not that their audience wants to hear that. It's that, some of it does. It's that's the proper ideology. Just as it was proper for the Nazis at some point to say Jews are a virus that's destroying our society, it is proper for the New York Times to run articles taking seriously the idea that black mothers don't nurture their children. And take me, Ashkenazic Jews, we're supposed to be at the top. We have small families because that's what we're like. That's why my mother came from a family with 11 kids.
All right, what's going on? NPC the Game live from Taiwan. Good to have you, everybody. David Wayne in the building early, cleaning up, as we all should probably, right? Much love, David. District 13. What's up, Markella? How's it going, my friend? I appreciate the links and the promotion. Appreciate you. Everyone's welcome to donate. Hit the like. Good to have everybody here. Pixel team, mi hermana. Good to have you. Happy to see you. Brown's boy in the building. Brown's boy is a real one. My brother, the vengeful truther, in the building. Much love. Little B, Little Bex, the B. Good to have you, Bex. Scorpio sister. Everybody in the building, man. District 13 and the place to be. My DNA today. NPC's 8 ancestral regions. Nietzsche's group insanity. DNA, the divine nature, finding consciousness through ancestry. Yeah. Yeah, good to have you, everybody. Yeah. Thanks for coming to the interview yesterday. That was fun with Powder Dusty. Always trying to have fun as well as evolve our awareness, consciousness. I love, man. Whew. It's Friday over here. It's Friday, July 11th, 2025. Shout out to Angel, my daughter who's in heaven right now. Her birthday is today. Peace out to everybody in the building. Yeah. So we're gonna go over on my DNA chart. You know, I mean, years ago, my wife, Miss NBC, for Christmas, she got me a Ancestry.com little DNA finder kit, and I was cool because she was like, "Yeah, man, I thought you want to know because I don't really know my dad's side pretty much at all. All I have is the DNA, right? But it was cool. I already knew I had ancestry all over the world, and it was cool. At first, you know, when I was under the Truther Act, I was like, I don't trust these, you know, these companies with, you know, wanting my DNA and all that. And it's true. Who knows what they're doing with it? However, and also too, who knows if it's even too accurate. Luckily, I know some of the origins of my family, so I wanted to see if these match up and see if I found something new. And so we had to look at it, and this is what we come up with, right? Marcellus, sorry I missed your live yesterday. I was on the phone. No worries. Hope everything's okay, Sister Markella. Oh, sorry to hear them. See, the 11th is my bit. Happy birthday, Markella! Damn, happy birthday to Markella. That's right. That's right.
Bam! Just like that. That's all there is to it, Dustin. That's all there is to it. A winner! Just like that. We'll be right back with our Price is Right. Don't go away. Bam! Just like that. That's all there is to it, Dustin. That's all there is to it. A winner! Just like that. We'll be right back with our Price is Right. Don't go away.
Yeah, you get two, Markella. You get 2, 3. That's all there is to it. What's up, Arctic? Markella's birthday, close enough, right? Yeah, so let's go over this DNA with on Markella's birthday. What blessed we are to share, you know, be celebrating Markella's birthday. Yeah. So here's this Gabriel's. That's me. 8 ancestral regions. Can you guys see that okay? Yeah. I have to make it a little bit more bigger. Shadow Buddha showed me how to zoom in the other day. Let's see, is that too much? Okay. Well, we'll start over here. So, according to this, I have 36% Mali DNA. Now, well, first of all, let me zoom out for a second. This is a big ass region. Look at, well, it's the Earth, right? So we got Mali over here. Yeah. Wow. Okay, 36% Mali. West Africa right here. All right. Where else are we going? We got 32% Spanish. This is like all over the world. Look at that. 32% Spanish. Spain. Right there. Yeah. And then what we got? 14% Senegal. Senegal right here. Another West Africa. Right. Then we got 11% indigenous Mexican. this encompasses the Southwest indigenous people too, right here, right? Then we got Basque country over here, a little part of Spain, right here. I think this is one of the most it's one of the most unique DNA in the world. Basque, the mysterious language, right there. Basque country, right there. All right, in northern Spain and southern France, right there. 3%. There's a city with my last name here in this area, and my grandfather's name too. Great grandfather was the president of Mexico. Let's see, Scotland got a little Scottish blood DNA, 2%. I'm a 2%er, Scottish blood. Yeah, it's beautiful right there. Then we got indigenous Colombian, Venezuelan blood down here, 1%er. All this area right here, Colombia. Shout out to the passport bros. All right. And then we got 1% Russian. Okay. Didn't know that before. Russian. Pretty cool, huh? Pretty cool. So, yeah, let's look at this. Ancestry.com. That's where we got it from. Yeah. Now, even if it's not super accurate, it's fun to learn about these places, right? And even fun as a person to you can engage with these narrative of these places, and then see what you come up with for yourself. So let's do that. Let's go over some of these places. So I know something. It's not a lot of people here now, but that's great. The right people are here. So we're getting personal, ancestral, but I want to keep it conscious for everyone as well. And reading these charts with you live, we're not going to stop there. We're going to take this data and these maps and percentages and turn them into a journey of knowledge of self. Something that the 5% Nation emphasized, because when you know where you come from, you move differently, and you stop being a pawn and start becoming a god of your own reality, little g god, right? And reading this, it's really interesting, right? What they think. Let's see, Arctic Timber, have you ever verified all that against all the marriage, death, birth, immigration, census, and record? Yeah, we have. I started doing that. It actually makes it easy because those records come up once you put your stuff into that system, right? Good question, and it seems to be matching up. So let's go first to let me see, Mali. This is where my dad's family allegedly is from, right here, Mali. Even though supposedly he's from Swaziland, down south, right? But maybe they started off in Mali, right here. So let's find out a little bit about Mali, okay? And yeah, I'll put the link down here if people want to add some questions, or add on about the country we're going over, the countries we're going over, because in the end we're going to learn about these countries real quick, yeah, to raise our consciousness, right? So there's 8 different genetic regions, 8 doors of knowledge, 8 origin stories here, and we're basically walking this global village. It's looking at this as like a human passport of the soul. In all the places my ancestors went, they put a stamp on it right there in every direction. And we'll start with Mali. We'll break down each one real quick. So Mali is the home of Timbuktu, right? Ancient libraries, kings like Mesa Musa, who was the richest man ever, right? Also, the Dogon tribe, the mystical Dogon people, Dogon shamans, the Dog Star, Sirius, who discovered these planets years before most astronomers were even looking at the sky. They're out of Mali. I think Mali is definitely where the gold meets the wisdom. It's the black mecca of intellect. So let's check it out. Books, check them out. Little B, you said Vengeful Truther. You said I'm 1% West Africans. Did I take that to do I take that to the black panel? Yeah. I mean, that's the thing. Like, as long as you know it, that's the most important thing, I think. And if you want to share it, it's even cooler. You know, you could take it there. You should be able to go there anyway. You know what I'm saying? That's funny though. You said I'm serious. You're serious, like the Dog Star. Shit. You said I'm serious. Yeah. They're not like us. They're not like us. So let's check out Mali real quick. This should be fun. I mean, we're gonna expand our consciousness right now with this. So, quick history of Mali. So I encourage you to check out this channel called Quick History.
Welcome to This is Africa, and here's Mali. Now let's have a look, shall we? Africa's 8th biggest nation, Mali is very hot and very flat and very much enlivened by the river Niger, in whose company the land is more cheerfully green. Unsurprisingly, it was in the fertile proximity of these waters that Mali's cities were first constructed. Djenné was settled around the 200 BC mark and flourished for many centuries.
Look at that. That's something that comes up when you Google Mali. These structures looks like Adobe sand or something.
Here are some terracotta figures produced by its artists. Now, in the 1200s, a man named Sunjata Keita established what would become known as the Mali
all along the Niger River right there.
Empire, and while his own religion is uncertain, over time Islam became the realm's official faith. The Mali Empire...
Interesting enough, my dad has a very Islamic African name. Right? A version of Muhammad, the Prophet, peace be upon him.
Garnered immense wealth through trade and taxation, and cities like Timbuktu became prominent centers of learning and scholarship. Yes, the fabled faraway place was and is real, and is enriched by a vivid and distinctive Adobe style of architecture. The Mali Empire attained its apex of richness and power under the famous Mansa Musa. Though it is not possible to accurately determine the extent of his personal finances, Musa is today regarded as having been one of the wealthiest individuals ever to exist, some believing him to have been the richest of all. He himself certainly seemed to believe so, and on his pilgrimage to Mecca in the 1320s, his entourage included tens of thousands of attendants, servants, and slaves, bearing gold and silk, an immense extravagant display of opulent excess. His generous dishing out of gold to the crowds that mobbed his retinue actually devalued that precious commodity, causing inflation in the cities he passed through.
So he was balling out of control so bad that as he passed by with his gold and giving it away and buying stuff, it caused the value to go down. That's crazy. Hey, what's going on, Shiva? Good to see you. Yeah.
Then, as all things do, it ended. The Mali Empire began to decline and ended up supplanted by the Songhai Empire. Sure. The city of Gao was the capital, but Djenné and Timbuktu continued to be important scholastic centers. The greatest of Songhai's leaders was Askia the Great. I mean, Askia anyone.
All in on Mali.
Then bickering and political infighting nibbled and gnawed away its stability, and it too declined. And in 1591, it ended up conquered by the invading Moroccans. Unhappy years followed, and we find Mali in the 19th century ridden with rival states declaring jihads, religious wars, against each other. Then the French arrived and took over, and added it to their enormous colonial possessions in Africa.
So they speak French there, huh?
These years, Mali was known as French Sudan, and Bamako became the capital, which it still is. Naturally, there was native resentment at foreign rule, but one good thing France did was end slavery in the region. Anyway, Mali gained its independence.
Nice flag, the green, the yellow, and in the red.
In 1960, the first president was overthrown in a coup after failing to improve the economy. Moussa Traoré led the nation for over 20 years, but again was unsuccessful in fixing things, and in 1991 he himself was toppled in a coup. In 2012, there was another coup, then there was another coup, then there was another coup. And
A lot of war, bro. And there's something that we don't really see. These big stories aren't even told, even about Sudan. The crazy civil wars that's been going on over there for the last 3 or 4 years.
more coups and the nation will sound like a giant pigeon. But seriously, none of this has been helping Mali, which has long been riddled with violence and poverty. Ironic for a land with gold as its main export. Mali today has a low level of human development, and it's clear that a lot of work and patience will be needed to get things going better, and we hope they do get better. And so good luck to Mali, but as for me, it's bye for now. Bye-bye!
Okay, interesting. Okay, so you got a little base history of Mali. What does a street walk of Mali look like? I'm curious. What does it look like to walk the streets of Mali? Walking tour, real quick. Walking tour. There we go. Bamako. Like, sounds good, Vengeful. Very fancy, Vengeful Trooper. You already see that motorcycles are big here. Yeah. Kind of like Taiwan, except we have scooters. People drive motorcycles too, but they're driving little motorcycles. No helmets, huh? Looks like they're driving on the right side of the lane. Look at that car. Interesting. It's like a motorcycle car. Okay, so that's the freeway. What is this? What's it like to walk in the cities? Let's see. Well, this looks like a village or something. Very different than what most of us are used to in the West.
Say bien.
Okay. One more try. Let's see if they have it in the city real quick. Can we go in the city? Let's see. Walk. The road looks barely paved.
Going to travel and visit some family. Yeah, we have to deal with the same in the States.
There we go.
Out there in Mali, he has his business or company where they sell
What do you think,
solar
chat?
panels and some other businesses he got.
You down for an adventure in Mali?
Not just, I would say, lucrative business for self, but they're actually community driven, and that's why I feel it's very successful in what he's doing, because a lot of his community baseness.
You ready to take a adventure to Mali, chat? What's going on? Yeah. Let's see. Okay, that's Mali. All right. Shout out to Mali. My ancestors in Mali. What do we got next on the map of our ancestral ties? Okay, we got Spain. Spain, okay. Spain. The heart of Spain region lies in the Iberian Peninsula, framed by the granite peaks and plunging falls. Wow. Okay, let's see this. Okay, Spain. Okay. So it's 32% Spanish. I'm thinking, what are you thinking when you think of Spain? What comes to mind when you think of Spain? Blessings machine. Blessing. We're just going over allegedly my DNA. The 8 different regions that we got going on here. Ancestral regions. Yeah, so when I think of Spain, I've got 32% Spanish DNA. I think of Flamingo, soul, Moorish architecture. Yeah. Mystery schools there in the past, because Spain was once ruled by the North African Muslims for about 700 years. And so even my Spanish DNA might have been mixed with black nobility. Interesting. So let's see what's going on with Spain. What's really going on? Quick history, real quick, of Spain. Thanks for walking with me, chat. This is interesting stuff. Barcelona, yeah, for sure. Remember the first time I seen Barcelona was in the '92 Olympics, Summer Olympics. Dream team. Yeah.
Todos. And welcome to Mr.
Yeah, by the way, welcome everyone. Please hit the like button. Right. Thank you. Yeah. And if you feel free, donations are welcomed. They're definitely welcome. Yeah.
Donations.
Yeah, so everyone, yeah, good to have you here. Let's check this out. Spain.
Hola a todos. And welcome to Mr. This is Europe, and here's Spain. Now vamos, shall we? The shores and hills and cliffs and crags of Spain. What a story they could tell. In fact, our tale begins with the land telling us quite a lot. Within the shadowy throats of the caves of northern Spain are some of the oldest paintings in the world. Ancient fingers produced these marvelous likenesses of local beasts with consummate skill and an almost reverent accuracy of form. Now, as the centuries sauntered on by, a host of tribes inhabited Hispania. Iberians were one of these groups.
Iberian mysteries. Look at that. Iberians.
On by a host of tribes.
I wonder if they have connection to the Basque people.
Hispania. Iberians were one.
Iberian Peninsula. Iberian.
One of these groups, horse riding, sword making, wall building script writers who apparently sacrificed pigs with their tongues hanging out. More pleasing is this limestone lady with her opulent head.
Kind of like a Princess Leia, huh?
Dress and placidly regal expression. The Celts also established a firm presence in the land, while on the coast, Phoenicians and Greeks planted.
Look at all that, those ports.
Colonies. The grandest of Phoenician settlements was Carthage over in Tunisia, and the Carthaginians carved out an empire of their own, which, as you see, included a good chunk of Spain. The Carthaginian general Hamilcar Barca had expanded Carthage's territory there, but his son was the far more famous Hannibal. Both father and son.
Hannibal with the elephants
battled the rising power of Rome, but Hannibal came closest to victory when he set out on his legendary campaign to cross the Alps and attack the Romans from the north. Rome, however, triumphed and snatched up Carthage's holdings in Spain. Slowly and steadily, Rome conquered the entire Iberian Peninsula and would rule it for many centuries, in which time Roman culture permeated the land and the Latin language spread, from which modern Spanish originates. Two of the greatest Roman emperors, Trajan and Hadrian, were born in Spain, as was Theodosius the Great, who reaffirmed the Council of Nicaea's decision on what true Christianity was, and set about making that faith the empire's official religion. The Apostle James is traditionally believed to be buried in Spain, and James is the country's patron saint. Now, as the Western Roman Empire shattered, Spain fell to the German Visigoths, who over time converted to Catholic Christianity.
Okay, the Goths. That's where you get the Goths from, right?
The Visigoths were exceptional goldsmiths, but fine craftsmanship can't deter invaders, and in the year 711, the Muslim Moors burst into the land and took control of most of the Iberian
So they came from Africa, North Africa, right? Up north.
Peninsula. The Caliphate
Supposedly, this is when a lot of the universities were started in Spain.
of Cordoba and subsequent regimes produced remarkable achievements in the cultural and scientific spheres, but slavery was rampant, and Christians
It's not good.
and Jews were second-class citizens. However, there were rulers who were considerably tolerant, something the extremist Almoravids were not when they took over. The Almohads who followed were even worse, and non-Muslims were persecuted harshly. But their harshness did not help them, and they ended up defeated. How? Well, the answer to that lies to the north. No, that's too far north. That's better. The Islamic conquest of Spain was never completed. It failed to either conquer or hold northern Spain, where the Christians immediately commenced their long, epic mission of reconquest, the Reconquista. It was a complex geopolitical phenomenon, first involving such groups as the Asturians, the Galicians, and also the Basques, with their ancient pre-Latin, pre-Indo-European language, and the Catalans to the east. A time of knights and castles, and of the great commander Rodrigo Díaz de Vivar, better known as El Cid. By the 11th century, it was clear the Christians were in control of the situation, with the
I had a friend in high school. He said he was a descendant of El Cid, and he used to tell these stories to us about how he had like 12-foot sword, and he would just crush all his enemies, and he would just dominate, and we used to like laugh at him. I mean, we still believed him. I believed him though, but that was Adam, and he was like his dad was like this genius scientist, and I think he ended up doing the same thing. Not the Adam when his Saab bumping Mob Deep and Wu-Tang.
And castles, and of the great commander Rodrigo Díaz de Vivar, better known
El Cid, they always say like a lisp, El Cid.
As El Cid. By the 11th century, it was clear the Christians were in control of the situation, with the capture of Toledo in 1085 by Alfonso VI of León, Galicia, and Castilla. Withstanding the resultant Berber aggression, the Spaniards thrashed the
everyone's welcome to come up and build machine. Welcome, everybody. In the chat, Vengeful, Arctic, Yolanda.
Almohads in
Ninja Watchers,
and took more and more ground afterwards. Meanwhile, the exquisite Gothic style had entered Spain, and many magnificent cathedrals were built. By the late 1200s, the only Muslim region left was Granada in the south, where the beautiful Alhambra Palace was constructed. Beautiful. Finally, in the 1400s, Christian Spain became a dynastic union, with the marriage of Ferdinand of Aragon and Isabella of Castilla, known as the Catholic monarchs. Now hold on to your hats, because a lot of stuff is about to happen. Ferdinand and Isabella instituted the so-called Spanish Inquisition to make sure people who said they were Catholic were indeed Catholic.
That was bad, man. A lot of people were tortured and killed because they were considered not Catholic.
And later basically said, be Catholic or get out. The king and queen then relaunched the dormant Reconquista and conquered Granada and expelled the Jews. And in the very same year, sponsored the voyage of Italian navigator Christopher Columbus, who set out to sail to Asia and instead found America. And soon after this, Spain completed its conquest of the Canary Islands. Yes, the Spanish, once a conquered and oppressed people, began now to conquer and oppress others. The conquistadors explored, looted, and asserted Spain's dominance over the Caribbean, much of South America, and swathes of North America, though
the machine lies, legend in the building. What's going on, my friend?
Yo, blessings.
Blessings, man. Yeah, I was just going over this DNA, my DNA chart. Yeah, it's interesting to see all these regions all over the world, you know?
Yeah, I mean, I wonder what type of people made that video, you know, because they're like, it's pretty funny how they're like, oh, you know, the Romans and all those people, right? I mean, obviously the Carthaginians, right?
Yeah.
And they're like, never pointed out that any of those people practiced slavery. When it got to the Muslims, they were like, oh yeah, the Muslims had
Oh
like,
yeah, that's right.
it's like kind of
Yeah.
weird. It's like, huh. It's like, it's a little bit weird.
Yeah,
And then they're like, oh, they did an epic mission to reconquer Spain. And it's like, what do you
The Inquisition?
700 years, right? Like, what do you mean epic?
Right. That's a long time, yeah. And you know what they said about the Inquisition? Let's glance over it. That's when they tortured people, right?
Right,
like,
right. They tortured and killed everyone.
It's kind of like an inspiration, probably from McCarthy's anti-commie stuff with the Inquisition. It's just crazy, though. No, but mind you, though, Machine. It's a quick history. So they're like, hey, we couldn't say everything, So, shout out to the Machine Lies, everybody. I'm sure you ever summed up
the popular history, the popular take.
Yeah. Well, that's what I want to do, though. Like, this is good. I'm really blessed that you came up, dude, because we can like watch this and kind of laugh, but also see when there's things are right and exact, and or things we need to talk about kind of correct. So let's see this shit. You ready? All right.
Churchmen protested and fought for the rights and humane treatment of the natives, who were not having the happiest time. Anyway,
see, look, they gave this guy for this one guy's writing about their humane treatment while they're dragging him by the hair.
That's horrible.
By the buttocks. I mean, like, good lord.
Oh yeah, it's true.
There's blood coming out of his butt. Like, what?
Yeah. That's not from the mouth, right? That's the separate
there's blood coming.
Right?
Yeah, there's distinct blood coming out of his mouth and butt for some reason. Like all right, like,
well,
did they grape him too?
Has in his hand. What does he have in his hand? The other hand.
Yeah, this is
some big rod.
That's dark, man.
Yeah, it's my ancestors, man.
The happiest time. Anyway,
you still want to hang out?
And they're like, meanwhile, they were petitioning for their humane treatment. Like, see how this guy's putting things is wild, dude.
Right. Hey, man. I mean, that's what Arctic Timberwolf is like. Can we trust him? He has a British accent.
Yeah. What about all of the people in the period of Spain, right? All the Jewish writers, the Muslim writers. Like you had Averroes. You had Maimonides, right? None of those authors wrote anything about human rights or or condemned slavery or anything. It's just ridiculous.
Yeah. I'm telling you, man. That's why it's great that we have the opportunity to kind of look at it zoomed out.
Pope set in Rome, and empires toppled before Spanish steel. Philip II proved as ferocious as a Spanish Pope set in Rome, and empires.
Interesting.
Yeah, I noticed something about
Uncle Tom's. Oh, his nose.
Window the New World as a Spanish.
The nostril region.
Yeah, like what?
Here's a good. That's not Romanesque. You said, when you have a Romanesque nose. No, that's like a beak. Oh,
yeah, or it's like
almost like a hook where I put my coat on.
It looks like somebody took over the church pretty early.
Pope set in Rome, and empires.
Now look at this picture too, dude. Like, you see, they have the indigenous people here, and then there's like the one dude they're like with them. They're working with them basically, huh?
Yeah, those are basically the house Negroes at this point.
Exactly, I was about to say that. Yeah.
Yeah, they're like the translators or whatever.
Do you see the Corso dog, Mastiff? He used to have this in my old housemate. These big ass Mastiffs, bro. They probably used to hunt people down and shit. On the right there.
Toppled before Spanish steel.
Crazy, bro.
Philip II proved as ferociously Catholic as Ferdinand and Isabella.
Do you have anything anything about him? Philip II? Yeah.
No, not much, but yeah, some of these guys, they compared themselves to like Jewish kings and Roman kings. So it's an interesting tendency among like Spanish, French, and British like kings.
Right.
So yeah.
Yeah.
Philip II proved as ferociously Catholic as Ferdinand and Isabella, and strenuously opposed the Protestant Reformation, and even prepared to invade England
Martin
in
Luther, I
order
guess.
to depose Queen Elizabeth I and restore regnal Catholicism. Unfortunately for Philip, the mighty Armada was no match for Britain's horrible weather. Spanish naval power.
Yeah, that's what they were good, right? With their naval power, huh?
Yeah, they
Excuse
had
me, yeah.
a naval commander that I think the British had a naval commander named Francis Drake.
Yes, I
that,
remember
like,
him. Yeah.
Yeah, they like beat the crap out of them, stole their gold. He was essentially like
a pirate,
gold thief. Exactly.
He's like a hero. Yeah. Look at this Browns boy, dog. Just talk to your boy, bro. He's out of pocket. Is that Nostradamus? He says the future by sniffing.
Triumphed against the Turks, however, with the resounding victory against the Ottoman fleet at Lepanto. Spain also took control of Portugal and conquered the Philippines, which was named after Philip. And amidst all this,
they're pretty busy, huh, Machine? How did they conquer, though? I bet you those horrific stories, right? Conquered.
Oh yeah,
All
yeah. I
those
got some of
places,
those. I got some of those stories just by looking at the journals of like of Columbus and his travels. I mean, it's pretty horrific stuff. If he was able to commit like pretty horrific stuff, you know, so
even in like mainstream alternative history books like People's History, Howard Zinn, he talked about like how the Columbus men used to ride on the backs of the indigenous people, like, you know, instead of a horse. How degrading, bro! Like, and then they kill them off like a whole island in the span of a year or two. You know, it's wild, bro.
Yeah, they did some weird. Like, they would like go up to like a village and like bash like a baby's head like on a rock.
Holy shit!
Like, all right, like here we go. Like, are you guys gonna listen to us, or we'll kill like all the people here? You know, so like yeah, they did some wild shit.
Spain basked in a golden age of culture, which produced magnificent art and architecture and music and literature, including the world's first modern novel, and also
Don Quixote. Yeah, that's a big one.
One of its greatest and funniest, Don Quixote, or Don Quixote in English. It was said the king was traveling through the city one day and saw a man laughing his head off and said, "That man is either mad or he is reading Don Quixote." What was not so funny, however, was that as the years passed...
Okay, now if he thinks it's not funny, it must be horrible. Let's see.
Spain began to be outclassed in naval power by the British and the Dutch, who had their own colonial ambitions. The result was that the Spanish Empire was big, but it was failing its people.
The murder of the indigenous people is not it's not funny, but it's okay. But them losing their naval power is bad.
By lack of reform, by lack of investing in them and the land of Spain. Now, when Charles II died in 1700...
we got a friend to the broadcast, Max Extreme. Good evening, Max. How's it going, man? How's it going? You're going to the Tiki Bar, huh? Okay. Is that a swingers club, Max? Because Max Extreme Machine, he likes to go to swingers clubs. I don't know if you've ever been to a swingers club.
No, sir.
I haven't. No, me either. Have fun, Max.
I don't even know where you would find something like that. Maybe like in the funny papers or something.
In the funny papers.
Yeah,
in the back page.
Yeah, like back page, or something.
Yeah, I'm sure they have it. Oh, by the way, I meant to take a picture. I went to lunch with my brother-in-law the other day, and they had a Detroit style pizza parlor, dude. So they had this, because you guys have the square pizza, right? Isn't that a thing?
Yeah,
in Detroit. Yeah, so I was like, wow, okay. In Taiwan, Detroit style pizza.
The question arose, who gets to sit on the throne of Spain? The French said Philip of Anjou should be king. The British, Dutch, and the Holy Roman Empire said, whoa, wait a second there, buddy boy. That would make him
Oh, by the way, Max, Markella was saying that you don't give her much attention anymore. What's wrong, Max? Everything okay? I think she misses interacting with you.
Leader of powerful France and the massive Spanish Empire. That's
you can thank me later, Markella.
Too much power. I bet you know what happened next, right? War, bloody battles, and dismal death, ending in treaties that basically agreed that while Phil would get the throne, it would not be joined with France.
What's up with those wigs too, Machine?
Yeah, what's up?
Are they trying to be like black or something?
a bunch of
The
straight
curly
up
hair.
homos. Like, I don't understand. Yeah.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
House of Bourbon still rules Spain to this day, and Britain still occupies Gibraltar, which it pinched during the aforesaid conflict. Anyhow, the philosophical ideas of the French Enlightenment spilt through the Spanish Empire. Revolutionary
Was that something like Voltaire, maybe, right there?
ideas that championed science and
Yeah, I
reason
believe
and
so.
questioned the position.
What was his big contribution? Voltaire. How's it going, Dominic?
It's mostly like government, like civil rights, like that sort of thing. Like he's like sort of an empiricist. Like Voltaire and Diderot, they kind of, rejected the ideas of Rousseau, right? Rousseau's kind of seen as like the romantic side of the French Enlightenment, right? Whereas they're more like the rational side. Like they're seen as like kind of continuing the tradition from like Descartes. Whereas Rousseau was like, he was not really from France. He was like sort of from Geneva, and and so like really like the French Revolution guys, they could be seen as sort of taking like Rousseau, Voltaire and Diderot, all their ideas and kind of using them to for statecraft essentially, right? In the same way that they use the writings of John Locke, a bunch of other guys for the American Revolution. So
yeah, I see. Thanks. And then Brown's boy, keeping it real. He said, honestly, I call these people wearing powdered wigs OG wiggers. Oh, he's on fire today. OG wigger. Never mind. I was gonna say somebody's name. I won't say it.
And authority of church and king in many respects. These ideas led to the French Revolution chopping off their king's head, horrifying all the unchopped heads of Europe. France then beat Spain in a war and got themselves a Napoleon.
He said, right?
Yeah, that's what I just said, basically.
Yeah.
Who made himself emperor and invaded
Napoleon,
Spain. The French committed many evils against the Spanish, but Spain and its allies, Portugal and Britain, made the war a nightmare for France, the Spanish guerrilla tactics proving most effective in grinding down the French war machine. Spain won, but at the same time lost. How? Well, news of Napoleon's invasion of Spain crashed like a thunderclap across its colonies in America. Revolts against Spanish rule erupted amongst the Mexicans, Venezuelans, Argentines, Chileans, Peruvians, Bolivians, Colombians, and more, who succeeded in winning their independence. Spain's empire shrank prodigiously. Now, don't say it. Don't say it. Well, at least
I'll say it. Markella, Max wants you to kiss his ass a little bit for some intention. He scratches your back, you scratch his ass.
things can't get any worse. I told you not to. More war. Conservatives against liberals. Then, both the Philippines and Cuba began itching for independence. The United States was keeping a close eye on Cuba, and after the mysterious sinking of its battleship, USS Maine, in 1898, the media whipped up an anti-Spanish frenzy, and it resulted in, as always, war. The Spaniards fought hard and well, but they were defeated and lost Cuba and the Philippines and Puerto Rico and Guam. Spain's humiliation left it wondering at itself and its place in the world. As industrialization increased, regional nationalism intensified in Galicia, Catalonia, and the Basque country, and passions were high among conservatives, workers, Republicans, anarchists, and socialists. Spain won a colonial war against the Berbers of northern Morocco, but after the municipal elections of 1931, the king stepped down, and Spain became a republic. Republicans rejoiced, conservatives seethed. Liberalism was promoted, the church was stripped of much of its power and influence, and autonomy was granted or promised to Catalonia, Galicia, and the Basque country. Churches were burned, miners went on strike, left and right-wingers became more extreme. Eventually, the conservative nationalists
the coup of the Spanish
had enough and cooked up an uprising which spiraled into the Spanish Civil War. Republicans versus...
What was this?
And cooked up an uprising which spiraled into the Spanish Civil War.
Yeah, because I was watching Oppenheimer, that movie, the other day. I've never seen it. I just started watching it. And that was the thing they kept talking about, the Spanish War, Civil War, when that was going on, because a lot of the intellectuals, of the college professors and whatnot, a lot of them were communists back then. Yeah.
Yeah. Actually, we're reading a commentary on basically against socialism, written by George Orwell, right? Who actually participated in the Spanish Civil War. And he wrote the work Road to Wigan Pier, and it's highly critical against the fruits of the Industrial Revolution and all of that type of stuff.
Orwell, really?
So it's a very interesting work. Yeah.
Because we always thought that like people say like he's part of the machine, you know. But I don't know, man. So someone to write a book like that though has to have some decent traits about him, you would think, right?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Republicans versus nationalists, hundreds of thousands of deaths, atrocities committed on both sides, and the rise of General Francisco Franco, whose determined, ruthless leadership saw the nationalists victorious. Franco proceeded to rule Spain as a dictator. He kept Spain out of World War II, and, murderous and repressive as his regime was, oversaw increased industrialization and the economic boom that was called the Spanish Miracle. After Franco...
Do you think would you take a dictator instead of going to World War? What do you think?
Well, I mean, they're kind of a necessary consequence, right? You either had some sort of corporate socialism, some sort of communist revolution, or some sort of fascist regime to have to install or deal with the worker uprising that's a consequence of industrialization, right? So it's basically just like a part of industrialization. One could say, when looking at it from a historical perspective.
Okay.
His death in 1975, the monarchy was restored and democracy returned. In the 1980s, Spain joined NATO and the EU. As Basque separatists violently sought independence, Spain was struck severely by the global financial crisis, but still managed to win the World Cup, and Catalonia held a referendum in which voters opted for independence, a vote the Spanish government stated was unconstitutional and invalid. And then Spain's women won the World Cup. As uneasy and tense as things are in much of the world at present, including the country in question, Spain today has attained a very high level of human development, high quality of life, and possesses one of the world's largest economies, and is the second most visited place in the world after France. And Spanish contributions to the world are simply extraordinary, from art to sport to music to cinema to science to literature to food. But what awaits Spain in the day? To music, to cinema, to science,
these people,
to literature.
You recognize any of these names? Machine. Seneca. He's Spanish.
Yeah, I mean, he's basically a Roman.
Okay.
Yeah, Saint Isidore. Oh yeah, definitely. He's a student of Boethius. Averroes, right? Yeah, he was basically, one of the top Aristotelian philosophers. Who influenced, both Aquinas and Maimonides. We went over a lot of his thought, on our show quite recently. Saint Teresa, I'm not too familiar with. Cervantes, I think he was like a racist.
What is it? Aristotelianism? What does that mean? I've heard you say it before, teacher.
Aristotelianism and Neoplatonism were like two systems of thought that developed around the 2nd to 5th century AD that were kind of an expansion of Greek philosophy, right?
Okay.
Yeah. They had significant achievements in Greek philosophy that continued within Plato's system and within Aristotle's system. So
okay. Yeah. There's a lot of heavy hitters here, I guess, that influence Western thought. Yeah. I guess so.
To food. But what awaits Spain in the days and years ahead? Comment below. But for now, adios.
We shall see. Yeah. Adios. Now, the next place we're going to stop is, I think it's Senegal, which is by by Mali. West Africa. So we got 14%. Maybe that 32% Spanish is why I have so much vitriol and hatred sometimes in my in my life. So much fucking the damn Spaniard blood, huh? The Spaniard blood, huh? So we got 14% Senegal. Okay, Senegal, right? These countries at the moment, there's a lot of strife in them right now. But historically, when I think of Senegal, I think of Sufi mystics, and they have some Sufi mystics there, and yeah, and I know that their oral tradition was kept alive. I mean, kept alive when a lot of books were burned during that time. By interesting enough, Massa Musa and them over there. But so let me see a little quick history. Do you know anything about Senegal? I don't know anything. I don't know much.
Not much. Yeah.
Okay, let's check it out real quick. Once again, shout out to Machine Lies, bro, for breaking it down. We are blessed to have him, y'all. You don't even understand this great mind.
Thank you for having me.
Absolutely, brother. This is a lot of fun for me, and we're learning.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to...
Like for the African country, he only makes like 2-minute ones.
This is Africa, and here's Senegal. Now let's go, shall we? The land of Senegal has been inhabited for millennia. And look here, cryptic stone circles. What?
Okay. What the fuck?
Wow. Wow.
You can like take a rest and sit down on one, right?
Over the world made these things remains a riddle. But the people in Senegal long ago made thousands of them. Anyway, over the years, a number of different tribes popped up in the land.
That's kind of cool right there.
And some of these tribes were met by medieval Moroccans, from whom the religion of Islam was introduced, and which became
by
the
the
country's
way,
major religion.
Spain again, right? The Almoravid,
Moroccans from
that's Spanish.
Different tribes popped up.
Oh, they came down. They came down from Spain. There, you think? Yeah.
Yeah, it says I mean, actually, he just said they came from Morocco. But yeah, that was a Moroccan dynasty. The Almoravid and the Almohad, right? There were subsequent dynasties where they had some of the most notable thinkers, like Averroes and Maimonides. So that was a very important historical period because the universities they were building in Spain were some of the top universities in the world at the time.
Yeah. Oh yeah, that's right, man. That's one of the Moorish or Islamic universities, right? They kind of civilized them, one could say. Right?
Yeah. They civilized some of the ideas within or kind of advanced some of the ideas within Catholicism and Judaism, right? Because of those guys, right? Because of Aquinas and Maimonides, right?
Right. I think the Kabbalah wasn't the Kabbalah Jewish mysticism like flourished.
Yeah, that was being developed around this time too. By the way.
Yeah. Interesting.
Yeah,
bro.
and actually, it was a Spanish rabbi named Solomon ibn Gabarol.
Wow.
You know, who's actually he was heavily influenced by Neoplatonism, and some actually theorized that he was the one that was credited with creating the golem. Right?
Really?
Yeah. But yeah, he was legit from Spain, right? So some of the Muslims, some of the Jews that were in Spain. It was actually the Jews who called the Muslims to Spain as mercenaries to fight against the Visigoth kings.
Right. Kind of like we were talking about the other day, like how the Muslims were kind of like the protectors of knowledge. For a lot
at this
of
time,
different,
this time they definitely were. Now it's knowledge is taking a different shape, I think.
Right. But those people, I'm not that I'm not going to tell people how to do Islam or Christianity, but one could make a good argument that some of these people that are destroying like Buddhist shrines in Syria, when you see these interesting like different cultures and places you wouldn't expect, like they went over there under the name of Islam destroying stuff. Those people aren't doing true Islam. I would, you know.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, maybe. But the Buddhists, they've killed a lot of Muslims too, right? To be fair, like in
yeah,
I'm like in Myanmar and different regions. I'm like that. I'm like like in China. Like those Muslims that basically live in Xinjiang province. They're treated like Palestinians. Yeah. Yeah, yeah, they're even called Uyghurs. So
by design.
I know it's by design.
Shout out to Speakeasy.
Tribes were
they even look brown too. I don't know if you've ever seen them, but they're darker skinned than the rest of the Chinese people.
Yeah, they look much different than them.
Yeah.
And medieval Moroccans, from whom the religion of Islam was.
Yeah. By the way, Markella, sorry that you got blocked. That must be heartbreaking for you by Max Extreme.
And which became the country's major religion. States rose and fell like.
No, I just thought that was funny. Because
humor. You got you when you have like the knowledge base. Yeah, if you got to laugh at shit, huh?
Yeah. Said, I mean, it's just it's funny the boomer dating stuff.
Boomer, it's a boomer. He said, here he goes. He says, Markella's a great woman. She's like married and has like grandchildren and kids. He said, Markella, I have you blocked so I can't see. I don't like to talk to obese women. You have to kiss my tuchus.
My tuchus. Wait.
The powerful Jolof Empire. The 1400s brought the first contact with Europeans. As was the case in much of Africa, the chiefs
let's give them guns so they can kill each other.
And kings of Senegal were enamored by Europe's firearms and willingly sold the slaves they possessed in exchange for them. As the
wow, he puts that slavery in
by Europe's firearms and willingly sold.
Right, you got to put that in, right?
The slaves they possessed in exchange for them.
He said willingly.
As the years flowed by, rival European powers battled over this lucrative foothold, with France acquiring the upper hand in the 1700s. In the following century, the French and their mustaches began conquering the mainland beyond the coast, though the native kingdoms of Senegal resisted bravely. This was also the time of Omar Tall, a Senegalese imam who conquered several states and kingdoms but was unable to oust the French, and the French were resolute to retain their position. In the Battle of Les Bar Bridge, just 14 Frenchmen defended the city of Saint Louis against more than 1,000 soldiers of an invading
14. I guess that happens when you have guns, huh?
Mauritanian emir. Slavery was abolished in 1848, and the growing of peanuts was encouraged. In 1885, a railway was completed, the first in French West Africa. After World War II, Senegalese nationalism ballooned. Independence was achieved in 1960, and the socialist poet and philosopher Léopold Sédar Senghor became the first president. While the country today has a low level of human development and faces a number of problems.
That's the thing, bro. Like I was at Just White's
president. While the country today has a low level of human development and faces a number.
I was at Just White's broadcast the other day, just to check it out, and I heard there was a couple of guys there, and they were talking about. Of course, they didn't ask me, but they asked the other guys, like, if you were emperor of the world, what would you do? What would you change? Right? And one of the guys said, the first thing he said was, get rid of Islam. Like, what the fuck? Yeah, I'm like, holy shit. Like, and I mean, for me, I would have been like, dude, maybe make sure that every person in the world has access to clean water. That's a big deal, right? Like,
well, it's those Australian people. They're under like a lot of Jewish propaganda or something like that.
Became the first.
Yeah.
So just like they get like, they're totally brainwashed.
But you know what? It was an Irishman who said it, and you probably know who I'm talking about, right?
Oh yeah. Irish, British, and actually, those Muslims over there do seem to be more problematic. I mean, for whatever reason. I mean,
oh yeah, in France. Huh?
Yeah, especially. Yeah, like over here, like in Dearborn, like, but I mean, like Muslims don't commit crimes. They're definitely not known for raping people. I mean, so over there in Britain, that's what I've heard is some of those Sikh kids, some of those Pakistani kids, mostly Pakistanis. I mean, seems like they're like, but yeah, there's a lot of, there's a lot of groups over there. Like, in Britain they have the EDL, right? And in Australia they have the Patriot Front or whatever, and
Right.
and a lot of these people are online for some reason.
Yeah, Charles Darwin. We're
know,
talking about like some of these groups in Australia and also in
yeah, they're like
Britain.
Trump supporters. It's like, why do you care
Yeah.
about American politics? If you're from another
Yeah.
country. I mean, it's kind of a weird stance.
Right.
So yeah, so some of these things are more complex than people
Mm-hmm.
really understand.
Right.
They see Islam as the global South, or something like that.
Yeah.
So
Yeah. Well, in fact, a lot of innovations throughout the world in science and mathematics and civilization in general come from Islam.
yeah,
For
but
sure.
they think
Yeah.
that modern civilization, that Islam is a threat to modern civilization, and certain ideas, right?
Mhm.
Like certain liberal ideas,
Mm-hmm.
right?
Come from Islam?
Oh yeah. Like
Yeah, it's true.
Islam,
Yeah.
like Islam doesn't like gay stuff, has a strong emphasis on families.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So
Even if you're a woman, and you work, you're not obligated to give it to your husband. Where that's pretty empowering. I mean, that's pretty giving her autonomy right there.
yeah,
But
but
as
liberalism,
a man, you have to give up your everything to your family, right?
yeah, but liberalism is against like families. Right? It wants to
Mhm.
establish a community based in the state, like civic
Mm.
virtues and all of that type of stuff, right?
Right.
So it's antithetical to family life. Also, in a Muslim society would ban usury, right? They'd ban
Mhm.
alcohol, right?
Mhm.
That's not good for capitalism, really.
No, it's not.
So there's a lot of different ideas within Islam that don't help.
They don't jive with the Western capitalist stuff.
Yeah, they don't jive, and it's obvious that Christianity doesn't really jive that well either. It has to be modernized, right? It has to be completely altered in order to fit into the the secular society.
Yeah,
right?
because because true pure Christianity to the core is very similar to
Right.
Islam,
Right. It
and
doesn't
Judaism
accept
as well too.
Yeah. There's a
Yeah.
strong emphasis on family.
Mhm.
There's I would argue that Christians banned usury for a long time.
Right.
And
Yeah.
so
Yeah. Shout out to Chris Lestrange in the chat, man. Legend in the chat. Legend on the panel, Machine Lives. Charles Darwin. How you doing, my friend? Good to see you.
Yeah, but to look at the world and think like some religious group, like either Christians or Muslims or Jews, are the biggest
main
problem in
problem.
the world
That's wild.
is literally short-sighted.
Yeah.
You're a baby when it comes to history, philosophy.
Mhm.
You're an intellectual stooge.
Yeah.
Essentially.
It's intellectual stooge. I know, because this is the first thing. I think it's just so wild how people can't even get clean water, bro, around the world. That's wild, bro. Water.
It has also been among the more stable and politically harmonious nations in Africa.
And Charles and Chris Lestrange, you're more than welcome to come up on panel, bro. We're just looking over some of my my DNA chart, some of the places around the world where I have ancestry. Well, we're stopping at Senegal right here. I got about 12%.
This continues as other improvements.
Yeah, it's weird that like you mentioned Jess White and then they showed up.
Yeah, that was wild. Yeah, shout out to Jess White for sure. Yeah.
Best to Senegal, but as for me, it's bye for now. Bye-bye.
What's up, Texas Blue in the house? Right, we always like aesthetics. It's very beautiful, Texas Blue. So let's. I think we're gonna stop at Mexico. Right? I'm the Blaxican. Have you ever been to Mexico, Machine?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Pretty interesting place. Yeah. I'm thinking about so we got 11% DNA. That sounds weird, DNA. DNA, Mexican DNA. Indigenous America. That's how it's labeled. Indigenous Mexico, Indigenous American Mexican DNA, all the way up from southwest to the west coast, all the way down to Mexico to Central America, and I'm thinking Aztecs when I think of this DNA, Mayan and Olmec roots, and these people like didn't they read the stars and they made pyramids and calendars, right? One of the things that these people did allegedly, the indigenous people.
I think they may have stole it from the Mayans.
That's right,
but yeah, they definitely had it too.
yeah.
You know, they definitely studied. You know, they conquered those people, but yeah.
What's up, Joe Cool?
What's good? I got no idea what you guys are doing. I haven't heard a word. So I'm just saying, I just saw you hopped up.
Yeah, what happened? I play your little "Coming from the Windy."
Coming straight from the windy. Well, all I call was "Coming from the Windy." What?
Yeah, so I mean that's you. That's your little thing. I would play your whole thing, but it's kind of long.
Coming from the Windy.
Windy City, man.
I'm saying you got a song or something that says that.
No, it's I don't know if you can hear it.
No, sometimes on this phone I can't hear when the music is playing. But if I go to chat or put it on my other phone, I can hear it. No, I can't hear it. It's really fucking weird. I don't understand.
All right. He was saying coming from the windy. Coming from the windy. Okay.
So you like, nigga, you don't know what the Windy City is? I'll ask you. You're smart. You probably know where the term Windy City comes from. You're smart.
Well, I mean, isn't that because one of the bloviating of the politicians in the past?
That's exactly where it came from. They were full of hot air, and
right?
They call them Windy.
What about the word Chicago, like smelly onion or something like that?
Yeah.
You heard that one?
Yes. I don't want to get the stories confused. I think the guy
your friend.
Yeah,
Joe's old. He cannot hear well.
That's funny. I was just on the phone with her. We was checking, see who's on YouTube.
Thanks for bringing her up. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Yeah, she actually likes you. And listen, this is a true story. Don't tell Flo. But she was like, "So what are you gonna do? You gonna go panel?" I was like, "Yeah, there's Flo. I can only take him for so long." And then there was another one that was wrestler. I was like, "That nigga gonna talk for an hour. I'll come back." And then we saw you, and she's like, "You better go in there and say hi." She likes you, bro.
Thank you, Texas Blue. Right. I got the cosign. I'm good. Maybe she needs a theme song. Right? she can hear it at least now.
But at least she young enough to hear it at least.
But now you'll like this, Joe, because I mean, this is great that we have the Machine Lies here, like our resident historian, like super genius, right? Yes. And we're going over this DNA because Rebecca, my Miss NPC, she gave me this DNA. Ancestry.com, and come to find out, I got 8 regions around the world.
Really?
You know, from Mali to Spain to Senegal, Mexico, Basque country, Scotland, Colombia, and Russia.
That is really and TML. What'd you make
talking about? He's going over we're going over the chart. I mean, we're going over the history. Like every time I hit a particular region. And then we'll watch a little quick video about the mainstream history, and then the machine's just tearing it apart.
What did y'all make out of this so far? Out of all of that, you know, because you know, I haven't, you know, I got to kick my brain. You guys already been talking about it. What did you guys? Some of the conclusions that y'all came up, and I'm especially interested because TML is here. What does this tell us that you're from all those regions? Does it say anything in particular? Any assumptions I can jump to?
I mean, I'll go first real quick. One thing that's very evident, there's a big Islamic influence in all these places so far that we looked at.
That is interesting. Mali, that is interesting.
Where I got 36%. My dad's family's from there.
That's your biggest percentage?
Mali, 36. And then I got the next one is Spain, 32%. Right? And that
check this dude out.
Yeah, look at this crazy, bro. And then because we're machine, you were talking about there's a heavy influence of the Islamic religion, right? Their culture in Spain, right, machine, yeah. And then we got 14% Senegal, the heavy Muslim there too, Spanish Muslims, if that. And then now we're going to go into Mexico right now, 11%. So I want you to watch this. Tell me what you think, Joe Cool. Okay. Real quick, this history of Mexico. Okay, Senegal, that's done. Okay, next to Mexico.
Welcome to... This is North America, and here's Mexico. Now let's Mexico, shall we? The world's
What's up, it's Joe Cool,
13th
everybody.
largest nation. The area encasing the country of Mexico is among the most biodiverse on the planet, meaning there's lots and lots and lots of different animals and plants spread across its dramatically varied landscapes that range from barren desert to thick green jungle. The first settlers were hunter-gatherers who slowly tiptoed into agriculture and nestled into small farming communities. Mexico's first major civilization.
Like, weren't the first settlers everywhere hunter-gatherers, right? Those, like,
I think so. Yeah,
It's logical. Everybody.
What? Like,
they get earthquakes on the same day. Wow, Brown Forest in Mexico gets earthquakes on the same day every year. Yeah, yeah. They get some big ones over there too. Some people want to link that up with their whole human sacrifice thing they used to have going on. It's like kind of like God punishing them or something.
Was that of the
I don't know.
Olmecs, who began to make strides after around 1500 BC. Though they remain very mysterious, it's clear theirs was an advanced culture, and they influenced practically every Mesoamerican civilization that followed them. Today, they are best known for their
A wide nose, huh? In the lips, you see that?
Oh, yeah, what's that?
It's like an African.
It does.
Looks like a Marvel character.
Yeah, I go
Marvel,
for that too.
yeah.
giant head sculptures, snarling portraits carved into boulders of basalt rock. Just who were these men whose faces of displeasure regard us with disdain? And what was the intent of these depictions of them? No one knows for certain, and the Olmec civilization disappeared around 1,000 years after its rise. To their south, in the Oaxaca Valley, another civilization grew, the Zapotecs, with their
If you want me to stop it, guys, let me know.
capital, Monte Alban. This here is a court in which was played the Mesoamerican ball game historians have unimaginatively called the Mesoamerican ball game. To the east, in the
When I first heard about that game, if you're familiar with it, those rings sit high up on walls, and like in soccer, you can't use your hand. In their game, you can only use your hips. And when I heard the explanation, I was like, bullshit, they gotta have it wrong. But now the people, you know, are playing that game and they really do it with their hips. It's a real thing.
And it's high, dude. It's at least, I don't know, like
crazy.
15 feet up.
Yeah.
I went there. Let me see if I got the picture. I think I have the picture.
Very good. That's good.
We went there.
That's crazy that I even know a motherfucker went there.
Okay, let me take this down real quick.
No chance you got a picture of one of them circles. No chance.
Not the circle, but where it was located. Yeah, like in the right corner of this area, the pyramid, there's the ball court over there, and it's like it's just like that picture. It's like very high up, man.
Right.
I don't know how the hell they got that.
Yeah, I thought they for sure got that wrong, even though they had the writings and illustrations. I'm like, y'all got to get that wrong. But now they got the ball, and the people who live there now, they play the same sport through the hoops. And I'm like, oh shit, it is possible.
Charles Darwin called it butt ball. Is it called butt ball?
That's a good one, right?
You know, the tour guide was telling us it represents. This is like the galactic center of our Milky Way galaxy. They're one of their goddesses, and they're trying to get the ball to go through it. I
didn't hear that, but it's logical.
And then, like, supposedly, they said that when you win, you get sacrificed as a good thing.
I thought it was the losers who got killed.
Oh, okay.
Well, I could be wrong, but that's what I thought.
Either way, it sucks, right?
It went for days, and the losers got killed. That's what I thought I heard.
Must have been on like a coca leaves or something. It goes for days, right?
Yeah, right.
And ball game historians have unimaginatively called the Mesoamerican ball game.
Butt ball. I was just gonna say they'd stop and start again the next day and the next day.
I see. Yeah, take a little break, huh?
Yeah.
The east, in the Yucatan Peninsula, a remarkable civilization surfaced called the Maya. The Maya, whose golden era spanned the years.
That was called Chichen Itza, which means serpent temple. The serpent temple. Well,
from 250 to 900 AD, were exceptionally clever, developing a written script and sophisticated calendar, as well as being accomplished builders, mathematicians, and astronomers. Though the Maya was spread over Belize, Guatemala, El Salvador, and Honduras, one of their most spectacular cities was in Mexico, Chichen Itza.
Yeah, that's where I was. That's that picture.
This temple was dedicated to the worship of the...
Interesting enough, supposedly, according to their shaman elders, each level of this pyramid represents a stage of human consciousness.
I didn't know how many steps we got. Please don't say 33.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Like 10, like 10 or something like that.
Yeah.
But in the bottom represents like kind of like the slowest. It didn't seem like there was much shit going on when the universe was created or sprang into existence. This is like when the planets were forming and bumping into each other. Then the next level is like when like the Earth was created supposedly,
Okay.
and then the organisms started to evolve and whatnot. And then the next level is man being a tribal. Then the next level is man making city states, they call it the national level. And then the next one is the industrial age. Then the next one is the what we at the top, which is the galactic consciousness, kind of like when the World Wide Web came into existence. So
I hate to be that guy, but I'm gonna be that guy. That's nonsensical. There's no sense that back then they came up with the 9, 10 layers there, and they figured that the 10th one will be the internet consciousness level. No chance.
No. They didn't say necessarily internet.
The
but
Bronze
I'm saying that
Age
they
will
had
be
these,
the 7th. They didn't have that in their mind when they
but
created
you know what,
it,
though?
for sure.
I didn't give you the caveat that now you can see this is skeptical too. These Mayan people, particularly the priests, they were obsessed with time, epochs of time, and they would take huge doses of psychedelic mushrooms and other substances and just theorize and think about like these questions. And so who knows what they saw though? That's what I think.
Very good. Very good. I'm glad you said
you're right. It seems very illogical. However,
you're right.
So is the universe being created.
Here's
illogical as well.
Here, since you said that, here is what I thought the representation was, and it makes more sense. There are a lot of people who they take these hallucinogenics and they go on trips, and they believe that there are 9 different worlds or universes, realities, just like this one. There are 9 in total. This is the most chaotic and fast moving, and some of them are so boring you can't take them that often. But the 9 levels of consciousness in that sense, that's what I thought they would have been talking about. And those guys also said, I don't want to get confused, but some guy said that that he went there. This might have been a near death, and there were different doors. It took 3 days for them to teach him to go to the right vibration so that he can get to this place. That's how you do it, reaching the right frequency. And they had doors. And there were a bunch of people there, and people could only go vibrate through certain doors that they'd attained the wisdom to vibrate through. And few people were able to go through any door they wanted. I thought that was interesting.
I would assume you need some type of, just like in the waking life, you need attention, or which you get through meditation, right? To harness your attention, focus. Same thing with psychedelic. TML, he's probably done more psychedelics than me. I mean, have you ever seen anything that seems so illogical that later on became real, or
difficult to explain? TML, why you were like?
Yeah, I wouldn't say. I would say it's totally illogical, the things that I've seen them.
But you forgot the second part. Anything when you came up out of there said that could have been real.
Oh yeah, I think 100%. It was real. Yeah, I think it was real. I just think it was totally illogical.
Same here.
Yeah, I think it's happening somewhere.
Yes,
right.
Yeah, like McKenna said, he said, a hallucination is something that is conceived of your mind, yet you could have never imagined it with with your own imagination. Right. So basically what it is it's shoved into your head from the outside.
You're tied to something else. Yes.
Yeah.
Which would make sense every time people do ayahuasca. I don't know about every time. Is it DMT? I think it's called DMT.
It's very similar. Very similar.
Okay, well, they say that they feel a oneness with everything, including the trees, the grass, the soil, the organisms. They say, you know, sound like what TML is saying. Everything has an influence and they're connected.
I think that's always there, man. It's just maybe we strip off these restrictor plates, and we do the psychedelics and whatnot.
So it wouldn't be some of these ancient stories are saying these restrictor plates were put there on purpose, like they would talk about the Inky and the Lil and all of that shit. When they made us, they turned off certain DNA, which act as restrictor plates that would enable us to reach those levels.
They couldn't control us, or we wouldn't be as docile. Maybe.
And that's
we'll be limited in mobility.
And we are easily controllable, right? You are so easily controlled. You do the us versus them shit, and you know it works.
Well, just like what you said about whenever I hear hallucination, I think of one of my old teachers, Jason Kafis, who would say like a consensus reality is actually a hallucination that's agreed upon by the masses, because a lot of things that we considered quote unquote normal, I mean, there's really no logic to it. I'm trying to think of something, you know what I mean? But as a society, or you know, or like I said, like the collective, we think is okay. You know, this is what we're, you know, this is what we've always known.
Okay, so you're not thinking. Some of our logic eludes me. Like for instance, they had a law where if you try and commit suicide and fail, the punishment was death. You're not talking about the weird shit they were thinking. You that kind of crazy shit. That's crazy.
Yeah, I am. Yeah, I mean that. But also, let's try to think of an example of something that's current, that's more real to us.
If this is the
money.
Same lines. Okay, go ahead, because I know you're thinking something big.
I was going to say real quick. I was going to say like money. I mean, yes, it means a lot, and it's a medium of transaction and whatnot for what we desire. But really, that's an hallucination. That idea that we all agree upon.
Yes, for that matter, since we're talking about
and it works though.
Upon ideas, they all are American. That's an agreed upon idea. Citizens,
it's hallucination.
Hallucination, even.
That's what I think that's how William Gibson described cyberspace. He said it's a consensual hallucination agreed upon by I think like millions of people or something like that.
Interesting. I would have never heard that about the cyberspace. I never heard that. It's interesting. I wonder what capacity.
He actually coined the term cyberspace as well.
Okay. Why is it an agreed upon hallucination? Because we manufacture it, I guess.
Right.
We're the ones who feed it.
Joe, did you have something you were going to share? Another example?
I was just gonna say our belief in the government and the police and the judges, or even fucking doctors, anybody,
all of that,
you know, who gets some letters or a title in front of their name, the belief that they are better, and everybody buys into it, right? Just obey. We will hurt you for your safety. You could have hurt someone, so we're gonna put you in jail. Wait a minute, this makes no sense to me. You're actually gonna hurt someone. I could have and didn't. You know, I was speeding, 5 miles over speed limit. I could have, but I didn't. But we do know that you are literally about to hurt me. That makes no fucking sense to me.
Yeah, it doesn't. That the fact that, don't get me wrong, if someone's trying to kill me and there's a police there, hopefully they would help me, right? And use lethal force to get rid of them. But here's the thing. Why is it that the police can, this is a weird hallucination. Why is it the police can have the authority to kill at will almost, even though they say that there's, they have laws, things that they can't do, but rather than a civilian, it's a little bit
exactly right. The first thing I'm gonna tell you is, why didn't you call a cop? Wait a minute, he has abilities that I don't have. I can't just protect my own. Well, no, because you shot him in the leg. It was hold on. Okay,
we give that up.
Beeping in the background.
We give that up. We give that up. So because we don't police ourselves, our own communities, that's what it is. I think part of it too.
Well, we're not allowed to police it anymore. We okay.
They used to, right?
Some degree,
in the West.
yes, and even to some degree, we probably still can. Now, it's usually the gangs or the mafia of that neighborhood who did all the policing, but legally, we've given all of that shit up. Any of our ability to police, we've delegated to someone else and pay them to do it.
Yeah.
It's just crazy because I don't understand how you expect, if I'm getting robbed at 4 o'clock in the morning, for me to tell a robber to hold on so I can make a call. Is that what you expect of me? You're insane.
You're supposed to defend yourself without a gun, especially in Chicago, which is the weird. I'm going on a tangent, but I'll close it off right here by saying it's so strange that in some of the most violent places in America, in the cities, they have the strictest laws to defend yourself.
Yeah, the police get all the liberations in the world in Chicago. You know how dangerous the place is? Yes, I fucking live here. He comes here 9 to 5. I live here. I should have twice the guns he have. If your logic makes sense.
Yeah, it's wild. Yeah.
Most spectacular cities was in Mexico, Chichen Itza. This temple was dedicated to the worship of the feathered snake god Kukulkan. The Maya also practiced human sacrifice. This man over here has been decapitated, and this fellow holds his severed head. War was also a common thing, and it might have been a factor in the puzzling Maya collapse, but no one really knows. For some reason, from the 9th century onward, the Maya abandoned their cities, and their civilization ended. Meanwhile, over in Mexico's midsection stands another riddle, a very big one. The city of Teotihuacan, founded around
and the Mayans, the ones through all that sacrifice, the reason they died off and had to flee is because the worse shit got for them, the more people they would sacrifice. And they would take them at the top of that temple and dump them down into water. Found out that was the water supply they were drinking. They were dumping more and more corpses into their water and poison themselves. That's what I heard the problem was.
Yeah, actually, you're right. Those are they call them sinkhole. I forgot how you say it in Spanish, but they're called sinkholes, and they're usually very close to the temple where they sacrifice it. And sometimes they would just throw people in the sinkholes, and it's a tourist attraction that after you go see the pyramids, you get to jump into the sinkhole and swim.
Question about court. All right, I got to help a friend. I'll be back.
All right. You got a question about court. He'll be back. Okay. Hey, where's this quick history? Hold on. Mexico quick history. Sorry. Machine, you still rocking with us?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. He said, oh, yeah. Okay. Here we go.
Founded around 100 BC and prospering for centuries, no one's sure who its inhabitants were, or whether or not this was the capital of an empire. This gargantuan structure is called the Pyramid of the Sun, this is the Pyramid of the Moon. The city was abandoned after being burned around the 6th century, and central Mexico subsequently fell to the more militant Toltecs, who made their capital at Tula. Toltec queen Xochitl is said to have formed a regiment of female soldiers, and herself died in battle. The next great regional civilization was even more warlike.
They killed even more people than the Mayans. The Aztecs, man. Yeah.
Aztecs, who rose to power in the 14th century. The Aztecs referred to themselves as Mexica, which should sound familiar, and built a grand capital on Lake Texcoco called Tenochtitlan. The chief Aztec deity was Huitzilopochtli, the god of war. The Aztecs believed he needed continuous offerings of blood to ensure the survival of the sun. To this end,
Do you remember hearing anything like that in other regions of the world, Machine? Like blood sacrifice?
Oh yeah, like like Christianity. I mean, has some remnant of it in there.
They drink blood with Catholic.
Yeah, so they might have
drink blood.
Yeah, they might have thought of that. They might have said, well, because these people don't believe in Christ's sacrifice, they're still drinking blood.
Yeah. Here's my rudimentary, zeitgeist truther history. Because the whole thing about Jesus is representing the sun, right? You've heard that one, right? That theory. So look at these guys are saying that the blood, right?
Yeah, it's crazy,
the blood, right? It's crazy, dog.
Wow. Aztecs believed he needed continuous offerings of blood to ensure the survival of the sun. To this end, the Aztecs incessantly attacked surrounding peoples for prisoners to sacrifice. These unlucky captives would be uncomfortably laid on a small altar before a priest with an obsidian blade cut out their hearts. Certainly nothing half-hearted about that religion. With an obsidian blade, cut captives would be uncomfortably laid on a small altar.
You can see this in the movie Apocalypto.
Yeah,
Mel Gibson's
excellent.
Apocalypto.
Yeah, it's
very good.
Yeah, I hardly recommend movies, but that movie is highly recommended. You know what I mean? It just it doesn't have a lot of
Dialogue.
like extra stuff. Dialogue. The entire movie is somewhat of a chase.
Right.
So yeah, it's
Right.
very interesting, fascinating film.
I think the most shocking part is the scene where he sees the he's being chased and he's about to get caught, but the only thing that stops him dead in his tracks is the Spanish conquistadors. That moment when they're about to land right on the peninsula,
right?
Remember, and the other guys are mesmerized and they go towards them, which is symbolic too,
I have
right?
that. Yeah, I have that in my show because it's represented, because that's a beautiful scene, because
it is.
The Mayan is looking at the Aztec, the more advanced civilization, and then the Aztec is looking at the Spaniard. And actually he's more interested in the Spaniard coming over, much to his own demise, right? Whereas the Mayan just wants to run. Right.
Wants to find his family. His wife is pregnant.
So what that scene represents is actually something very beautiful.
You know what? I should be. I guess I should be pissed right now because I wanted to show you that because I made a video of it, the music video, and I had that scene, and I found out last night. I was trying to search my other channel, Test Stream, which has like 900 subs, right? A lot of psychedelic stuff on there. They nuked it, bro. It's nowhere to be found. Like it's like nowhere to be found on the anymore. So when you can't find your channel, that means they nuked it, right? YouTube.
Yeah, that's wild, dude.
Yeah, it's like there's no trace comes up when I put the @teststream88. It's so crazy, bro.
Weird.
It's
like
a
they didn't send you an email at all?
Well, here's the thing. My hoarding email asks on that account, like I can't get any. I need to erase some shit, so I didn't see anything on there. You know what I mean? You ever had that happen on Google? If you have a lot of emails, it won't. So I gotta get rid of some shit because that's the only thing.
Let me see if I can find it. This is kind of weird, man.
Yeah, if you put
yeah, that's tripped out.
Yeah, it's TestStream88 @TestStream88. I got hundreds of hours of interviews, of psychedelic trips and stuff on that one. Yeah, nothing comes up, dog. Look at this shit.
Fucking weird.
Even then I do just a regular Google search. Test stream. Yeah, like the TikTok and all that shit comes up, but not. No, it's done. Actually, I think I talked to you with that. Like, remember that's why I had that gesture, that red gesture as my avatar. That was from that channel when we first met.
Yeah.
Yeah. So anyway, life goes on, right? Yeah. So back to this Mexico shit. These guys are crazy. These Aztecs. Oh yeah, you notice there's no blood from the anus, like the Europeans. Remember they had the blood when they were killing the indigenous people. They're just cutting out their hearts. These people.
Blade cut out their hearts. Certainly nothing half-hearted about that religion. And then the Aztec Empire, in the midst of its glories, was suddenly and unexpectedly dismantled in only 2 years. How? This place. The Spanish had sailed to the Americas in the late 1400s and promptly set about conquering the Caribbean. In 1519, an exploratory mission arrived in Mexico under the command of Conquistador Hernán.
That's that moment, right, Machine?
1519, an exploratory mission arrived in Mexico under the command of Hernán Cortés. The natives were astonished at this.
Dave said, Passion of the Christ was the only one I've seen of this. Cried my whole face off how I was introduced to Baby Mama to God. Okay. That's a good one. That's another Mel Gibson movie. Passion of the Christ is hard to watch. Yeah. There's bits I can't even watch.
Sight of these white-faced men in their shiny armor, seated upon monstrous beasts called horses, which they had never seen before. With the help of the indigenous woman La Malinche as interpreter, Cortés could more ably facilitate his conquest. The Aztecs, then under the rule of Moctezuma II, ably facilitate his conquest.
See, he had a Moor. You see that? Yeah, the black guy right here in there as a conquistador.
conquest. The Aztecs, then under the rule of Moctezuma II,
Montezuma.
were not well loved by their neighbors, who saw in the Spaniards a chance to decisively destroy their enemy. The nation of Tlaxcala allied with Cortés and accompanied him to Tenochtitlan. The Spaniards were initially welcomed, but
It's a beautiful. I could only imagine how like epic it was in these cities at the height, right? Must have been like crazy just to be like to see all this stuff.
as the days passed, suspicions began bubbling and tensions boiled, and, fearing rebellion, the Spanish slaughtered a bunch of Aztec nobles and priests, which didn't help at all, and the Spaniards, running low on provisions and surrounded by a huge city that hated them, opted to sneak away at night, but were spotted and attacked and driven out. The next year, however, Cortés had received reinforcements and made new alliances and marched on the Aztec capital. Though the Aztecs and their eagle warriors fought bravely, everything was now against them. They were weakened by introduced smallpox, and ultimately, their paddle-shaped clubs with bits of rock sticking out were no match for guns and steel. The Aztec Empire
Chemical warfare, huh?
was defeated.
Biological warfare, that's what that is. Smallpox.
And the once proud land of the plumed serpent fell to the gold-hungry forces of Spain. In 1524, a group of Franciscan priests arrived on the eastern coast and walked barefoot for 200 miles to the capital, eager to share the suffering of the indigenous people. The Franciscans worked tirelessly over the years to convert the native Mexicans to Christianity, which worked.
Do you have any information about the Franciscan order? Did they birth any good philosophers, interesting philosophers?
Well, they're, I mean, from the namesake of Saint Francis of Assisi.
Saint Francis of Assisi. Yeah, that's it.
So they're a little bit different than the Dominicans. In terms of their philosophy, it was a little bit more, in terms of, poverty and, doing justice and, by the poor and all that type of stuff.
Yeah.
Way more than the Dominicans. The Dominicans were sort of more serious.
Yeah.
They
That's what you mean.
Yeah.
These guys were more like what they call it, outreach in the in the field, like ministering or whatever, doing their
Yeah, and it kind of reflects in their philosophy. Their philosophy is more like about like love. Whereas the Dominicans, they're all about like reason and
dude, that's what it was. That's what it was yesterday. They're like, does anything supersede at that channel I went to? Does anything supersede reason and logic? And I was thinking, like, what about feelings and like intense emotion? They're like, that's just feelings. I don't know, man.
Yeah.
Like, what do you?
Yeah,
what
one
do you
could
think
argue like like nationality, like ethics. Like family, like that sort of thing. Definitely outweighs it.
Right.
And that religion is the majority faith of the country today. Meanwhile, the huge changes sweeping over the land continued. Mexico was titled New Spain, and the office of viceroy was created to govern it in place of the king, who was all the way across the Atlantic in Europe. The first viceroy was Antonio de Mendoza, a wise and prudent administrator who helped stabilize and improve the colony. Not so nice was Conquistador Nuño de Guzman, whose campaigns of butchery and enslavement caused the indigenous people unfathomable misery until he was arrested and packed off back to Spain. The years passed, and the Spanish established cities and silver mines and crushed rebellions and steadily conquered more and more land. Spanish settlers intermarrying with natives resulted in ethnically mixed or mestizo people, who over time ended up becoming the country's ethnic majority. Though thousands of
Mexicans, mixed with indigenous and Spanish.
Miles away, the continent of Europe continued to influence Mexico, be it in Baroque architecture or in the provocative ideas of the Enlightenment, which questioned and criticized the old traditional ways. A momentous change occurred after Napoleon invaded and occupied Spain in the early 1800s, causing Spain's colonies to seek independence. Mexico's struggle for freedom began in 1810, when the priest Miguel Hidalgo y Costilla rang the bell of his church and called for revolt. 11 years of fire, death, and passion until General Agustín de Iturbide led the Mexicans to victory. In 1824, Mexico received its first president, Guadalupe Victoria, and in the decades that followed, the young state withstood civil unrest, territorial change, and the endless squabbling between liberals and conservatives. In this troubled time, one man towered above his peers as the most remarkable figure of his day, General Santa Anna. He had successfully led the Mexicans in 1829's Battle of Tampico, ending once and for all Spain's attempt to reconquer the country. He lost a leg in a war with France, married twice, both times for money, and didn't even bother to attend his own weddings, and became president 11 times, 3 times in a single year at one point. Now, Mexico was a lot bigger in the 19th century than it is now. But then Texas. Conquered by Spain in 1690, Texas was a troublesome, Titan-sized slab of earth, thinly populated and subject to raids by hostile bands of Comanches. The 1820s saw Anglo-American immigration into Texas from the neighboring USA, and there was soon political disagreements between the new arrivals, called Texians, and the Mexican government. And I'll give you 3 options of what you might think happened next. A, war. B, war. And C, war. If you said A or B, you're wrong. The answer is in fact C, war. Why C? It just is C. General Jose Correa triumphed in the Goliad campaign, taking over 400 Texians prisoner, whom Santa Anna ordered to be executed. More famous is the Battle of the Alamo, where the besieged, heavily outnumbered Texians were defeated by Santa Anna. The Texians were outraged and struck back under Sam Houston, winning the Battle of San Jacinto in less than 20 minutes and taking Santa Anna prisoner. Mexico thus lost a huge chunk of land, but more followed with the Mexican-American War of the 1840s, where the USA conquered much more land from Mexico, including California, where gold was soon discovered. After Santa Anna was overthrown in 1855, the liberals gained power and set about drafting reforms to get things going better for unhappy Mexico. These reforms involved stripping the church of much of its power, which angered conservatives, and I'll give you 3 choices for what followed. A, civil war. B, civil war. And C, civil war.
Can you think of any Mexican philosophers or writers that have influenced or that caught your eye? I can't think of any.
I think a case can be made just in South America in general, right? So there's obviously a significant amount of movements. In terms of I guess like liberation theology and different ideas. That are unique to these guys. But yeah, but around this time, you had like, what's those guys like Frida Kahlo and
Frida and Che Guevara, huh?
Yeah, Rivera, I think more so
later on.
Yeah, I think actually, Castro and Guevara, they actually met in Mexico before they started the Cuban Revolution. Obviously, they weren't from they weren't from either Mexico or Cuba. They're from different parts of South America.
Wait, Castro's not even from Cuba?
I don't know if he is. I don't know if everybody.
I know for sure. Guevara's not. None of them are from Mexico though. But you're right; they did meet in Mexico. Yeah, they did meet there. Yeah.
So, it's obviously been a very significant area. A lot of war there, huh? Yeah, but I think because of the strife and all that type of stuff, obviously cultural, political, and in terms of, these guys came and took over and basically interbred with the population. That's something that the English never really did, right? So it's interesting, right? Because so there was, way more of a cultural disturbance, in South America than there was in the Americas in general, right?
That's a good point, dude. Even the French didn't interbreed like in Africa like that, like they did. That's a really good point, dude.
Yeah, the answer is in fact D. I think there was like a some kind of Hispanic comedian who was saying, like we didn't take people over, we just fucked them or something like that.
That's true, funny. That's true, dude.
Civil War. Why D? Because it's the truth. Benito Pablo Juarez Garcia, of indigenous Zapotec heritage, became president in 1858, pushing for separation of church and state. And after the Reform War and a crazy French invasion, supported by conservatives, the liberals won the struggle to run the nation. The next big man to appear on Mexico's stage was Porfirio Diaz, who served as president for over 30 years and promoted secularism and modernization, and much-needed wealth poured in from European and US investments. However, for the average Mexican worker, things were not improved, and labor conditions were poor, and Diaz was jailing presidential rivals. Trouble, storm-like, was brewing, and I'll give you 3 options of forget it. The Mexican Revolution is what happened. Peasant forces led by Emiliano Zapata were victorious against government troops, as was fellow mustachioed revolutionary Pancho Villa, and while both men ended up assassinated, the revolution itself succeeded in 1920, and under a new...
Yeah, and then in 1920, my grandmother's grandfather was the president. This guy right here. Let me see.
Founded around 100 BC and
oh shit, that's the wrong one. Yeah, this is my grandmother's grandfather, Venustiano Carranza. And after that revolution, he became president until he was assassinated in 1920. This guy. Yeah. Yeah, so Pancho Villa was working for him, and then after they had a disagreement, and they had him killed. Yeah. So yeah, interesting shit.
Founded around church and state, and after the Reform War and a trouble, storm-like, was brewing, and I'll give you 3 options of forget it. The Mexican Revolution is what happened. Peasant forces led by Emiliano Zapata were victorious against government troops, as was fellow mustachioed revolutionary Pancho Villa, and while both men ended up assassinated, the revolution itself succeeded in 1920, and under a new constitution, Álvaro Obregón became president. And then he too was assassinated. From the 1940s till 1970, Mexico experienced economic growth, though...
What's up, Ragamuffin? Good to see you. He says, blessed up NPC TML in chat. Absolutely, man. Good to have you, brother.
The wealth gap between rich and poor widened, and there were years of conflict between left-wing guerrilla fighters and the government. More bad times followed, and then more bad times followed that. Meanwhile, crime rates ballooned, and we witnessed the ugly rise of the cartels, criminal gangs specializing in drug trafficking. In 2006, the government initiated a war on drugs, which hasn't really helped at all, and thousands have been killed. Not good. But in spite of all this...
Yeah, Trump, he said he wants another war with them, right? Official warring with the cartels. What do you think about that move, Machine?
I think it's way more important than going and dropping, bombs on Iran. Obviously,
absolutely. That's at our doorstep, right there.
Yeah, some that's going on right there, and hundreds of kids are being, murdered in the process. Obviously, it's terrifying. Where you're directly responsible for it, where historically you're tied to the drug trade. It's just laughable, really. They fail to take responsibility on every side of that.
Absolutely.
Stuff. Mexico today has attained a high level of human development and currently possesses the world's 15th largest economy and is one of the world's top tourist destinations. And Mexico has given the world so much, be it in the world of art, or in cinema, or literature, or in music, or in sports, or, no surprises here, food. What awaits Mexico in the years ahead? Comment.
Yeah. Are you familiar with this region, the Basque region? Basque, I think it's called. What's the next one? I went 3% Basque. It's over here in the northern part of Spain. Small planet right here. Yeah. Supposedly it's one of the oldest bloodlines in Europe, and the language is supposed to be unrelated to any other on Earth. It's interesting. Yeah. Remember we were talking about in the Spain video about how there was 3 regions in Spain that wanted independence after the revolution, and the Basque country was one of them. I don't think to this day, I don't think they even have it. Yeah. So, yeah. You got some interesting stuff going on with their DNA and whatnot. Let's see. Most mysterious people, allegedly.
It's antediluvians
What does that mean? It's a delusion. That sounds crazy.
It's pre-flood.
Oh yeah, yeah, that's it.
The Pyrenees rise like a fortress, cradling a land where time seems to stand still.
Basque separatists.
Beneath their rugged peaks, the story of the Basque people begins. A story written not in ink, but in stone, in the DNA of their ancestors, and in the words of a language older than any other, in Europe. Tens of thousands of years ago, glaciers carved through Europe, forcing humans to flee or perish. In the harshest of times, one place stood as a sanctuary. The Franco-Cantabrian region, where the ancestors of the Basques found refuge. Here, life endured and a legacy began. From cave paintings illuminated by firelight to the quiet whispers of Euskara, the Basques have preserved a connection to Europe's deepest past.
Cave people? It's like the deepest past. Cavemen? Look at this shit.
Siki Cave, tools and remains reveal Neanderthals thrived here over 150,000 years ago. These early inhabitants, with their finely crafted Mysterian scrapers, were masters of survival. But as time moved forward, so did humanity. By 41,000 BC...
Do you believe in all that? Like humans came from like Neanderthals, mixing and all that stuff?
No.
What do you think?
I think we came from Adam, most likely. And I don't think he was necessarily from Earth. And I think most likely there was other races of humans already on Earth.
On Earth, yeah. I like
and
one.
I think that they mix with those races. Adam and his offspring, right?
Modern humans arrived.
Yeah, I like that one.
In relatively stable conditions.
Yeah, that's why none of those other races exist
around
anymore.
6,000.
They say they used to exist, and now it's just humans, right? And they say that the humans evolved out of those races. Well, if you really look at those races, some of them were more intelligent than humans, right?
Really?
So what was the reason that they got wiped out? I mean, it wouldn't make any sense, other than one of them were the children of Adam that became Israelites. So basically, Israelites represents all of people from, every part of the earth, and not just one region of the world, because they're children of Adam. Right?
Children of Adam, right. Thus we get atoms. We're made of atoms. Yeah.
1000 BC, the first Neolithic farmers arrived in the Basque region, carrying with them knowledge of agriculture, animal domestication, and pottery.
So they're going way back.
Of the early Basque people, but also explains why modern Basques retain higher levels of Mesolithic ancestry than neighboring populations. These findings underscore the gradual and complex transition from mobile hunter-gatherer groups to sedentary farming societies in Iberia, uniquely preserving the genetic and cultural distinctiveness of the Basque region.
So you're saying that they have more like caveman blood? I'm just using casual language. That's what they're saying. I'm gonna be proud of.
By the Bronze Age, starting around 2500 BC, a new wave of change swept through Europe. The spread of the Bell Beaker culture brought advancements in metalworking and introduced new paternal lineages, most notably the R1b-DF27Y chromosome lineage, passed exclusively from father to son. This lineage became dominant in the Basque region, yet the Basques' isolation ensured that much of their older genetic heritage remained intact. The Pyrenees acted as a natural barrier, shielding the Basques from the full force of cultural and genetic changes reshaping the rest of Europe. While other populations were transformed, the Basques integrated new elements without losing their distinct genetic and cultural identity. After
the Moors influence. Okay.
the Bronze Age, the Basque region witnessed successive waves of external rule and influence. The Romans, Visigoths, and later the Moors controlled parts of the Iberian Peninsula, including areas adjacent to Basque country. Despite their dominion, genetic studies reveal that these external powers left minimal genetic imprints on the Basque population. This resilience is largely attributed to the geographical barrier of the Pyrenees, the Basques' cultural isolation, and their linguistic independence through Euskara. A 2021 study in Current Biology analyzed genome-wide data and found little evidence of Roman or Moorish genetic markers in modern Basques compared to neighboring Iberian populations. While other groups in Spain show significant admixture from North African lineages introduced during the Islamic rule, the Basques retained their unique genetic profile. Similarly, the Roman Empire's expansion left linguistic and cultural marks on much of Europe. But the Basques resisted Latinization, a feat rare among ancient populations. The Basque language, Euskara, was another element that protected Basque identity and genetics throughout history. As Europe underwent waves of conquest, migration, and cultural assimilation, Euskara acted as a cultural and linguistic shield. It is the last surviving pre-Indo-European language, predating the spread of Indo-European tongues like Spanish, French, and English by thousands of years. Its unique isolation from these dominant linguistic groups made Euskara not only a mode of communication, but also a boundary against external influence. Linguists and geneticists agree that Euskara played a significant role in limiting interaction with neighboring populations.
Have you ever heard of that language before? No.
Nope.
He said nope. Could
Yeah,
be all
that's
narratives.
wild.
Basques' identity
Haven't heard much
runs
about this
deep in
group
their
at all.
Yeah, there's a lot of videos about like how they're so unique and stuff like that. Yeah.
possible connections to Armenian or Chechen, but these remain speculative, with no definitive evidence to support them. Today, Euskara continues to reflect the Basques' enduring resilience. It is spoken by nearly 750,000 people across 5 main dialects, some so distinct that they are mutually incomprehensible. These dialects evolved during the Middle Ages, shaped by geographical and political divisions within the Basque region. Despite borrowing vocabulary from Romance languages, Euskara's structure has remained unchanged, preserving its ancient origins. The Basques' identity runs deep in their connection to their land and their rich mythology. At the heart of their beliefs was Mari, the goddess of the mountains, who was said to dwell in caves high in the Pyrenees.
She has the big hips for childbirth,
protecting the land and its people. Her consort Swara complemented her power, symbolizing balance and harmony. Together, they reflected the untamed spirit of the Basque landscape. Their folklore is filled with stories of Gentile giants.
Hey, there you guys go. You guys were talking about giants in the chat. Giants were likely. There you go, Bronze Boy.
Known as Meruak, who were believed to have built the dolmens scattered across the countryside. These massive stone structures, built during the Neolithic and Bronze Ages, served as burial sites, territorial markers, and places for rituals. The giants were said to embody the old ways, standing guard over the land before retreating into the mountains. Other mythical figures, like Lamiak or river nymphs, brought blessings or punishments, depending on how they were treated.
Is there any river nymphs in Lake Michigan, in the Great Lakes, or any of the Great Lakes? Michigan, you ever come across any
Yeah, I
river nymphs?
definitely need to meet one of those. For sure. River
That'd be
nymph.
fun.
Yeah,
That'd be
that would
so
be
fun.
Yeah, or a waterfall nymph.
Yeah, waterfall one. Yeah.
Yeah, there we go. Those are the wild ones.
Mm-hmm.
Sorganak, or witches, acted as spiritual protectors of the Basque people, performing rituals in service to Mari.
Yeah,
These
look at that
tales weren't
Basque OG
just
right there.
stories.
It's like an ortho, bro.
Exactly.
He said straight up. I think he definitely listens to T-Mal, the broadcast.
To Mari. These tales weren't just stories. They were ways to understand and connect with the land around them. The dolmens, still visible on hilltops and ridgelines today, are physical reminders of this deep connection to their ancestors.
Okay, that's the Basque. Interesting. We got the next one. There's only two more right here. Scotland. I don't know if you know Scotland. Let's do this. Let's do this next time. Let's do this. I want to show you this one before we go. This Nietzschean video about what Nietzsche said about group insanity. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Nietzsche's group insanity. Welcome back to our channel. Today we're diving deep into the insightful words of the philosopher Friedrich Nietzsche as we unravel his quote, "In individuals, insanity is rare, but in groups, parties, nations, and epics, it is the rule." Have you ever noticed that when people gather in groups, their behaviors can sometimes become unpredictable and irrational? The saying, "safety in numbers," might be true, but is it possible that the larger the crowd, the greater the chaos? Consider this. As individuals, we are guided by our personal thoughts, desires, and actions. Groups, whether small parties or whole nations, seem to develop a unique consciousness, leading them down paths that individuals might never have tread. Think about the frenzy that can ensue at a stadium during a sports event, or the wave of emotions that sweep through a political rally. It's as if a collective energy takes over, transforming the behavior of each person present. Nietzsche's words remind us that the rules governing individual minds are altered when those minds merge into a collective entity. Have you ever found yourself swept up in the enthusiasm of a group, even when it went against your personal beliefs? It's almost as if we lose a piece of our individuality and become part of a larger, more irrational whole. This phenomenon isn't limited to modern times. History is filled with examples of nations and epics succumbing to mass delusions or radical movements. Yet it's crucial to remember that within these groups, individuals still hold the power to resist the pull of collective madness. The quote serves as a warning against blindly following the crowd and encourages us to maintain our critical thinking, even in the face of overwhelming group dynamics. So, what's the takeaway here? Nietzsche's words serve as a reminder that the collective mind can be both a powerful force and a potential source of chaos. Next time we find ourselves swept up in some media-induced panic, let's not forget the importance of retaining our individuality, our sanity, and our ability to think critically.
Look at this guy on the side just sitting there on the right.
Remember, whether you're part of a small gathering, a nation, or a moment in induced
Look at this guy,
panic,
machine on the right, just sitting there the whole time.
The collective mind can be both a powerful force and a time we find ourselves swept up in some media-induced panic.
That Basque OG.
Let's not forget the importance of retaining our individuality, our sanity, and our ability to think critically.
Yeah, that's Zen right there.
Whether you're part of a small gathering, a nation, or a moment in history, maintaining your own rationality is the key to preserving sanity amidst the chaos of the collective. Thank you for watching. Stay tuned for more. And if you enjoyed...
Any thoughts on that guy? On that Nietzsche?
Oh,
What's
yeah.
up, Wicked?
Yeah, let me pull up this first essay in Genealogy of Morals. He's got a huge quote about it. You know, if you'll indulge me here. You know,
go ahead, my friend.
Yeah, this is a great just a killer quote. This is first essay, section 13, by Nietzsche. He says, "But let us return the problem of the other origin of the good as conceived by the man of ressentiment." And it kind of looks like resentment, right? But it's basically an internalizing of the moral will to power, right? That basically turns vengefulness into an act of sublimation, and where one puts oneself as morally higher than the person who basically they feel slighted them, right? But in Nietzsche's view, this is just a revaluation, right? And basically groups of people do this, right? And they basically become developing a victimhood complex, right, of sorts, right? As they sort of catalyze the hive mind, right? So he says that the good as conceived by the man of ressentiment demands its solution, ressentiment. Right? The lambs dislike great birds of prey, does not seem strange. Only gives no ground for reproaching these birds of prey, for bearing off little lambs. And if the lambs say among themselves, quote, "These birds of prey are evil," and whoever is least like a bird of prey, but rather its opposite, a lamb, would he not be good? Would he not be good? There is no reason to find fault with this institution of an ideal, except perhaps that the birds of prey might view it as a little ironically and say, "We don't dislike them at all, these good little lambs. We even love them. Nothing is more tasty than a tender lamb."
Right. The substitute. Yeah. Another he used lamb too, sheep.
Yep.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's crazy.
That's dope, man. Now in terms of like how could we relate that to actually do a panel verse example if you can? You're able to.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's most about I think one of the greatest examples is seen recently in the conservatives, right, who basically made a big deal out of the leftists, right?
Yeah.
Use of language.
Yeah.
Right. So they began developing a victimhood complex about using certain words. Right. So they're basically idealizing of certain, freedom of speech is basically liberal. Right. So they basically circle around. Right. They develop a victimhood complex against, the liberals. Right. Basically they become what they're trying to destroy.
Right.
Yeah,
I see that. Right? Yeah.
Like in responding to liberals, they became sort of, internalizing leftist, tactics. And yeah, they become transformed. Their ideological transformation, is basically at hand.
No, that's a good example, dude. Because I see like a similar example thing going on too, like with the whole manosphere thing, the red pill and the black pill stuff. Because I've even heard many famous influencers, red pill influencers, they say, all the red pill is taking female strategies for sexual dynamics and doing it with the male mind.
Oh yeah. They're
similar
reacting to liberalism, right? So they're internalizing feminist way of thinking, right, and responding to it, right. So they're becoming, I mean, and you could see that with the red pill guys, right? They have to adopt, like they look like city guys.
Yeah.
You know, they turn into a bunch of
Right.
city slickers. Right
Yeah.
now.
Metrosexuals.
Yeah, exactly. They're metrosexuals.
Yeah.
You know, even the manliest of them is like a metrosexual.
Primping and prodding, like in the mirror stuff.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, so
oh shit, that's so wild. Yeah, that's wild. Or the Christian that, or even any religion, Buddhist or Islamic, that like it's like condemning another religion, and they're like internalizing it so much that they start exhibiting those things that they claim they hate, right?
Oh
Like,
yeah.
it's
And
wild.
it'll be like you know, like having a white nationalist, you know, as a friend or something like that is gonna be like, you know, it's just as you know, like whatever the anarchist is to the liberal, that's just what the white nationalist will be to the conservative. You know, they'll just be internalized. You know, they'll be defanged.
Yeah.
You know, I'm just like that guy that came on the other day. I mean,
yeah.
You know, where he you know, he's obviously LARPing as a Christian, he's LARPing as a white nationalist. You know, but it's more of a propaganda slogan, you know, than something that he internally represents. You know.
Yeah. I think that's why Neurojack came up yesterday. He was going to address that.
Yeah. So it turns into that, where that becomes normalized, right? You know, and it becomes defanged, you know, as a result, because of its group mentality. It becomes you know,
look at this guy. Neurojack. Did someone say YouTube nationalist? Yeah. Fucking love Neuro. Yeah. I don't know if he told you, but we had a good talk yesterday. Yeah, it's been a while, man. Had a good talk offline. Off the stream, yeah. So if you said something to him the other day, I appreciate it. Cause like, yeah, I miss talking to Neuro. He's cool. Yeah. Yeah, I wanted to debate. I asked Neurojack. No, I asked Ortho guy. I said, would you be down with a debate against?
They both kind of came up.
Yeah.
That's the only way we make it happen.
Yeah. Neurojack probably win, man. Because he's camped up before. Yeah, he's camped up.
I want to see Orthodox guy.
Yeah, look at Machine, you know, laughing.
Yeah. I already kind of know. I already can imagine what he looks like. You know, like he probably looks a lot like Bumpkin. You know, is what I imagine. I mean, but maybe with
he's always
redder hair.
Redder hair. He's always welcome on the channel. Like Orthodox guy. I remember he talked about his appearance yesterday. When he was grinding his weed, he said he got some sticky weed in his beard. So I'm like, oh shit, he has a beard. Okay.
Oh, okay, he's got the weed.
We know
too.
something about. He got the beard. Yeah,
that's always a good sign.
Yeah. So I didn't ask Neurojack though. Neurojack, you're in the chat. I mean, you're always welcome to come up. Oh, there he is, right there. Hey,
Neurojack.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's see.
Yeah, we can do it right now.
Let's do it right now.
Let's do it now.
Let's do it now.
This Flamio stream.
Yeah. That means like there's a lot of people watching and shit. I'm not saying I don't know if they're watching the whole time, but it's funny how like when you say where's this name, they just pop up. It's like shit. Well, I'm glad they said something though. That'd be great. We need a sketch artist Neurojack. Yeah. No, Neurojack, are you down for a debate? We do it on my channel. Yeah. Or your whatever, man. I'm just curious to see that debate. That'd be good. What was the topic? What's a good topic for white nationalists? Machine. Think of what that the people want to hear.
I don't know. Was Small Mustache Man right?
Ooh, that's a good one. They have to maybe flip a coin, fight over who if it to say yes.
Because
What's up, Joe Cool?
I know that that Neurojack could have a negator position on that. Whereas Orthodox guy, he stated that he thinks that that's good, right? So I don't know because he said National Socialism, right? Where I've heard him say that.
Yeah, but I referred to him. I asked him, "Are you a Nazi?" He said that was like a derogatory term.
Which one?
Nazi, because he Orthodox guy.
Okay.
Yeah, because he said that he's an American fascist, right? I'm paraphrasing. So
yeah, I mean, fascist. I don't think that's really a political position.
But here he is.
That's
more like music for you. What's up, Orthodox guy?
There we go.
Yo, my ears were ringing. I just tapped in. I'm like, are these people talking about me?
Yeah, now we need Neurojack.
You want that debate?
Well,
we want that debate, Orthodox.
I see the title of the thing. How brown are you? I see the title. Your DNA, your genetics. How brown are you? Let's see.
You were watching?
He's like 20%.
I thought you were watching, bro.
He's 20%.
I just tuned in. I've been being a panel whore.
Turned out he's a white dude.
You're supposed to support your fellow creators, dog.
Turned out he's a white dude.
I'm not talking about Yaku.
I do.
Check this out.
98% European.
Yo.
Here we go.
Mali, that Spain is wild.
I know. 32%, man.
Yeah, you got conquistador.
Islamic Spain, bro.
Nah, bro. Reconquista.
So we got 36% Mali, 32% Spain, 14% Senegal, 11% indigenous American Mexico, 3% Basque, which is very unique. I think we were just watching the video on that. Mysterious. 2% Scottish, 1% Colombian, indigenous, and 1% Russian.
Where the fuck did Russian come in? What the fuck?
Shaggy? Yeah. Yeah, so we're all over the place.
Let's see that Russian. I'm interested in that. That's that Genghis Khan blood right there. You see this in Mongolia. You see what a Russian blood is?
Yeah.
You're related to Genghis Khan. Damn. What they say 1 in 5 men are related to Genghis Khan.
Yeah, so this was fun going over this with the machine because we were watching all these like quick history videos and like it's like a lot of that shit's fucking funny. Like the cookie cutter history. That was funny, yeah. But anyway, dude, you already said you're up for a debate. I want to know if Neurojack's up for that debate, man.
Right before the debate. I'm sorry.
What? Wait, I asked you what debate?
Remember we had talked about it yesterday?
Yeah, but what are we supposed to be debating?
How about this? Was the Austrian painter right?
Yeah, I don't know if Orthodox is really a I know honestly like Neuro he's not really he's not really seasoned in the debate. I know I haven't heard of Orthodox guy participating in any debates that I'm familiar with but I don't know.
Have you been in any debates?
I don't debate. I ignorantly yell at people.
Yeah, because I know Bumpkin, he has debated before. I could be wrong about that, but I think he went up and had like a one-on-one debate a couple of times at least.
Yeah, Bumpkin debates. Yeah, I'm sure I've seen him debate. Orthodox guy, could you tell me the difference between your position and Neurojack's when it comes to, I think it was nationalism y'all were talking about?
Yeah, what? You got that Cali music. What's up, man?
You're muted too, bro.
What is that avatar, Neurojack? You're on mute, Neurojack.
Maybe somebody trolling you. Is that really somebody having fun?
Nah, that looks like a Neurojack avatar, huh? What's going on, man? What's up, man? How are you?
I thought I would get this avatar out, and maybe the better
Unfurl
question
the
is
war colors.
Is Trump a white nationalist? Maybe that's a better debate.
That's a good debate. What do you think about that? Oh, look at Ortho, bro. He's fighting back.
I said, unfurl the war colors, release the flag of war. No,
Oh god.
bro, I'm so tired about talking about Trump. I don't support Trump. I hate Trump.
Yeah.
Like communists be like, "You're God King Trump," and I'm like, I don't even like the guy.
Sound like you taking it personal. The question was, is he a what? What'd you say? Is he a what?
I am taking it personal.
White
I hate
nationalist.
talking about
A white
Trump.
nationalist.
Is Trump a white
Yeah.
nationalist? Why don't you answer this question, then tell us how much you don't give a fuck
No,
about Trump?
Trump is not a white nationalist.
Nero Jack, is Trump a white nationalist? Because clearly he is, but is he a white nationalist?
That's poison in the well.
That's OG right there. Clearly it is.
Let me stop that.
Unfortunately not. Unfortunately not.
Unfortunately, you niggas are alike.
I feel like I'm getting fucking street checked right now. Hey, what say you roll with, huh? Like,
That's why I put that.
I'm sorry, I'm racist.
Music. That's why I
Oh,
put that gang. You're racist.
So,
Well,
what do you
Biden's
guys?
definitely more racist than Trump, though, for sure.
Mm.
No, I don't
How
feel like
so?
Biden. I don't feel like
Maybe
Biden was
you
more
got an
racist.
argument. You got an argument.
I don't feel like Biden said anything wrong. So like, let's go. That's not really racist.
Well,
know?
didn't he say
Come on,
the N word in
Palaverse, where
that
you
little
fuck you
picture?
at?
Didn't he say the N word in like congressional, hearings and stuff like that? Maybe that was deepfake. I don't know, but I saw some videos of him saying like some crazy.
I think it would
racist
have been
shit.
all over the fucking place, right? If he did.
I don't think Biden ever said the N word, brother.
In Congress.
It was a good deepfake then. For
I've
sure,
said
'cause I
it.
felt
I've
pretty
said it on the
convincing one.
panel before, like on this panel.
I
You
assume
heard you
all
say
of
it to the machine lies. You said that too. Yeah. And
what are the differences
the
between
saying
you,
is-
Cat? If you know Orthodox guy and Neural Jack, you've seen each other. Where do your philosophies divide or diverge?
very good. Very good, OG.
Thank you.
Well, I don't think he's actually a white nationalist. So I mean, I'm not either technically, but I mean that's probably a hard question to
Thanks,
answer.
Markella.
I'm okay with you don't believe he is. Can you tell me why you don't believe he is?
As I say, counterpoint. Why?
Well, I'm not. I think he knows a little bit too much about it. For one, like most real white
Most
nationalists, they
white
don't know that much.
nationalists.
Don't know that much about it,
That's
but he
too
knows a
much.
lot.
He's too smart.
Too smart.
That's funny. Oh shit. But I think you're not even trying to do a joke though, right, Nora Jack?
Nope.
That's not necessarily
Not
funny,
really. I mean, it could be a joke, but I think.
Hold on one
could be
second, OG.
too.
I'll be right back. Please don't do anything too bad against
Right.
TOS. I'll be right back.
All right. What is the determining factor of the white nationalists? Both of you. What would be just a couple off the head?
A love for one's people.
Love for one's
Yes.
people.
Yeah.
Uh,
A strong belief in service to the community.
how doesn't Orthodox guy fall under that? It's
So
got to
then-
be
so
more
then-
to it.
So then Joe Cool is a white nationalist, I think.
I would consider him. I would consider him a black. I would consider him a black nationalist. Sure.
I'm too wise for that shit, but you guys, it's about you.
No, Joe. I would consider you a black nationalist.
That's not, that's silly. That would be like me saying being a Republican or a Democrat, choosing sides. Smart motherfuckers don't do that. No, I gotta help a black motherfucker, Chinese, or whoever, gay, straight. I gotta help every motherfucker, but that wouldn't make me a gay nationalist or a Chinese nationalist because of that. I don't.
Did you say a gay nationalist?
Yes, I try to help every fucking cause, man, and I even know my shit. I hate to say it, but my shit is no more important than the next man's shit.
You
Well,
donate to LGBT groups, Joe Cool.
I tried to support my gay friend. I went to that fucking parade one year. As soon as I turned the corner, I had to leave. And he understood. I didn't expect that shit, bro.
Look, I'm trying to give you your rights, but this shit is disgusting. I feel you.
I'm like, I got you. I was all happy. I got fucking support my gay buddy.
Well, the
Man,
question is, were you
had
made
dressed.
unhappy? Were you made unhappy when you hit that corner?
That
Well,
was horrible.
So I know how we're going to get a white nationalist in power. We need to get a gay, black, transgender woman
That'll help.
who's a white nationalist adjacent person into the White House. I think that's how we're.
Yeah.
I think that's how we're gonna do.
Yo, Chiefs, like diversity cards matter.
She has to be disabled too.
Yeah, and just like I'm kind of joking, but actually I think it would work, and that's the fucked up part. Like,
yeah, that's that knee-jerk shit. That's what works, man. The best thing for Trump was the crazy fucking leftists with that. I want that 6-year-old to be able to have drugs and change his gender. They just jumped the shark. It's like they put Trump in the fucking White House.
Did you just say?
You know they got crazy ideas.
Well, you made me cough and spill the fucking weed pipe. What the fuck did you just say to me?
That shit I be having to hit niggas discuss whether fucking kids should determine if they don't take hormone therapy because they don't want to be the sex that they are. And and fucking leftists will back that shit. Of course, people, you don't let him pick his bedtime, but he can fucking take hormones and shit.
Hey, can you guys read this this comment from Ragamuffin?
Let's see. Rago says, "We're all one people." Exactly, Rago. All human are one race. Yes, to hold the belief that someone's skin color is different is lunacy and ignorance. That's how I feel. If I were to say I was a black nationalist, I'd be playing it to lunacy and ignorance. And the devil, in fact, that's the biggest lie ever told.
So are you denying objective reality such as differences of genetics? Because skin tone, yeah, when you go by skin tone alone, that would be quite retarded. But the genetics are a whole. It affects how you think, the chemicals in your brain. And a forensic anthropologist can go and tell me whether someone was a man or a woman. That throws the whole tranny thing out. But they can also tell by bone density, length of the hips, and birth canal between what race they are as well.
Can they also like measure their skull and see how many brain cells they had and stuff like that?
In some fashion, they probably could.
Criminology.
That's crazy.
Can I assume then, Orthodox guy, that you believe that white people and black people originally came from two different strains altogether?
It might be possible.
Oh, I think that's a yes.
It might be possible.
Yeah.
Out of Africa,
a little Jewish to me.
Out of Africa, maybe it's been debunked.
I think there are two good debunks of it, but I think it still would remain irrelevant.
What's up, Lord?
We're all like the science dictate. The science does say that we are all descended from a mixture of different hominids.
I mean, so
and
like
the different genetic makeup based on region where they were stuck at for thousands. I wouldn't say millions, but hundreds of thousands of years.
It's weird for a motherfucker who's been a mutt for 100,000 years. Look at fucking NPC's DNA fucking tree. For a motherfucker to pick out the little shit and say, because I have this, I am this thing called white, which you won't look nothing like the white motherfucker over here or over there, but I am this thing called white and I am separate. It seems like lunacy to me. You're picking one moment and go ahead. I'm sorry.
Oh no, I was just gonna ask. Do you like MLK or Malcolm X better?
Malcolm X is better.
I was more
Malcolm X.
Yeah.
Well, Martin Luther King though, he's a goat though too.
He is absolutely. Yeah. I still got a lot of fight in me though. I'll grow up one day though. Because I admire the fuck out of Gandhi.
Well, yeah, he's good too. He's a little racist in South Africa, but yeah, he's good. Did you hear about the Marvel thing about how Malcolm X supposedly was supposed to be Magneto? Magneto was inspired from Malcolm X.
Never heard that.
Professor Xavier was
King.
Malcolm X. Excuse me, King. Yeah, kind of makes sense.
But in real life, did Malcolm X did Martin Luther King screw over Malcolm X? Oh no.
In what way? What fashion? In fact,
well, Magneto is the whole fucking reason that Professor X is in a wheelchair.
Right.
And if they're based on those
I left the metaphor.
Yeah, when you say base, though, that's very it's very abstract. So they may, it doesn't mean it's exactly.
There's something there. There's something there.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you guys know about the X Club?
Does it really?
That's that swinger club.
I know. I know the X-Men and the X Club. You know, with Julian Huxley and the geneticists. You know, so there's
Talk about it.
Huge history of eugenics and people who, you know, who started the eugenics movement.
Well, the X Club, does it have anything to do with Marvel, or this is just something different?
Yeah, that's where they got the idea of the X-Men.
What?
X-Men?
From fucking some eugenics. It's logical too.
Hey, and how the fuck are you invisible, Machine? You have the Harry Potter invisibility cloak on right now. I can't. Can you see his avatar?
I didn't even know
you guys can't see me right now.
Your avatar is missing now.
It's trippy. It's like invisible.
Your shit was. It was
your name. No, leave it. Leave it. It's cool. We don't want to see you. No offense.
It was spinning a second ago. I saw it spinning. It was probably just a bad connection, but it was still working fine. And I agree with NPC. It was the best thing. Smoking on the panel was your invisible fucking icon. We can hear you on that shit where you would live.
Because you can see my face. You know, that's my son's eye. That black eye like that. You see that?
It's pretty sick looking.
Yeah, he actually he was going through this like whooping cough spell, and he coughed so hard that he busted a blood vessel.
Wow.
On his eye right there. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. What's up, Machine? How's it going? He's back. Now here's a question for both of you. Do you think that the white race is superior to any race on Earth? In general.
Racial superiority is largely a myth. People they'd have fucking every race has their own niches that they're good for.
Yeah, the metric would be very important if you're saying that. So.
Okay, yeah, I agree for the most part with that. I think it's like you know, first of all, almost every white person is definitely mixed with something. Like there's no pure like Norwegians in America, pretty much, right? There's no pure Germans. There's no pure. So that's number one. But anyways, like I think that like white people are really good at like certain things. Like I think we're pretty good at like war and verbal trickery and you know like
and
that technology.
That technology. Someone would argue that is a pro thing, that we can dominate and take over countries, and with our weaponry and our master thinking. Some people would argue the deficit, which is kind of the way it sounded like you were doing. These are the most violent, killed more people. Some people could go down that road.
Yeah, I think that a lot of the things that we're proud about, like we're good at these things, isn't necessarily good in and of itself. Like I think it's good to be dangerous. I don't think it's good to do evil things, right? Like there's a big difference between those things, right?
I love it. Yeah.
So what do you think blacks are good for? Or good at their attributes?
Music, fucking rhythm.
They can breathe. They can breathe good.
Why? Because the nostrils are bigger. Is that what you're saying?
Well, I've learned my place as a white man not to speak for other people. I'm here to listen, like Brown's boy has instructed me to do so.
Fuck that! I'm a chauvinist.
Brown's boy, my number one mod. Cultural regions and adaptation to those regions provide the necessary requirements for survival for those specific areas. Disregard others because they appear different based on five senses is lunacy.
Oh, check this out. This is a great example of what he just said.
You trust your five senses for everything else.
I'm going to give you two great examples of what he is saying about the cultural differences. There are two different cultures. Both of them are island cultures. There's one where these people,
the island boy,
they jump off of this groovy. They jump off of their little boats and they deep sea and they grab shit off the ocean floor. They've learned to hold their breath. Their kids are born can hold their breath longer than any human being alive. Someone to say they're superior, blah, blah, blah. Someone's going to be arguing 100 years from now that, you know, something about these guys. And physically, that where you could see with your eyes, that's physical too, whatever the fuck is going on with their lungs. But there are some who climb trees and their feet have become shaped differently. They're becoming more like monkey feet. Their toes are spread apart. Matter of fact, you got to Google that shit. NPC. I don't even know what to Google.
It's a monkey feet.
Yeah.
Joe, you get where the races are coming, where the racists are coming from. Some people just built different, you know.
People are people. I swear to God. And I don't know if you believe this when I say this. It is absolutely true. You are absolutely my brother. I don't give a fuck what you say, what the majority says. The fact that you don't understand it, don't see it, none of that shit will change.
That motherfucking brother of yours hanging from the tree upside down with his big toe is absolutely unique to one specific area. You know, he's just a goofy motherfucker. You gotta love Cousin Jim.
Try Tree Climbing Society. Don't Google monkey feet. It'll throw you. It's got too much other shit. Try tree
monkey feet.
Tree. Right. We've been all night. Try.
That's racist.
Tree Climbing Society. And throw feet. Just throw the word feet in there after that.
There you go. Here's a Tree Climbing Society.
All right, and throw feet in there because you can get anything with just Tree Climbing Society. See, you can get a bunch of white people.
A bunch of white people on the Tree Climbing Club.
You might want to throw in there island indigenous, or throw some words in there like that. Because they're like forest dwellers and shit. You gotta see their fucking feet. They're turned inward. The toes are spaced apart. They're physically changing because they've been climbing them fucking trees so much. And it just shows how 100 years from now, they're going to swear to God when they take over a country that, we're superior. You can tell we're different, nigga. Of course, tree people are different. You use the same cat.
Of course, tree people are different.
Yeah, don't worry.
I feel like I was in the episode of South Park.
I'm on the phone. I feel like I'm putting you through way too much. I'll look it up while you guys talk.
No, I got you. You're somebody.
So I have a serious
black dude climbing a tree.
I have a serious question for you guys though. Like for, and this is not, see, this is where like people get offended. And so like, I don't mean it that way, but I know you guys won't be. But, I
feel like he about to drop the most nastiest racist thing anybody has ever heard in their life. I'm here for it. Let's go.
But here's the thing, though. Like if Prez Trump decided to drop off a bunch of Nigerian, Somalian, let's amputate people's legs if they look at me the wrong way, kind of people in your city, like, wouldn't all that kumbaya shit go out the door though?
Yeah, if they were white, though,
of course,
the same thing applies. I'm not sure white race would have anything to do if you brought a bunch of murderers and killers that cut people's arms.
Look, to be fair, white people. White people do have Ted Bundy, but y'all have street thugs. All right, calm down.
We got Monster Cody.
Monster Cody.
You maybe know who that is.
Of an LA gang.
There you go. You got it. Yeah.
Well, here's the real question.
Harlem 30s.
What's with all the urban white people who like do rock climbing all of a sudden? Like, what do you guys think that's about?
Well, you guys always been like that, bro. You guys have always been.
I got you. This is one of my white nationalist friend with Supreme. He would say, black nationalist. He would say that because white folks they've been kind of like zeroed out of like sports like basketball and football, so they have to do these extreme sports, which genetically they have this predisposition towards like adrenaline fix. They need their adrenaline fix. So this is why they like jumping out of planes, while they like rock climbing.
Yeah, that shit fun. All right. Have you ever had an adrenaline rush?
Going raw dog.
I think you got El Perro in the back there.
Okay.
I could be wrong.
All right. What's up, El Perro?
This might be them. Amazon tribe foot transformation. Try that. What's up?
Yeah, I just dropped a couple links.
All right. So that you found that? That'd be crazy.
Yeah. I got you, Perro. Well, I get this Amazon. What'd you say, Joe? Amazon what?
That's what I was hoping you didn't ask me again. Hold on. Amazon tribe.
Amazon foot adaptation.
There you go.
Called Jungle.
You already got it. He already got it. I think Perro already.
Yeah, that's the two videos in the back. Check them out.
Okay, I got you. Anyway, how are you doing today, sir? How's your evening going?
I'm well. I'm one of those people. I love my foot adaptation. I go foot all the time.
Can you smoke a J with it?
Yeah, absolutely.
No. Here's the real important question. Can you start an OnlyFans with it?
I used to give people shit about it all the time. My feet are I'm 58 years old and I got 20-year-old feet.
All right, that's just fucked up everything.
Like when I say splayed out feet, what I'm talking about is that people that walk barefoot in the jungle for long periods of time, with their whole life, their toes spread out and their feet almost look like a hand. Yeah, Steve Ranella, who's a good friend of mine, told me about that. He was in
second
Guyana,
one is wild.
It was the same thing, and they actually got some pictures and videos of these people's feet. Horani, you think? Or Horani Indian splayed feet?
No. See, it's so it can wrap around the tree.
For that,
it's made to hook around the tree.
What the fuck? Wait till you see the next one. Wait till you see the next one.
Bro, the next one is evil.
Yeah, the next one is a European guy in modern society.
Okay, well, let's finish this one real quick. This is wild, though. Right here.
Instead of that, they're all like crazy spread out. What in the fuck is going on there? The guy's got like
his hands, I think.
At the bottom is like wood feet.
But that's got to be like what our feet are supposed to be.
Thick ass toes that actually have muscles in them that move. Yeah. So and these guys just can climb up trees with them. So they grip the side of the tree with their feet like a hand.
Oh, I mean, I didn't notice, like I say, the feet just like that specifically, but the way they could like everything's covered in mud down there, right? It's all wet. It rains every day, and they could run up and down these tree trunks like to get up and down the village.
When I say splayed out feet, what I'm talking about is that people that walk barefoot in the jungle for long periods of time with their whole life.
Okay, here we go. Now we get this. Did you say this is nasty work? This next one. Hey, it's not available. What the heck,
bro? It's so fucking evil.
Hold on.
But that's just an example of how your environment where you are can change. You can change your skin color in 100,000 years from now. Motherfucker be like, I'm lighter than you,
y'all, this
or
is
I'm
the craziest
darker.
thing I've ever seen. This
What
is
the hell, Joe?
kind of a genetic alteration
that's alien, bro.
Feet are like hands. They got
that's that tricknology.
I'm scared to zoom in. It's so
literally
weird.
They function
I don't even
like
want
a
to zoom
hand.
in.
Can you imagine what you could do with these
Bro, he got them grippers.
He's like a pervert. He's like, can you imagine what you can do with these things? That's what I was thinking.
Hey, us black people, we
I've
need
ever
a couple
seen.
extra
This
hands
is
to pull
kind of a
that shit off.
genetic alteration where the feet are like hands. They've got flexibility and they can bend in the midfoot, and literally they function like a hand. Can you imagine what you could do with these things?
That could cover
Holy
the
cow.
6 inches that I can't never grab when I masturbate.
Oh
that
my
could
God,
cover
y'all,
the other
this is the
6
craziest
inches.
thing I've ever seen.
Yeah,
This
the
is a genetic alteration where the feet are like hands. They've got flexibility and they can bend in the midfoot.
That is wild, bro.
Okay,
that is wild.
Stop it. You touching me.
Those are fingers. Those are fingers.
I want to say that this is
Well,
like,
what is that? What is that? You know the the old saying. You know the old saying. Big feet. You know,
We got
big
you,
feet.
Ninja.
What the fuck?
Right.
What the fuck does that saying mean?
Right. What do his hands look like? Right.
Yeah.
I think this is AI though. I'm pretty sure this is AI.
It has to be AI.
Like a hand.
Look at
Can
that.
you imagine what you could do with
I
these
All right,
things?
gentlemen. I may be back. I gotta take care of something. Real
All
quick.
right, easy, bro.
Oh my God,
All right, man.
y'all! This is
It's web too. You see?
I was
It's
gonna say,
webbed.
look at the two
It's
big
webbed.
main toes. They're webbed too.
Yeah. Damn.
the craziest thing
Neurojack, we got sidetracked, man. We didn't get to business. Yeah.
I've ever seen.
Why did you do it? Why did you go to do a drive-by on that?
This is kind of a genetic
I don't know.
alteration where
I can't concentrate with these creatures' feet.
I know.
Okay.
I'm trying to look away and shit.
No. Yeah.
All right, I can hear again.
Ortho guy just slid out, Neurojack, before you got to him.
And I'm gonna step out real quick and go make my OnlyFans page. Be right back.
Right,
Oh my god! Hey, thanks for that video.
Make sure you share the link. Come on, we'll support.
Yeah, El Perro on Only Feet.
Only
Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
Help us.
Oh fuck.
Yeah. Neurojack, do you have anything else? Do you have some other stuff you want to get off your chest?
I don't have anything. I just wanted to tell some jokes. That's about it.
I appreciate that the timing, it kind of made
that was good.
Everything happens for a reason.
That was great. Yeah.
It was great. It was cool.
Yeah.
And,
it's a good way to end it. I mean, towards the end, like about ancestral regions, and then have a white nationalist discussion.
Right, to wrap it up.
Wrap it up. Nice and neat. Yeah.
And I heard that they had altering opinions. I had no idea what they were. They seem pretty far apart, actually. I would say Orthodox guy is definitely a white nationalist. I don't know if Neurojack considers himself one or not, but he doesn't appear to be.
Maybe Neurojack doesn't consider himself one, but he could. For the optics, he kind of, from what he shares, sometimes looks like he could be one.
Well, a white nationalist. I mean,
yeah.
Well, I mean, I look at it like this. Like, I mean, it's a little complicated, but I mean, if you really want to know what I'm trying to get at, I mean, Machine's book is like the highest level to look at it from, I think.
Right.
That's number one. But then if you want to look at it from like a more
wait.
political.
I haven't read Machine's book, so I don't even understand his first reference so far. But go ahead.
What's up, Ragamuffin? Good to have you.
Well, I don't want to sound anti-Semitic on panel, so.
What up? He ran away, man. We didn't get to read what I put up in the chat. I wanted his little silly ass to see what I put up in there.
There I go. Yeah, you was killing him down there in chat, man. Thank you for demonstrating the obvious.
Yeah, Nero, you were saying though. We'll get to this Ragamuffin right now. You were saying.
Yeah. Well.
Without
something
sounding,
something. Yeah. I mean, I was kind of being facetious, but I mean, basically, because Machine's book is not that, but what I'm saying is like it like in a political sense, it's like this, like. The whole world is becoming very connected and interdependent and interconnected, right? And I think that's probably not a good thing for everybody in some sense, right?
Right.
And so, like, I think it's like if people have always been tribal, you know what I'm saying? And so, to say that people have no tribes is one thing. So it's like either we need to like have some sort of tribes based on something.
Okay, I understand that argument. I know where you're going. I understand that part. And but what about the part where do you feel that your guys that you support over there and your group and all that should dominate the rest of the United States?
I mean, I'll put it like this. Like, I grew up in a place that was like mostly white, but not totally white. And like everybody still had their differences. Like, I didn't get along with other white people in general, right? So, and it was hard enough to like organize a society that way. And I'm just saying, like, I don't think that just continuing to mix everybody up is probably like the best idea, right?
I'm not sure. Yeah, go ahead. You answer my question yet, but go ahead.
But well,
should the white people dominate the U.S.?
Should they dominate the United States? I mean,
the pause.
Yes, yeah, I think so. Honestly,
all right,
there you go. There you go.
You would fit the definition,
but it's not like because I think we're superior. It's kind of like there's nowhere to go home to, right? Like we're not gonna go back to England or Scotland or anywhere else, right? Just like Africans are not gonna go back to Africa and anything else. Like, you know what I mean? Like, where are we gonna go? You know? So
Well, but where do the black people fit in with that, Neurojack?
Well, I mean, they're a certain percentage of the population, and I don't think they should have to leave, and I don't think that they shouldn't have any power at all. I'm just saying that, like, I don't think that we're better off if we import like 500 million Indians next month or something, right? So, you know what I mean? So, because that's kind of the direction Canada's going, right? Like, if you look at all their prime ministers in Canada and England and stuff like this, like, you have a bunch of people who are like first or second generation Indian running their government, and I think that's retarded. You know what I mean? Like,
right. All of this Neurojack started with the phrase that people are tribal. But that might be my translation of what you said. So we're going down a long rabbit hole now of that. These are things that we should do. So let's examine that first part. It's just because people are tribal, we should make all these things occur. Is that a good thing?
Well, I don't know if it's good or not. I think the way I would look at it is like this: like, if we're not going to go back to like racial or like country or something like that or religion, what are we going to base our clans or tribes on, right? Like, I think this idea that everybody around the world is just going to like be a get a corporate job and
your clan on on whatever that is, right? You would base it. Hopefully, you would base it on morals.
Yeah,
right?
yeah, of course. And yeah, of course. I mean, me personally, like I would let anybody who has good morals and family values in my
Right.
clan. You know
But
what I
it
mean?
should not matter
So,
if the guy prays 5 times a day, or if he wears a big rag on his head, really dark skin.
yeah,
These things should
but
not matter if he loves his
it
family, he's
shouldn't.
a good neighbor.
Right. It shouldn't matter, but at the same time, only white people think that way. Like if I go to fucking like Pakistan tomorrow, on average, people are not going to be like, oh, join my clan and become one of us. And if I disagree with them, they're going to be like, well, this is the way it is, and if you don't like it, get the fuck out, right? So
No,
Yeah.
that is heavy
you know.
shit, bro. That is a heavy
Yeah.
mentality.
No, but it's funny enough here in Taiwan. I would say, dude, like the people would invite you into their family. Like for example, in my situation where I have a child with a local, right? And so, but with that said, I think that's also because it's very Western out here in Taiwan compared to like Afghanistan.
Right.
Or even though it's technically Eastern, it's a Western mindset
China,
here.
though.
I
Even like
understand.
mainland China, like if you tried to do it in mainland China, like you could do it too, but it would be like very different than Taiwan,
Yes.
right? Like nobody
Yes, you're
speaks
right.
English, nobody cares
You're right.
about. Everybody kind of thinks like America's the white devil. You know what I mean? So
Yes, more. I'll say yes. It's definitely more homogeneous there, but there still is some people that are very open to Westerners, but it's very small compared to Taiwan.
And it's getting
Yeah.
worse around the world
China
lately. No, just our image around the world. Tourists are putting up videos of going everywhere around the world now, and they're like, that love that we used to just automatically get, that shit's over with. It don't matter if they're in fucking Italy, certainly in Mexico, and but even in Europe, everywhere they're like, it's dull, and I think it's because they're mad at us.
Yeah, good.
No, please go.
No, I was just gonna say, like, as well, like, just because I think that in general whites should rule their country. First of all, I don't think whites do rule this country in a lot of ways. I mean, yeah, I
I'm
think
black,
there's an
I
argument
disagree.
like to say that like we're more quote unquote represented in some ways, I guess you'd say. But like let me put it this way: like I'm a Christian, and I think that almost all the Christian groups in America are not representing Christianity very well, and they certainly
Okay.
aren't representing the will of the people very well. And
I
a lot of those
understand.
people are white. Does that make sense? Like
It does. Now I understand.
so again, like just because somebody's white doesn't mean I'm going to
Right.
take their side on anything.
Yeah,
In
right.
fact, I'm probably more likely to end up in a war with a white person than anybody else in the world because I have more issues because they're more like me, right?
They look like
know what I
you
mean?
and all of that shit. So I could get.
Let me show you this. It happens in every country though. Like people act a fool when they go places. Let me show you this video of these Chinese people at a buffet. I think it's in Thailand or something.
Right.
Look at this. Look at this shit.
Look at this video. What's happening with the Chinese aunties? They used to
What
be
the
ordinary,
fuck?
polite, deeply connected to the traditional image of China. But today, the term Chinese aunties refers to older women with controversial behaviors, from dancing in public squares at all hours of the day and night, to pushing and shoving during sales, to squabbling, arguing, and even engaging in public confrontations. And the issue doesn't stop at China's borders. The image of the Chinese aunties has spread globally, becoming a bad symbol of China freeloader culture. But what?
I think this is I love Taiwan. I think this is a Taiwanese hater who made this video. I'll count context, but I just wanted to show the shrimp thing. How there is a connotation about like when people from the CCP, when they go travel, they be acting a fool. Just like sometimes Americans be acting a fool too, right?
Yeah, but it's just different though. Like that's the thing is like I like Chinese people and stuff like that, but also like when you get too many of them in one place, like they get a little bit uppity, right? And so I don't like that, right? So I've been told straight to my face by Chinese people, like, I don't respect you because you're not one of us. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So
there's a certain respect I
You
give.
told them that to their face?
No, they told me
you
that.
that. Okay. Okay. All right.
And there's certain ways you respect that. I don't know. I can't help but respect that because I think I like direct and honesty. And if you're getting that, you can't hate.
Well, Well, Machine was talking about Dearborn, Michigan, and then even before I met him, I heard about Dearborn. Well, there's a lot of Pakistani people and other place, right? In particular, in Dearborn, Machine.
Well, yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, like in the
They seem to
outskirts.
get along good with the community, right? Oh,
No, Pakistanis don't
Is
really
it
get
no?
along. Yeah, they don't get along well with Arabs.
That's what it was. Okay.
Yeah, so Arabs and Pakistanis don't really get along with each other. So Pakistanis will move around Dearborn because there's Muslims, not because there's Arabs. It's kind of a weird situation. Right?
Yeah, because isn't Arab made up recently, that term?
I was trying to think what
no,
nations
it's
Arab
old.
would cover.
It's been around for a while.
Oh,
Okay, I heard a video about that. I remember seeing a video about that Arab.
Yeah, I remember.
Yeah, Hebrews are a type of Arab.
Okay.
Well, that's what's kind of weird though. Is like again, like it's kind of funny. Like I have a suspicion that like a lot of Asian people, like Indians or Pakistani, they're gonna get along better with white people and black people better than like an Arab. Like a lot of Arabs, they seem to like Jews and like I don't know. So I mean, I don't know a lot about them because I haven't hung out with a lot of them, but like they don't really mesh well with like
It is so
a
weird.
lot of people. You know what I mean? Like they have and Jews are kind of similar too. Like there's different kind of Jews too. Like you have like Arab Jews and then you have like European Jews, right? And they're kind of different people.
In our stores here, we got like bodega type stores.
I'm about to say that. Yeah.
And we got the shit that the Chinese would do, the nail stores and hair stores and that. And the Arabs, everybody loves them. They're just the greatest. And the Chinese, everybody hates them. When that BLM shit, all the Arab stores were there the next day. The next day, all the Chinese stores were either burned or looted.
Well, interesting.
Yeah, and
Why
the
do you
Arab
think-
store.
why do you think that is,
I
though?
think because the way they took time to be close with us. They're like our
Yes.
brothers. They understand. You get paid Friday, man. Take this pack of squares and make sure you tell Mabel she never came back with my 50 cents for that taco. You know, they just one of us. And the Asians is hurry up and buy. They got that attitude.
Some of them are, yeah. A lot of them are, yeah.
The stores around here, I'm just talking about.
You see that
shit.
I've noticed. No, you can see there's a genre of YouTube liquor store prank genre.
Yeah.
And a lot of times these guys that own the liquor store in the hood, they do their little pranks or just
It's
even
just out
vlogs.
south.
And
It's
a lot of
Chicago.
and a lot of them are Arab, and a lot of them I noticed too, even from first-hand accounts, like they tend to assimilate more into the culture. Like
Yes.
they're basically like
They
an
be
Arab
hitting
black
on
dude.
the women and shit. As soon as they get here, it's great.
Whereas the Chinese are more
standoffish.
but they stick with their own more.
But also like let me
negative.
ask you guys, don't like wouldn't you be a little bit suspicious? Like how come black people don't own those businesses like 100 years ago, right? Like doesn't that kind of make you guys feel a little bit some type of
I'm
way though?
so suspicious about it that I looked into it. And,
Yeah.
like I said, so yes, not only am I suspicious, I've looked into it.
When I lived, oh, go ahead, Joe.
No, I was
Please
going
go.
to say there are great reasons why these things are occurring. You can't seem to sell them to any motherfucker that ain't black and impoverished that grew up in a fucked up way. But there are great reasons, and obviously it's logical that there will be reasons. It's not that genetically black motherfuckers are prone to sting more. It would be, I mean, even if there's a percentage of that, the chunk would clearly be something that got you there, blah, 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 blah.
That's the environment too. I mean, like there's something about, they said in The Sopranos before, when the Korean was building a massage parlor, right? And then he's talking to his nephew Chris Tony, and they're like, entrepreneurship is like a religion for those Koreans. And whereas, like, you know, in the a lot of times in the community, black community, we don't hear that from early. Some of us don't hear that from early age.
You know,
being an entrepreneur and all that.
We do not. But if you think about it, every time it's been tried, I'm in Chicago. We've tried it a bunch of times. They've been brutally crushed Every time historically, whenever you made any fucking, it's been infiltrated by the government, and suddenly, you know, they shooting up the place, taking you to court over something, dropping bombs on you in one place that moved shit. They dropped a bomb on the whole entire apartment building. Tulsa massacres. The only real coup in America when after the Reconstruction era, when everything was supposed to be equal, 40 acres and a mule, you had black senators and all of that bullshit. They were like, fuck that. Andrew Jackson, I think, came in as president, reneged on all of that shit, and white folk went in there and snatched the black motherfuckers literally out there seating Congress and installed white motherfuckers.
And you're right, and you're right about that too. And I think that's part of the thing of like I was watching this TV show, which is fiction, but it's about the Reconstruction era in the South, right? And about like building railroads and connecting everybody, and the way they portray it, I think is pretty accurate, because it's like the federal government. Like people think that, I don't think most Southerners like hated black people or even owned slaves, obviously, right? And I think that this kind of idea that the South like hated black people and the North loved them, I think is bullshit. Because because I think the federal government, the federal government, I'm just saying the federal government really interfered in like letting people work their differences out organically. I think, and I think that's made everything worse.
Hey, Ragamuffin, what do you think about this, Rags? Charles Darwin says, if black people have an issue, and panel too, they should go back to the 1960s and thank Margaret Sanger and Lyndon B. Johnson.
And LBJ.
Isn't that a Planned Parenthood lady, right?
Yeah, and I'm not sure.
Rex?
I'm not sure,
I mean,
Charles.
Go ahead,
Rex. Okay. Who's Rex?
No, Joe.
Ragamuffin.
Joe was trying to say something.
I was just trying to respond to what you had up there. If black people have an issue, they should go back to the 60s and thank Margaret Sanger and Lyndon B. Johnson.
Abortions.
I wonder why you would stop there. There are a host of motherfuckers that I would put on that list. Wonder why you only pick that shit out.
I'm agree with Joe on that. Frankly, I'm tired of the terms, y'all. Black, white, whatever. People call me white. I don't look like snow. Or
for sure.
No. Okay, where I go. Let me get you some pushback.
It's colloquially. That's how you say it. Colloquially.
It is, but hold up. Before you give me pushback, think about here. Listen to what I'm saying. They put this on everything now. When you fill out forms or whatever, they want to know all these different specifics. How do you identify? Personally, if I was black or if I called myself black, I wouldn't identify as that. I don't think if I was black, I would be like, I look like Darth Vader's helmet. I mean, I'm saying like these terms. Go crazy.
We're in agreement with that. However, if I'm talking to an adult, that's all tricknology. If I'm talking to an adult and I have friends who are adults, and I say, and there are two people walking toward me, I say the short, fat white dude or the tall, skinny black dude. Our baggage does not come into play. He doesn't think, that I have all these. It's just a descriptor. Now, when you start claiming it, for some reason, I got to put it on my fucking forms. What the fuck that got to do with anything?
That's well said. I'm tired of it, frankly. And as much as I can get away from, and deviate from the whole phrasing of that, I try to as much as possible, because people be like white, and I'm like, I don't look like snow, y'all. I don't know.
I understand. Black motherfuckers clearly have an aversion, because every 20 years we ask white people to call us something different.
Let me check this out. Let me show you this. I was gonna show Thomas Sowell video, but let me segue into this.
Listen, I'm not that thirsty of a person to just believe anything that somebody tells me, but I am thirsty enough to drink this entire bottle of hot sauce. So if you're able to prove to me that there's a very good chance that what this man said is the truth.
When liberals look at the people in ghettos, they say, racism. That's why they're not succeeding. And Sowell is saying, no.
And Sowell's a black historian, economics dude, right?
Yeah. Because if you look at this group from the West Indies, they also came from the experience of slavery. They are also black, so they also face racism, and yet they do well. So it has to be something else.
Nonsense.
And what Sowell is saying is that they were robbed of their culture, and so they picked up the culture of the people around them, and the people around them were rednecks. And if you look at the white redneck culture and the black redneck culture, they have a lot of the same values. They don't particularly respect education. They love Jesus. They use violence in their conflicts. And even Ebonics, which is, Black English, is actually all from the west of England.
That's a black man. He's speaking his points.
Yeah.
Thomas Sowell.
Black people can be dumb as fuck too.
Well, he said they learned the point though, Joe, and the panel is Sowell's point is that they learned from rednecks from Scotland or Northern England that came to America.
Right.
That's his whole theory. Yeah.
Wait, say that again though. Sorry. What was the thing about Scottish people?
Thomas Sowell believes that the redneck culture or nigger culture, or that's the way I say it, is hood culture comes from Northern England. When those people from Northern England and Scotland they moved to America, right, and became rednecks or whatever.
True. Like it's kind of true. Like I'll tell you, like my grandfather is Scottish. Like he was like, I think he was like maybe third generation Scottish, right? But when you saw like how the grandma act and she like smacks the little kids around and like yells at people, and I mean it is kind of like that culture, and like my grandfather was very much like that. Like my white friends told my grandpa, like, man, you're like a black guy because you're like because the way just the way he carried himself, right?
He has swag, you can say.
Very much, yeah, and I think I think that is true, right? And again, I think that's like I don't like English culture a lot because, like, honestly, I think they kind of stole a lot of shit from the Scottish and the Welsh and pass it off as their own. You know what I mean? So like,
they invented fried chicken over there in Europe. The Scottish people. No, but let me just add this real quick too. And now compare that to the Quakers or those type of Puritans, or like from the German immigrants that came from Europe and were more like the Amish and the Quakers. They had a different culture than the rednecks from and I mean that with love when I say redneck.
No, it's all good.
Because my grandpa thought he was a redneck and shit. Like, but anyway, but he loved that shit.
Are rednecks.
Yeah, but if you look at the Quakers from Germany, they have a different take on religion. They're a lot more orthodox, more fundamentalist, more conservative than like those southern folks, Baptists and stuff, right? Because their culture was different. Germany versus Northern England. You know what I'm saying? Interesting.
First of all, everything you guys said is right. The reason I called Soul stupid is because he, or at least the white guy who was talking there, white guy who was talking there representing him.
It might as well have been Soul. Okay. Might as well have been him. Yeah.
Okay. So he says that it can't be racism, and his reason why it can't be is because it's culture. That's nonsense. Yeah. That's small thinking. That's very fucking small thinking. First of all, it's obviously two things at once. It'll be a myriad of things at once. The fact that it can't be this because it's culture is just a dumb statement to come out of someone's mouth. Excuse me, I don't know why I'm weird like that and talking harsh. Then he says it's because they were robbed of their culture and they stole a culture from some white motherfuckers, the hillbillies or whatever. And how is all of that shit won't have racist? Someone could make the argument that that's racist bullshit too.
I was just gonna say, thank you, Joe. When it comes to the N-word, that's a word made up by Europeans, right? Them hillbillies we're talking about, and yet the black people didn't have anything of their own that they called themselves, so they appropriated a European word and took it upon themselves. And let me land this. And now it seems that the one that created it can't even use it.
Yeah, I wouldn't give a fuck. Personally,
ain't that a bitch?
Personally, I wouldn't give a fuck about where the words I use came from. I don't think of that when I think of white words. Ain't. I don't even know if white motherfucker came up with that shit.
Well, I'm talking specifically about identity, as in Toby and Kunte. I just don't want you to go beyond those parameters, Joe.
No, I left those parameters immediately and was giving my own point of view on some shit. I had a comment to your shit too.
Isn't that just like a white person to give parameters to a black person?
Hey, real quick, I just wanted to give a shout out to Nude Guru, and I like that comment.
Yeah, he's great. What's the comment? Go ahead.
What's up, brother? If you were smart, you would stay honest to your truest self and remain unidentified. I love that. That's actually really
And
awesome.
then he said this. Read this one. Rise above.
Go ahead.
Indoctrination practices of superficial culture. It's a distraction for exploitive and abusive purposes. Here's the thing, bro. Like on a highest level, or even now, I agree with that. But come on, bro. Some people are in the field, man. Some people are in the field, and even if they want to be like that, majority of people around them aren't like that, and they may think like this. But come on, bro. Like Joe, help me out, man. Like you're in the field, man.
Yes, I was, as you were saying that, I was trying to think of the inherent goodness that things that would come with culture. And
no, I'm saying that, bro, like, because you believe that there is that. I heard you say that. Did you say race was not real before?
Yeah, race is not real. I don't believe race.
It's not real. But isn't there, when you say there's a lot of people in Chicago, for example, that can swear by it, and you have to intermingle with them?
Yes, like I just did tonight with two white people that swear that there's white is a different race. I had to fucking intermingle with these motherfuckers tonight.
But
he's right. He is right.
He's right. Yeah.
And there is some unity in that, and you can do amazing things when you put that unity together and all of that shit. And on the other hand, the reason I fear it so much is because it leads to mob mentality every fucking time. No one can keep it in check. Suddenly you become better than the other people, and you want to flex, and you become tyrannical. You can't just keep it at, black motherfuckers like music and it's funny and a few jokes. It's got to be white people are inferior because they didn't create. Look at all the shit. You gotta fucking twist the fucking thing. It's great when I'm like going on the all black panel. It's great. The energy is great. It's crazy. It's different.
Well, and one of those things about this racism stuff is it's kind of sad because we know in this modern history that many technologies have come about from many different races, and if we're truly racist and want to wipe out another race, that kind of limits our technology, because it's the outside thinking from outside of a box that we get the advancements.
It's silly.
Yeah, look at this is an example. The whole broadcast is based on looking at my DNA. Look how all over the place this shit is, bro. Like it's going all over. It's all over the world. This region in Mexico. This is in fucking Venezuela, Senegal, fucking Russia, damn Scotland,
South
Basque
America.
Country. It's like everywhere. So just think if these people would not have intermingled.
Well, I think what that says is that people of every culture like to get down with other people of other cultures, right?
Yeah, definitely.
So it seems like the mating practices will set us all free eventually, right?
Be one beige race of people, a beige human.
Yeah. Well, it's weird because, this is kind of like my argument with the white nationalists. That's kind of what I say about the whole white nationalist thing is like in a way that it's kind of funny because they want to we need to keep everybody pure, but it's well, who were the French and the Scandinavians and all these people? These people have been mixing together for 2,000 years, and we act like this just started happening in 200 years. And again, I'm not saying that it hasn't happened more, but what allowed that is the technology, it's the economics, it's all these other things. So we don't really have an answer to those things. We can either get rid of all the technology and go hide in the cave somewhere and maybe that'll work. But I mean, that's the only realistic solution to that. So it's are we really trying to preserve something, or are we trying to stay in the past, or what's the real thing here, right?
I think you hit something right there. You said stay in the past. I think this is there's a desire to be very nostalgic for the past, but it's in a lot of ways it's never going to be like that, and a lot of us can't accept that, and it's we're wasting time in a sense of thinking we can, maybe we can take certain aspects of the past, but we definitely got to keep moving forward and whatnot. Oh, it's quiet because Joe Cool's not on this panel. What's up, Joe Cool? There was a moment of silence. I'm like, where's Joe? Usually when there's a moment of silence, Joe will say something. Yeah?
I switched. I know, right? I switched phones. The other one was dying.
Yeah, I'm just giving other people a chance to talk. I mean, the whole thing with like the Kalergi plan is like a big thing now. Like everybody's like, we're all going to
What's
mix
that?
together, and that's like, you know, they're like the government wants us all to mix together and be one race and all this, and I think a lot of this. The weird thing is like really racism comes out of Judaism, as far as I can tell, right? Like that's the only people that really like look at themselves as like a mother. I mean, I guess like sometimes you have to do lineage for like kings and stuff like that, right? But I mean, outside of that, like, what's the real purpose of like tracking
Purpose
someone's
of
lineage and stuff, right?
yes.
What about the caste system?
I want us to become a melting pot just for dumb reasons, though. I don't give a fuck what a person looks like, but just to kill all this fucking ignorance, racist nonsense. I need everybody to have a Mexican neighbor and a fucking Lithuanian chick. I need you to see a fucking neighbor who's an immigrant, an illegal immigrant. I want you to know that nigga for 25 years and he babysit the kids and y'all go to school together. And then someone come after him and you'd see how you feel. So for those selfish reasons, yeah, I want suddenly everybody to turn gray. I really don't give a fuck what color you are. I think you're beautiful. I'd rather have a white girl with red hair to choose from and a dark skin or a caramel sister. Is I prefer it like that. But if you niggas gonna make me make a choice, so y'all can't grow up, I'm gonna have to fucking just mute everybody.
Hey man, just keep them parsecs up, Joe. You already know.
Parsecs.
That's an old time joke between me and Joe when we had this cat come on talking about coming from some other planet, and Joe was like, "Well, how many parsecs did it take you?" So we've been up on that for a while. Yeah.
Oh, funny. You remember the old parsec joke? NPC, if you're a Star Wars fan, in the movie they made a mistake and they said, "How fast can it go?" And it say it can do the Kessel Run in 47 parsecs.
Oh yeah,
it was 12. It was 12.
Thank you. 12.
It might have been 40.
No.
I
I was just guessing the number. I was just picking a number. But that joke is there as well. I was asked some dude about parsecs, and he went with it like parsecs was a speed limit or something.
That's funny.
He was more into his viewpoint than he understood the reference from the film. Yeah, for sure.
You guys check this out real quick about this Time magazine. You've ever seen that every couple of years Time magazine says the new face of the human, and they do this like what they think that
I've not seen it. No.
It's like what the human will look like because we're all mixing, kind of like what Neurojack was saying.
No, but
so this one's from 1993.
I'm already scared to zoom in. Look too white.
So this happened in 93.
All right.
I'll show you a current one.
Yeah, let me turn my phone sideways.
Look at her. Looks like, is that Kamala?
I wouldn't kick her out of bed, whoever she is.
No, for sure. So it says, so this is from 1993, November. It says, take a good look at this woman. She was created by a computer from a mix of several races. What you see is a remarkable preview of the new face of America.
Well, I might have been too hasty.
Okay.
Might not be such a bad idea.
Yeah. So, yes. So that's 93. Now let me take you to what they think the face of 2050.
That's not bad too.
This is the new species, the face of 2000. Let me see. Can you see this?
You may not want her.
Wait, hold on.
She gets you trapped.
Yeah. Let me get you. Get you trapped? Yeah, you think so?
Get you trapped up in her computerized system type shit.
Here we go. You can see this now. The face of 2050.
All right, she got some hard cheekbones, kind of dudish, so it's hard to really get into it because that. Other than that, yeah. Nice.
It's their take, but we got to remember. I'm sure Machine can help us, or Wizard, Nero. Like this, all right. Isn't Time magazine like total propaganda too? They got like all these weird.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
I'm still
absolutely
dudish. I like that dudish. You look dudish.
Dudish.
I ain't seen.
You can see this in your dream now.
Like that. Yeah.
She's gonna be a succubus in your dream.
Deep voice. Hey, Respect. You know that.
She looks like she can handle some warfare. That's for sure.
Right.
It's just a strong feature. She's a handsome woman.
It is.
The whole premise here, guys, is that there's an average facial feature setup, and there's not.
Mm-hmm.
For women, though, their faces are rounder. We know that to be fact. It's elongated.
Listen, Joe.
okay.
You said you'd smash that other one.
Yes.
If that woman was 5'2" and really round, you wouldn't be doing it.
I hit her with her cheek. No, not that she's fat. No.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's how I've literally told chicks, "Oh, baby, yeah,
she's starving." Charles John would say, "Is she starving?" That's an old chick. Someone said, "Damn, these guys are brutal."
Everybody got this.
She's down. Look at we have a boy talking shit. She's downright scary. She looks like AOC kind of AOC in a way, huh? Yeah.
I'd have to tell AOC because I remember AOC being cute. I ain't seen her in a while. I thought she was hot, actually.
She was looking a little scary, kind of like, I came here to wage war on bad people.
Can someone tell me, this is, I'm sure, the wrong panel, which is a good thing, but what are the big complaints about AOC? Like, I like Marjorie Greene's. Damn,
you like her?
I like her.
I like her too. I like her too. She's a freak for sure.
I like the crazy shit that she says. I love it. I love listening to shit that come out of her mouth. And what would be? And people say that whoever I was just talking
AOC
about,
right here for you.
AOC.
Keep talking. I got you. I got you.
That she says really crazy shit too. I haven't taken the time to even look into her or listen to shit she say. Damn, that's her? No fucking way.
Yeah, that's her back in the day. The rack.
Oh, God. She was hot, y'all. Good energy, too. You know, she's goofy, so that's good energy. I noticed she's with all white folks so far, but I guess that's the thing.
The Boston University. Yeah.
Man, what do they give her?
Why do people hate her?
Looks like she was fizzing or something.
Wait, was that me?
Dance.
I thought I saw me on one of the events.
You were with AOC?
Listen to that rain, yo.
Wait, go down to that one, the big booty Latina one. You'll like that one.
Which one? This one? Harass that one? Oh, you're talking about that. You're talking about that guy who was trolling that councilwoman, right?
No, that's her. That's him trolling AOC at the Capitol right there.
Okay. Let's see.
No, not this one. The other one. The other one before this one. The one underneath this one.
Wow, that chump is
that
bad.
one. Yep, that one right there. That one.
Congresswoman AOC is calling out the creepy guy who hassled her on the steps of the Capitol.
You look very beautiful in that dress. You look very sexy. Look at that booty on AOC. That's my favorite big booty Latina.
Oh my God, she's an idiot.
She should have ignored him, right?
Should have ignored him.
AOC is calling out the creepy guy who hassled her on the steps of the Capitol.
Good one, Jack. Good one.
Very beautiful in that dress. You look very sexy. Look at that booty on AOC. That's my favorite big booty Latina.
The firebrand liberal New York Democrat was heading to work with an aide and her fiance and dog when she.
Her aide is a G-bar.
I'm assuming
he looks like a soy boy. He's a soy boy. Look.
That can't be
with a dog.
Right.
She turned to confront the guy. Then
at least her fiance is a woman.
No, okay. I guess
that's the only man there.
When she was heckled, she turned to confront the guy, then flashed him a sarcastic peace sign.
Want to do a little selfie? I love it. My favorite AOC. Nice to meet you, AOC. Look how sexy she
That's
looks
her husband. Somebody, the bong and stuff.
AOC immediately went on social media and
That's her
called it
husband.
a
What's up,
deeply
bongs?
disgusting incident.
See this guy right there?
Oh, be nice, you fucking
when I was
idiot.
walking up, he said, "Hey, look at that big ass. Look at that big."
He didn't say that. It's a big booty Latina.
And if he did, fuck is your point? You know, it depends on the chick. Damn, girl, when you get all that shaking in jeans.
Yeah, I was gonna say she can't take a compliment, can she?
Yeah,
right. She's lucky because her ass isn't even that big. He was actually giving her props.
Right.
He said, "Hey, look at that big ass. Look at that big juicy booty. This Latina."
She's making. He didn't say that. At least we didn't film that part.
And she's enjoying this. She's enjoying this. She enjoys repeating that.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. I like hearing her say it actually. But you're right, Wizard.
Hey,
She likes this.
look at that big ass. Look at that big juicy booty. This Latina, like whatever, all the bunch of racist, sexist stuff.
How's
What'd
that?
she say?
See,
Racist?
Okay, that's kind of big right there.
I'm losing respect for her every time you play 5 seconds of the video. I lose more respect for her.
How about this? Does this make you gain respect?
Yeah.
Right there.
Yep.
She pointed out
respect
that it
is back.
happened in front of a Capitol police officer. Who
Actually, it's not bad.
So wait,
not a
see
bad
what I
ass.
mean about
Did
losing
nothing.
respect? What was the cop supposed to do? Are you insane? I don't want you in office no more. If you're like, there was a cop right there and he didn't beat the guy for saying I had a big booty Latina ass. Bitch, you are not fit for office.
Exactly. That's what
that's pretty wild.
She's milking it because it's good advertisement for her.
That's left versus right bullshit, bro. That's that politician that corrupts everybody.
Yeah, and
You know what?
and those buzzwords, that was her way of just ridiculing that guy. Like that guy was weird.
Right.
I wouldn't say something.
He's a
like
weird.
that
You
to
know what?
somebody.
You know what? He didn't.
But like,
he shouldn't have to because. Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry.
But her adding those extra words like juicy and stuff is clearly just to rub his name, and he can't get it because if she was really offended by, if you know what I'm saying, like it's just added to make him look bad.
Here's the thing too, like Charles Darwin was like, if that's her husband, where's the testosterone? I would literally, oh, that's loud. The rain. I would, if I was a husband, I'd be like, bro, chill out, man. That's all he had to say too, So she doesn't have to. So she doesn't have to go there.
No, that's. I guess
no?
maybe when you see her going crazy, you might have to say something, but that's insecurity. If you're a dude, that's insecurity. You still smiling, and she's smiling. She say something slick like, I got it from my mom. Keep it moving. Now you look like a champ. If he go over there and be like, hey, don't you insult my woman, he looks fucked up.
No, but saying like just relax is not being insecure. Listen, look, bro, relax. You know what I mean? That's not insecure. I don't think that is. I'm not saying you go in his face, get in his face or anything, but it's be like,
nah. If I was
relax,
with my gal
bro.
and somebody said something like that, I would be like, "Hey, man, that's disrespectful to women, bro." Like, I wouldn't take it like a personal. How dare you talk to my woman like that? Like she's property or something. I'd be like, "Nah, bro, that's disrespectful to women." And you might want to recheck her.
What if this? Let me give it another one. What if the guy that says, that's what is that they keep saying? They don't report the bad Latinas. Look at everybody. That's AOC. One Latina baddies. I hope they don't deport her. What if a guy says
that's messed up.
So now you run over there too?
No, no, because he didn't say anything about her ass. That's why. So that shit. No, I wouldn't say nothing. Probably.
I guess
that's me though. I'm just saying me, right, wrong, or wrong.
I guess.
I would say something. Yeah,
rack that would seem.
I mean, honestly, the more insecure a person is what's going to beckon the response. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But then, and you could do this test driving up and down the street, yelling something at somebody. You could say "fuck you" to a random person, and depending on the person, is if you're going to get a response back.
I like it.
The insecure person's going to get fired up about that because they can't handle that.
And
right?
And then, right. In all honesty, if I'm walking up to the Capitol steps where my wife is a senator, with this, I would be like, I wouldn't even say nothing. I'd be like, this guy's a peon in my mind.
Yeah.
I don't give a fuck. Yeah, to be honest. Yeah.
How are you senator and you don't understand how to deal with a troll, right? You don't fucking give all that attention to some dude in the chat that says some troll comment and the police did nothing. That's how she's coming off to me. You better know at that level how to play that shit smoothly. You should expect that type of shit, man. You're not gonna survive with that fucking mentality.
Yeah, people were saying that she liked it, man. Right? She liked it. Just like we like donations, so I can get me a house or something, another house
in the state of Louisiana.
Those types of people that want to use the police at their whim, you know, and complain about them one minute, be like, "Oh, I can't stand," and the next minute they're wanting them to interfere in silly situations like that. Like, he should have did this to this guy. It's like, what are you talking about?
Yeah, I
And
didn't
then
take that
meanwhile,
lightly
behind the
either.
scenes, I bet you're complaining about what the police do. You know what I mean? It's like, come on.
100%. If she's a leftist, she's got her complaints, and then she would utilize it for something
Oh
petty.
yeah.
You ain't
Oh
lying.
yeah. Oh yeah. And then eventually karma's gonna have to teach that ass. You know what I'm saying?
Donations
Don't
are
say
welcome.
that. Her and
To
her
help
husband
her.
are gonna get you.
It's really sad.
AOC tweeted that she wanted to deck the guy, but needed to catch a vote more than a case. So, who is he? His name is Alex.
I mean, but look what dress she's wearing too, guys. Like, I'm not saying just because a woman wears something
good
provocative,
point.
you have to. Like,
Good-
come on,
good
bro. Her
point.
titties are, her yams are out, everything's.
Stein, and he's a far-right activist known for making provocative videos. Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez
That's
said
what
she
we
was
missed.
disheartened by the experience.
Look at
They
that
have.
booty
She
on
knew who he
AOC.
was.
That's my
I bet
favorite
you.
big booty Latina.
Capitol Police
There's
tell us
prior
while the
beef.
comments the man made were crude and inappropriate, they were not criminal.
Right? There was prior shit
Amazing.
there, which it wasn't just somebody off the street to her. He's a famous guy. He's probably heckled a bunch of shit. She knew exactly who he was, so she sensed a bunch of shit more than we would have saw. She saw, oh, I know how he is. She would have known his intent better. She'd have saw his intent better. So yeah, if he's famous for doing that shit to other politicians, then there was more there.
Yeah, exactly.
Joe Cool.
Yeah, he's pretty famous for that. Go ahead.
Joe Cool, are you a fan of Michelle Obama?
Yeah, I like her, but you know, I don't know what that's worth. I don't, you know, I wouldn't, think she's, world leader. I don't want leaders. I don't want you to attach a bunch of shit to it. But yes, in that sense, I like Obama. I like Bill.
Yeah.
I like the
Bill Clinton.
yeah, I love the, a lot about his attitude. But I don't want nobody thinking I need him as a ruler and he's suddenly not this. No, I'm just.
I mean, see, that's the thing is like I respect fucking Obama and these people because like I think they're great orators. Number one, I think that they're like great comedians. Number two, like I think
they got a lot of qualities that I do dig.
They got swag. I mean, Obama had swag. Clinton had swag. You know what I mean?
Right. That
Trump
Clinton, I
has a
don't know.
little bit, but it's
Trump
fading.
too.
You know.
I threw Trump, and you're right. Lately, it's fading the fuck, but Trump has swag. I really dig, and this is not okay. But him getting ahead in the Oval Office, I thought that. Ooh, I still think that
Bill
was
Clinton?
just, balls shit. Yeah.
That's right.
Well, he
by the
took it
way-
a little further. He had the cigar in there and stuff. So he
forgot about that part.
Yeah. And by the way, happy birthday to Markella. It's her birthday today.
Happy birthday,
Permission to
Markella.
begin. Happy Markella. Happy birthday, yeah. She had her friend Hormaxer wish her a happy birthday.
Markella, I don't know if you know or not, but NPC gives everybody a foot rub on their birthday, man or woman, he doesn't care. And if you're a mod, you get more. So I hope you're a mod.
Really? Is that true?
Yeah. I got my foot rub on my birthday.
By me? Oh, hell no.
Is this Marcellus Wallace?
Yeah, Marcellus Wallace. I can do this. Okay, I got video. I got video of Joe getting his foot rubbed.
Check you out. That was fast. Oh my god, that was very quick and that's horrible.
Only feet.
That's my feet before.
What's up, Jesse? Missy Lee.
Excellent. Hey, Jesse, good to see you.
Jesse's in the house, man.
Really good movie, right? I love that.
Happy birthday,
fucking
Mark. Oh, Deuce Boogaloo, it's a great one.
Yeah, I think that's what that narcoleptic girlfriend. I think that was that movie too. That little bit was hilarious. The chick who was just falling asleep.
Okay, let's go into male-female dynamics real quick. Have you guys heard the term simp before?
We have.
You heard simp? I want to know if you agree with this definition by the rapper Sugar Free. Hold on. Oh, hold on. Ah.
Somebody wanted me to ask you this. What is a simp?
A motherfucker that will fuck because it's in his face. She might just want some different dick that night.
I know, Jeff.
She might even really like you, but the situation was right, or something like this, and you easy for her to run over.
Hey, Paul, so far.
Yeah, bitches.
That first part, do we agree with that? I don't agree with the first part that just because you bang a chick makes you a simp. I don't agree with the first part.
Yeah.
I might want to.
I don't agree with that either. Let's see that again. Let me hear.
Yeah.
Let me hear what he says again.
Anyone do you like that?
What's a simp?
That will fuck because it's in his face. She might just want some different dick that night. She might even really like you, but the situation was right, or something like this, and you easy for her to run over.
Because you let her fuck you? I don't get.
Yeah, I didn't get the first part. Maybe it was more. I didn't get the first part.
Yeah, I don't get that part. Maybe because he's a pimp or something, or like
that
he
jumped
feels
in
like
my
he has
head too. He must have thinking of a pimp or the girls
he's
in
not
a relationship,
talking like a civilian,
or she's married and you fucked her. You let her take advantage of you because she wanted different dick. Maybe he was saying she's in a relationship. Maybe it was context that we're missing.
Let's see.
Bitches get tired of that. Bitches they love competition. Man, I don't even want to do you like that.
Right.
Man, a bad bitch go get money anywhere. You don't think it's niggas every day telling that bitch, girl, I got anything you want. Just ask me for it.
Yeah, no, that's it.
Every fucking day, 5 and 10 of them niggas. I got anything you want. Anything happen to you, you need me, call me, and we'll get that bitch racks. And it's never for nothing. You have to understand that.
The hell?
I still don't agree with
us
him.
with 20 motherfucking vision.
Those are the simps, right? The ones that's paying for the paying. I give you anything you want. Ain't that the simp?
Yeah, I would think so, especially if there's no return on your investment. Supposedly, this is the hot power part right here.
Look at the census Ray Charles had.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, do I need to go any further?
No, you don't.
And he was blind.
But he saw everything coming.
Thank you. So you got motherfuckers out here who can walk, talk, see, hear, and all that shit and still fucking up. Had the same amount of time in a day as Michael Jackson, but chose to be nobody.
That was the first thing I liked.
That was powerful right there.
Yeah, right there. Yeah,
that was powerful right there.
Stereotypes.
See, that's the first thing.
Hey, bro, you know
it's that Pasadena pimping.
Tony, this me. Tony, this me, homie. This
yes,
me,
sir.
This me, homie.
Yes, sir. Bro, you know what's crazy about? I don't know, about maybe 3-4 years ago, you said this, and I fucking never forgot it.
What did he say?
Bitch, screenshots don't scare me. I know what I said. Because a lot of these motherfuckers act like I got screenshots of which I know what I said.
I know what the fuck I said. Oh, but that's supposed to scare me.
I'm not. I like his music kind of sometimes, but I'm not feeling that. Right.
I don't know who he is, but he's just...
Sugar Free. He's a
he's one of
DJ Quick.
He's like a musical genius. Yeah.
Did you say one of DJ Quick guys?
He's done a lot of work with DJ Quick.
Okay.
Sugar Free and Mac Dre too. Even What did you think about that machine? What is a simp and all that? What do you have
simp
to say?
shit?
I mean, it's definitely an interesting take. I mean, I think what he's saying about, I guess what he's alluding to is, somebody who doesn't have full control over somebody. I mean, so they're kind of like, in one sense, they're, like they don't understand why the person likes them. I mean, right? So they could be.
Good point.
Being fooled about what they're getting involved in.
Do you hear that? That's a good way to look at it, man. I like that. Like you don't know like why. Yeah, it's like because you think a lot of times
I understood it.
I'm thinking like a lot of times he thinks like people think like the girl likes she likes me for the same reason I like her, for example.
Right.
When in fact it could be something completely different.
Oh, okay, I understand.
Or she don't even like you at all. She's lying to you or something. But like
or that. Well, more
do you see a danger in that though, Joe?
I do see an inherent danger in that. If she likes you for certain attributes, let's say chick hitting on me because she sees me on YouTube and she thinks I'm those things. It is not okay because I'm just a dude. I'm not gonna go make a ham sandwich like I'm yelling at the police. I'm just a regular dude.
But you got 150K subs,
right? You know they don't fucking wash the dishes for you. I'm a regular dude. I'm washing the dishes, so. Yes, she's not. You know, if she's in me for this Joe Cool shit, and that could be inherently.
Yeah, well, this is what she says. But it's not.
Or what is considered to be simp? So I have a question. What is a simp, or what is considered to be simp behavior? Because I feel like I be seeing the word simp get thrown at people, and it don't be adding up to me. It be like things that I don't feel like is considered to be simp.
I agree. I think that word is used way too much. Not correctly.
I agree, but I still expect her to make a faux pas or mistake just because I'm a chauvinistic motherfucker and I think she's gonna be like, and
slip
simp
up,
ain't no thanks because she likes him for real.
Yeah. Sipping ain't letting your girlfriend, or not even your girlfriend, a girl you're dating for 2 days, drive your car. Right. Ain't giving her your black card. That ain't sipping. What are you talking about?
My opinion, like giving flowers to your girl, opening up the doors, just showing common courtesy
that ain't sipping.
to your lady.
That's not sipping.
Correct me if I'm wrong.
Under the Black Pill Act, a lot of those incels would think it is though. That's scary. Yeah.
But how is that considered simp behavior?
I'll explain it to you.
Okay, big dude.
Giving flowers to a woman doesn't make you a simp.
Angry man.
Whether she deserves it or not is what makes you a simp. But see, that's based on the woman's accountability.
Wait, whether she deserves it or not. Okay.
Yes. Yes, I get it.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's why you don't understand it.
So I have a question.
Any thoughts, Wizard?
Well, yeah, it's like the man expressed with the flowers. You don't give a woman flowers if she doesn't deserve them because that's not dignified. So when you do that stuff, you're destroying your own dignity.
Ooh. Yeah, man, dude, that's literally because the second time I brought it up, I was watching Oppenheimer over the weekend. Have you guys seen that movie?
That was
Oppenheimer. Yeah, I don't think and in that movie, it's about Oppenheimer. You know, the guy that helped, build the
atomic
bomb, right? And then he was interesting enough, he was an intellectual on this, but he was a ladies' man. Some might say a womanizer. And his mistress, like he would always bring her flowers, and she would just talk shit to him, and he would just she throw it in the garbage.
Interesting.
Literally. That's
exactly
easy.
Just said.
Is what he was saying. That's why I'm like, holy shit. She didn't deserve it. It's like you probably shouldn't. Reward bad behavior, right?
Yeah, it's like Bong and stuff says flowers after anal. Absolutely, that's dignified.
Did he say that? Yes, he said absolutely. This is this dude's what he thinks simping is. Signs you're a simp.
If you are a man and you are doing any of these three things, then you would be considered a simp. If you are sending money to a woman that does not know you for her attention, then you are definitely a simp.
Agreed. Counsel, do you agree?
1,000%.
Yeah. Even if you're rich. Yeah.
If you are in a girl's DMs and she is not getting back to you and you're continuing to over pursue her or beg her to talk to you, then you are definitely a simp.
100%.
Yeah.
And the third one that a lot of people don't talk about is if you're a man working on yourself and working on self-improvement, but you're doing it for the external validation it brings from women, then you are a simp.
I don't agree. I don't agree.
I was going to say, I think all of them have caveats. There's a time, place for all of those.
Well, that last Well, that last one he was talking about was the dignity I was talking about in a different aspect, but it's basically the same thing. A dignified man presents himself in his own way and attracts a woman without any external consequence or external mechanisms like dating and stuff like that. It used to be called courting for a reason.
Why? Because you were court?
It was a
basketball court, legal court.
No, it was called courting. It wasn't called dating.
I remember that. Why? Why?
Because it was a matter of etiquette.
Oh yeah, like holding court, like like, you know,
exactly.
like king and queen. Yeah,
Right,
okay. But here's the thing. But couldn't one that you can use the woman like as a motivation, at least a little. You know, I want women to see me in a you know in a good light, my aesthetics and whatnot.
That would be one of the cartels, right? If for instance,
but not the end all be all.
Yeah, that'd be a carve out. And the other two, in that sense, they seem crazy as fuck. But I'm sure there's a time, like when you're in a DMs. If I'm on some pimp shit, they may be a time I did decide to hang in her DMs more because I was setting her up for when I ghost her or whatever, and then to get her attention. It might be a mind game I'm playing. So there's a carve out for everything.
That's definitely a caveat.
The actual definition of the word simp is an acronym. Stands for sucker idolizing mediocre. It doesn't even necessarily mean that she is unattractive. It's more of a mentality thing. It's the idea that you're pedestalizing a chick. Oh my God, you're perfect, you're beautiful, everything about you is flawless. That kind of mentality, just by the virtue of the fact that she really exists. The actual definition of the word simp.
That one I like the best so far.
That's an easy one right there. He broke it down good.
Well, a simp is the opposite of a pimp.
Yes,
Right. And so a simp is that dude that goes out of the way, you know, to bend over backwards for I'm about to. I don't want to get ran off with rakes and pitchforks. Kojak, what's the definition of a simp?
Oh,
I didn't even know.
We're gonna be on Kojak. I never heard of him until he said it.
Well, a simp is the opposite of a pimp.
Yes, I know.
Right. And so a simp is that dude that goes out of the way, you know, to bend over backwards for I'm about to. I don't want to get ran off with rakes and pitchforks. Kojak, what's the definition of a simp?
Oh, we're gonna be on Kojak. We're gonna be on Kojak.
All right. Here's one right here, and then I want to show you some.
A harmless man is not a good.
This is like what makes a good man. Do you agree? This
man. A good man is a very, very dangerous man who has that under voluntary control, civilized and disciplined, right, and who can use that in the service, well, let's say, of a family.
Do you agree?
So far, I agree.
Yeah. That's it. That's it. That's it.
I believe in carrying a shovel and yelling loudly.
And yelling loudly. Yeah. Yeah. Now, do you see
at a unique time?
Do you see a good man right here? Let's see. Are you seeing this? Did you guys watch any of this? Our friend Jack Talcott.
I don't think so. I think I stepped in and said hi, but I don't remember any of the conversation.
He was debating snafu. Do you know the topic, Wizard? What it was?
No. Yeah, I saw they kicked him off eventually. Yeah.
Yeah.
Who snaps?
It didn't stick on topic.
Oh, you didn't?
Affirmative. Yes. Love is the way to.
What's
salvation.
with that layout?
Yeah,
what is that?
that's all I needed.
That's weird. This is some politics.
Someone else's Discord or something.
Yeah, it's pretty predictable. I don't think he watched a lot of snafu before he
looks like a
decided to
Discord
put him on a debate stage. You know, it seemed like that was a problem. Yeah.
That's a wild. Yeah, this looks like this looks like Discord, right? Mixed with Twitter or something, huh?
Yeah,
it looks like some other platform for sure.
But whoever it is, they haven't checked their speakeasy messages. Do you see this? 342 unread messages from a speakeasy Discord. A little bear up there. Yeah.
So yes, love. Now, can you pull up or can you read what I put in your backstage, or do you want me to read? Christian theology, while love is a core principle and fruit of faith, it is generally understood by most Christians, not fake guru, false prophets like yourself. But
are you supposed to do that in a debate? do ad hominems like that?
You're not
like
supposed to, but someone just that now it's fucking fashionable to justify it, to call him a name and say it's not an Iham because I really
And no homo, Jack's feeling himself. He looks nice with his hair like that. You know, he's been wearing it out. Yeah, his look like the Unabomber.
Most Christians, not fake guru, false prophets like yourself, but it's mostly understood that love alone is not sufficient for salvation and entry to heaven. Salvation is typically viewed as a gift. Okay, remember that verse where I said, "Gift of God, eternal life throughout Jesus Christ the Lord." Versus you don't know, even though you're following the message, but you don't know the messages.
I like Snap's argument so far.
Yeah, the subject is Jack Talcott a false prophet? Okay.
Oh, problem is Snafu doesn't follow him either.
Of course, right?
Yeah, Wizard. Yeah, no, I think Wizard could have eaten him up on this. And on this one right there, it's easy. This is an easy one for Wizard.
It's a gift through faith in Jesus Christ, while good works, including act of love, are often seen as a consequence or expression of faith. They are not the basis of earning salvation. So,
That's
there
true,
you get
Bex.
destroyed again. You admitted that love is the key to salvation in your message. And just right there, the theology, just Christian theology in itself, love is not alone.
Wait, please.
Hey,
okay,
Paul.
you've made that case, and so
he's left a clear opening. When he restated himself, he made this great argument he should have set up, and then he used it saying, "I'm using it as a rebuttal to your statement that love is a key force to salvation." And now you've given Jack footing for argument again. He can say that I said love is a key force towards salvation, and it is. I didn't say it is the only factor. Blah blah blah.
Yeah, he's kind of shooting himself in the foot. Because what he's arguing is salvation by faith without good works. He's arguing that the good works are a consequence of having the faith. So essentially he's divorcing the idea of good works. So in that sense, he's kind of taking that away from the Talcottian ideal. But in another sense, he's totally put it inside of Protestant, interpretation of sola fide, salvation by faith alone, and that, interpretation can be easily contested.
Well, yeah, and that can be contested right in the same Christian scriptures, where it says the Gentiles do in their nature what the law says without knowing the law are a law unto themselves. So without even having faith, their actions are good works. And that's what it's truly about.
Yeah, or where it says in James that faith without good works is dead. So,
right, very good.
Because you found a disagreement.
So now you need to apologize to me because I provided evidence. So it should be reversed around. I want Jack to apologize to me now.
Calm down.
I want Jack for being a false prophet. He needs to apologize.
Why are you saying apologize to me? What the hell?
Guys, calm down one at a time, and let's be more respectful of each other's speaking time. This is getting back to the aggressiveness. There's no reason to be aggressive.
Well, again, this is a demon, false prophet.
Yes, you are.
You're a rapist too.
Dude, this guy.
This dude was supposed to be a debate,
right? And that's why I say the Christians that profess that they're so mighty and righteous don't follow the scripture that they speak about when they go around making false accusations. That's bearing false witness, and they do it every breath they take.
And they do it for a purpose, a nefarious purpose. I'm just trying to hurt this guy. It ain't like you're trying to be a hero or save somebody.
Right.
You're just bitter.
Very bitter. Wrong speech.
All right. You're done. We're not doing that.
Oh, that was it.
Yeah, the problem too.
Snafu, I am sorry. I was very clear about not attacking people in that fashion. And
does he know?
You definitely
Right,
violated that. So
What the hell? Where you been? Breakfast taco?
yes, if you're cool with hanging out for a little bit, we can just hang out.
Well, we start from a little bit back.
Of me, because how wise is it to engage?
Debating the question: is Jack Talcott a false prophet? Also, stop this.
That's kind of like the base Oracle Wilson debate. Remember, it was like, is Andrew Wilson a grifter? Bex is right. It's an ad hom in the title. Right?
Yeah.
Kennedy, thank you for the membership. You're amazing. But we'll be debating: is Jack Talcott a false prophet? This should be very enjoyable. It sounds like Snafu has some evidence.
Oh, God.
Working through how we're going to show that, if at all. It may or may not get shown, but it sounds like I'll be providing some links. So if I receive those, I'll provide those when those pop up. Looks like there was a super chat. Oh, the people in the audience here, in the Discord, that's discord.me, but it'll go pretty fast. We don't allow slurs here. There will be no slur usage.
No slurs. Just
try to have a somewhat normal conversation. It might get a little bit heated here. After the hour-long open discussion, we'll move into question and answer. That'll go for like 30 to 45 minutes, however long they want to go for. And then after that, the question and answer being said, question long we have here. I don't know what your guys' evening is looking like.
Right now, I'm getting these links set up so I could try them in the.
Look like I'm on a
but I'll let
panel.
you and Jack
Look like
start.
I'm in the room.
Just DM those all to me.
But my head right
This
there
is going to
look
be
like
an
one
open
of them
discussion
photos.
between the two of you.
Yeah,
I'm
it
going
does
to do
look
my
like
best
that,
to
huh?
stay out of it.
The
I
Superman.
will use moderation tools though if you're over talking. Okay. Well, so let's do a quick introduction. So Jack Talcott, tell the audience about yourself and why you think, why you disagree, why you say no to the topic.
Hey, wait, pause.
Well,
this is just an absolute setup. Am I crazy? If the prompt is he a fake guru? He must argue now that I am a genuine guru.
Oh,
isn't that just some
nice.
egotistical
Yeah.
nonsense that we're about to experience here?
Yeah, that's crazy. That's crazy. Do you agree with that, Wizard and Machine?
Well, he denies he ever claims that. So that's the entire thing.
Okay. I see.
Smart man.
Yeah, he goes on and he goes on later to dismiss that. But at the same time, I want to remind everybody of Jeremiah 1:5, all you Christians out there that talk about these false prophets. It tells us our duty is to prophet. And whether you want to call Jack a false prophet or not, that's what he's attempting to do. So whether he's actually accurate in it or not is debatable. But whether he's being honest and truthful about it in his own perspective, I don't think it is.
Beautiful, baby. Beautiful.
There is the question of why is this even being discussed?
Exactly.
So clearly there must be some sort of association with Jack Talcott, the Live Without Fear message, and the perception of a prophet. So there's been an ongoing
he jumped through the gate. Very good.
Between Snafu and myself, but he's not alone. He's found many enablers. And so part of me is honestly questioning the wisdom, to the wisdom of me, because how wise is it to engage with a fool? Well, even fools are right.
That's the false prophet. Idiot.
I've heard him say that before. That's a good point. But then Snafu, the first word he says is a slur, basically. He says, idiot. What the hell?
Fools are right.
That's the false prophet. Idiot.
Praise
God.
God.
My God.
Praise God.
Praise God, you false.
And now you see why we're here.
This is debate. This is the weirdest shit I've ever seen.
I know. This is like a hood to hood debate or something.
I got your tongue already? We're like 2 minutes into it. Keep going, Jack. to call me a fool because your own family and
Oh my
coworkers
God.
have decided you're a false prophet too. Hence a coach, life coach who
Okay, so
has no life.
I think that was a good introduction, Jack. And so we'll allow Snafu to introduce himself now, and then we'll go ahead and move into the moderated open discussion. So Snafu, go ahead and introduce yourself and why you think, Jack. Just a quick intro, like
Sure.
elevator pitch as
My
to
name
why
is-
Jack Talcott might be a false prophet.
Sure. I'm Snafu Snaps, and we are the Truthio Snafu crew. We expose criminals, traitors, frauds, predator, racketeering rings, and just deceptive people in the DEX, which is the digital experience.
And not one exposure yet. And not one exposure yet.
Not even one wizard in the years you've known him? Not one? You can't even give him one?
Since I've known him, he's been touting that, and I couldn't think of anything outright except for calling Paul a narcissist or Jack or something.
So he was off with Hank the other day?
Think about it. He's had 10 channels.
Uh-huh.
Why would you have 10 channels all struck? I've got 30 channels, but ain't none of them been struck.
Yeah. I was telling Machine, I got one of my channels got struck. They had like almost 1,000 views yesterday. Actually got nuked. Yeah, for I think it was a how to make DMT video cartoon I had on there. But the thing about it though, with Snap, you heard him always said like I used to have a channel. I used to have like 30K or something subs. Is that true? Do you guys ever seen that channel? He did?
Well, I don't know if the numbers are true, but I know he's had 10 channels.
Okay, I'm saying he said he had a big channel.
I heard that number too, but I've only heard it from him.
Yeah,
as I call it. I'm a whistleblower and journalist, so we've actually brought Mr. Talcott's family, ex-coworkers, to do interviews with about this man. The reason I work with channels like Mad Mystic out there, whistleblowers and Truthio, but some of us are believers and some of us aren't. Okay, but I am, and when the reason I have issues with this man is he has been deceiving the people using cult-like guru tactics of pushing love. Like love, we'll get into it more of his belief system when we get into why he's a false prophet. But as a whole, because I don't even like to label myself Christian, so to speak. Like
it's like, how dare he preach love? How dare this man preach love?
I don't know what it means that he is he's gonna make him say that he is a prophet. Jack has said, I don't consider myself one, which should have been, kind of the debates at a stalemate. But he is going to keep beating those drums that he's a false prophet, and
I
don't see how this goes anywhere. Because Jack's going to be like, I'm not even claiming I'm a prophet.
It's a joke.
Well,
you said he's not a Christian.
Yeah, well, listen to Snafu as he touts that he's a Christian, but he's not proud of saying that he is.
Okay.
He actually said he wasn't though. Like, yeah, he went as far to say, Wizard, that he's not. Listen,
we'll get into deceiving the people using cult-like guru tactics.
I'll pause it.
Of pushing love. Like love, we'll get into it more of his belief system when we get into why he's a false prophet. But as a whole, because I don't even like to label myself Christian.
Oh, you're right. He said, I don't like to label myself.
Right.
Okay. You should be proud of that, right?
Exactly.
Yeah. I mean, look at the men and the women, the Christians that were persecuted in the early church, right? They're killed and then became martyrs and shit. Like,
so to speak, like non-denominational, because I understand there's so many different sectors, your Mormons, Jehovah's, Baptists, but what we have here is a man who is failed in life with his family, work, friends, you name it, who has decided to use the spiritual optics of I am the way to Jesus and God, using the new age mixture of all religion bullshit.
Hey, pause.
And he's a predator.
He's about to blow it again. This dude just can't get it right. But I think he had something. If he put those words in Jack's mouth, that I am the way to God. You know, if you can get Jack to admit to that, now you've got some fucking ground again, or if you got a clip, money. Now he's about to call him a predator, which is gonna take away any credibility he already had, make it look like you're just mad.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Too. Okay, I'm going to be real with you. His interviews, his family members, he has predator type optics, which is the deceptive optics. And when he uses God and scriptures, and this man, we'll find out today, he's not knowledgeable in scripture. He even admits himself, I don't really read the Bible. I don't know. Like, he mixes religions. 1 minute it could be the Muhammad is Jesus being baptized by Buddha. Like, this guy is so off, and he's really told tactics, and we're going to go into deep detail. And it's not just me. He's right. Many people, when I say the optics are high, look at the optics, know that this man, and look how he's rolling his eyes and being such a little guru idiot right now. Excuse my ways, I'm saying, but being professional is not what this man's doing right now. Rolling his eyes, laughing like a little false prophet he is. We're going to get into detail of why this man is pushing his own religion, his own beliefs, mixed with the Christian beliefs, but mixed with all the other beliefs together in his own religion, his own follow me. But again, we're talking about a man who claims he's a life coach, and his own family and coworkers, everything know that he has nothing. He's coach. He needs to coach himself.
He doesn't understand the value of being succinct.
Sorry, I got some bulletin points.
What's that?
He doesn't understand the value of being succinct.
Mm-hmm. To the point, right? Yeah.
I'm gonna put in the private thing to see if this will even work.
So
everybody,
that was definitely a rather long elevator pitch, but thank you for giving us an
that's what
idea
Joe said,
of
basically.
why you hold your position there. We'll go ahead and start the timer now, so you guys have an hour for the open discussion.
Wick and Charles and the main man NPC. Thank you, Lady K. Appreciate you.
To ask y'all, do not overtalk.
And I'm out, guys.
Although
Be
also
blessed.
don't ramble on for 20
All right,
minutes.
Wizard.
Hey,
Take care, man.
You bet. Thanks for having me up.
Always a
appreciate
pleasure.
it. Yeah.
All right. Have a good night, Wizard.
No point.
It is great.
Between the two of you.
What's that?
I was going to say, and Wizard's leaving out. It is great when a motherfucker come up and he's able to add shit like that. And he came up with it's always an asset.
Yeah, he came. He helped us out. Remember, you got that foot video.
He came through the door with that, and then he made like 3 or 4 really good contributions, man.
That's a beautiful thing, man. Yeah, and I already knows like you and Wizard know Jack very well, and Machine too. But I think I've seen Wizard out there on the forefront of kind of help have his back and shit and front.
They've been friends longer too, because I would have met them at the same time. They would have already been friends.
They've been too. That's how friendship is sometimes, I guess, right? Frenemies. Frenemies at times.
I remember trolling him endlessly when he was when he left Paul, and all Paul's people came over there to attack him. Wizard was one of them. He was down with it for the longest time, even when you could tell that moment had passed. And people talking about normal shit. He'd come into another room and get Jack shit and just look like an idiot.
Right. He would. Charles Darwin has a question. He says, question, is Snafu trying to throw other people under the bus before it rolls up on top of him? I mean, some could say his whole way of being is like that, right?
Yeah. And I think you're also, that might be his thing. You have to examine yourself when you criticize others all the fucking time.
Which means you both have about 30 minutes each of talking time. So just keep that in the back of your head and allow each one to make your points. We're starting now. You've got an hour. Go.
Yeah, we got an hour. Yeah, by the way, guys, it's been 4 hours. I don't think anybody's made a donation. Like I said, donations are welcome, guys. Come on now.
Donations. Gifts. More gifts.
This is called gorilla grifter. like gorilla in your face grifter.
That's great.
Well, Mr. Jack.
What's up? What's
No,
up,
no,
Jeff?
I was thinking that was Dr. Umar and somebody.
Oh, Dr.
said
Umar,
that.
yeah. That was him. Yeah. It's free. Yeah, it is free. The like button is free, guys. Holy shit.
The fake prophet, false believing guru.
So KT always coming in with the high powered information. I think it's been all slow around the panelverse. Yeah, it's one of those days, huh? This is one of those days. But I'm happy everyone's here, though.
Yeah, I thought
Abe Deacon.
I got kicked off of Restless Joe in about, I don't know.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
Okay.
about 3 minutes maybe. I didn't last no time.
Yeah. Yo, that guy, interesting. He did a whole stream about me without mentioning my name before. Talking shit. Yeah. I never, this is the first time I actually said something publicly about it, but I knew he was talking about me, though. It's funny. Then he'll come in the chat and be like, hey, what's up?
It's funny if you're correct. If you're wrong, I guess it's still funny.
Yeah.
If you're funny too.
Holy shit.
First of all, I guess we should go into how to tell real prophet.
KT, we got the first. This is the real first lady on the panelverse. What she asked KT, lady, what did you do, Joe? She said, "What did you do, Joe?
What did I do?
What did you do, Joe? Was it the full moon? That's what it is in Capricorn.
In Capricorn,
it is Biggie's moon.
Prophet. So I'm gonna put. I don't know. Let me try and put this in the stage real quick. But Jack, first, do you want to tell us, how do we obtain going to heaven or salvation? What is salvation in your mind? What is going to heaven in your mind? Tell us.
That's not on topic.
No, well, but I'm sorry, but my thought was, isn't it from the end? They go straight to salvation, and from there he go to the insult and he ends it. This may be really short.
Yeah. Well, actually, I think he went 40 minutes at least, Joe, because I started on the 43rd minute.
All right.
Tell us Jack's way. And then notice he laughs here because when we hear this guru message he's about to spit, it's just new age bullshit. It's not doctrine.
I think you're funny as hell.
Nothing about it is good. But go ahead. While I'm pulling these links up, tell everyone in Jack's view what salvation. Just what is salvation? What is the story of salvation mixed with the Trinity? Go ahead.
Oh,
it's
he's got to
actually
work on
far more simple than the arrogant egos want to accept. It's salvation is you are saved from your sinful ways, your choices of self-destruction. You are saved, and it's through the grace of the unknown. By my definition, I use the word God. It's by the grace of God that we are saved from ourselves. That was my testimony as an alcoholic. I went through hell for many years, and I lived with that disease of depression and worthlessness. But by God's grace, I found the willingness to ask for help, right? The persistence to know I needed it. And despite the obstacles, I found my way to receiving some help. And it required me getting humble enough to ask from others. But in the greater picture, I have come to accept the words from the Bible are truth. They kind of explained a lot of what I was experiencing. It kind of clicked and made a lot of sense to me. So I'm not trying to start a cult. I'm not suggesting that I am the only way to know Jesus, not in the slightest, but I am suggesting that people take it seriously.
Hey, Paul.
I think you failed, sir. Salvation. This is what happened last night. People.
It's perfect. Jack's doing. Hey, Blue. Jack's doing well, and now
hey, Blue. How's it going?
Is she up here?
There she is. There's a pretty lady.
Hi.
Ivy in the house. Yeah.
You guys, he never does panels, man.
This is a truly a blessing.
No, this is a once in a lifetime thing.
And it's a
and
it's a curse to have Joe Cool up here.
This is great. You got an opinion on any of that shit you heard, Blue? Because you probably wouldn't have hopped up unless you
It
did.
probably took me 30 minutes to figure out how to get on here.
You want to talk about the other videos we're watching about sipping and stuff.
Right.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Yeah.
So how do I take my camera off?
You hit the 3 buttons, right?
I got
it.
it.
Oh, there you go. You got it. There you got it. Perfect. Yeah. So what did you see that sparked your interest earlier? Yeah.
I'm trying to think. Ask Joe. Like I forget things really. Let's see.
Well, you know Jack, so we can continue with the shit.
We can do
Jack. See?
Well, we can do this though. We can pause that for a second because Lady KT had a good idea. This Access Rap Blood, you guys know him better than I do. Some of you guys. Cynthia made a short little video about him. I was watching it a little bit. It's kind of interesting. Let's see.
You know Cynthia too, Blue, I think.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see. Let me get it up.
NPC, what state are you in?
I'm in the state of I'm in Taiwan actually. I'm from California. I'm from California though. Yeah.
My sperm donor, he doesn't even get the title of father, but he's he's Japanese.
Oh, really? From Japan? Cool.
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah.
That's interesting.
He's not cool, but yeah.
Wait, you mean your sperm like your sperm donor?
Yeah, like my real father.
Yeah, because when you said that, I was thinking like, did you have like a surrogate or something? like you had your child was a sperm. Yeah, okay, I get it. Yeah. So you're part Japanese. Interesting. That's cool. Yeah. Because that was the whole. By the way, that was the whole the point of the stream. The main point of the the ethnicities, them being mixed and all over the place. So where are you at on this world chart? Are you Japan? Where else?
I did mine, and it was all like Asia. I mean, like the islands, like South Pacific Islands, and I did mine
like Polynesia type stuff.
I mean, it's kind of down there. I need to find it. I haven't done it in like years. But my daughter's Polynesian, so
you know what? The reason why
real cool.
The reason I say that is because this little island, Taiwan, that I'm living in right now, the word on the street is that most of all the islands in Polynesia and then along the South Pacific, those tribes originated from Taiwan originally. They took boats and they went all the way out to.
They all look like Asians.
Yeah.
It's called
Eurasian or something.
South Pacific. Well, like her father's Tongan, which is like
I know Tongans. I'm from the Bay, Northern California. We have a lot of Samoans and Tongans.
You know,
a lot.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
SOS, Son of Samoa, all that stuff.
Yeah. So it was and then this is crazy. I had everything like in Japan, and then I had a little thing in Kentucky. Like, what the hell?
Where does that come from? Yeah.
I don't know. Probably the sperm donor side. I don't know.
Yeah. Japan and Kentucky. That's interesting too, because when you do these tests, they don't tell you off the bat what side the genetics come from. So in a roundabout way, you may think it's coming from your mom, this part of your DNA, but it actually could be coming from the dad's side.
Yeah.
Do they know what side it comes from?
Proof with me?
No, would anyone taking this test, would they know what side it comes from?
Like when I'm looking at this, here's the thing, like I only got my mom's information. So I don't know, because I don't have I have the unknown. It literally says unknown on my birth certificate, which is wild. But from the
were you born in Taiwan?
No, I was born in San Jose, California. I'm from the Bay Area. Yeah. Okay. I'm saying like my mom, like I never met my father though. And on my birth certificate, it says unknown. But with all the stories she was telling me and it matches up with this this DNA stuff. Is like he's from West Africa. He was originally from West Africa. Yeah.
Yeah, that's crazy. Have you gone in and looked at like people writing stuff and posting pictures and like that are in your family?
I've heard. I think I know what you're talking about. Where if you get part of that, it puts you in link with everything that people.
Oh yeah. This.
Yeah.
It's wild.
Like Joe, I showed you that. It's crazy.
I was thinking that. I was fucking forgot. Yeah, I was thinking.
Yeah, there's all kinds of people like in Washington State, New York, like Alabama, like all these people that are like related on my mom's side. I'm like, this is wild.
Yeah, I never did that shit, but I'm a conspiratorial dude. I think they want my shit to form a machine to kill
Oh my
black
God!
people.
Shut up. They already have it.
They already have it. That's what I say, Ivy. Like, they already have it, Joe.
When Joe's his head gets big, you just got to take him down and be like, they don't want your shit.
Yeah,
They-
she does that all the time,
They use-
by the way.
they-
When my
they
head
use
gets
his-
big, she takes it down. Right?
She takes it down a notch. They
No,
took his
no.
DNA.
You
They made LeBron James. Oh, I hear what you're saying.
Oh,
The sexual pun. Yeah.
Down anytime. Proper lady juice, and I got you.
Wait, back up.
Yeah.
What were you talking about?
You say when
sexual
his
what?
head get big, I put it down, and I say yes, she does that all the time.
Yeah, I tell you to put it down, and I give you reasons to put it down. Right?
But you're talking about the ego. Yeah, she
But
takes my
in your
ego,
way,
but
though,
yeah.
Joe, that be put it down me like something that's unattractive.
Yeah.
Something that's unattractive. Yeah.
Fucking all I could think of is the girl.
I'll use the
with
word
Jay-Z.
flaccid.
The chick with with Jay-Z. I think it was Foxy at the time. She was like, get it up, I knock it down anytime. It's proper. Lady Juice, and I got you. You would produce a rock, I introduce you to Mama and Papa.
Joe,
Yeah.
What the hell? Blue Ivy looks. I call her Blue Ivy. Huh?
You can call me that.
She looked like you look like a combination of her, Blue Ivy, Beyonce, Iggy Azalea. Who else can we say? Maya. Remember Maya?
I do.
Remember Maya?
Remember Maya?
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
You got a lot going on there.
I used to get Mariah Carey a lot.
Oh yeah, that too. Huh? Yeah,
like that chick we saw in the beginning, that AI chick that had some of everything in it.
Yeah.
The future American, their projection. It is Ivy, huh?
My house is like the United Nations. You can ask Joe. Like, my daughter's 26. She's half Tongan.
The other kid's black.
Half black. And
she's Asian, Japanese.
Yeah.
Or something.
And my stepfather, who's raised me since I was 3, his dad is Cuban. And it's crazy. I mean, no one can ever say
you all over the place too.
Yeah,
right.
Don't worry.
And if someone who was racist in that family, they'd be like the strongest racists of all time.
Yeah,
right. To have to go against that. Yeah. So Markella, who's happy birthday, Markella. She said, I recently. Yeah, that's my homie. That's the #1 mod. I recently found out that some of my ancestors are royalty from England. It goes back to Queen Elizabeth I. That means you're related to Obama then.
I would wear a crown.
You wear a crown?
I would wear a crown.
Yeah. Not just a Burger King crown.
No, hell no. I'd wear at least a plastic one, not a paper one.
At least a plastic. Yeah.
At least a plastic one.
Yeah. So here we go.
I think that means that you're part of Illuminati. Markella, if you're related to Obama.
No, I told you that.
Joe tells me all the time I'm Illuminati.
She says you're Illuminati?
I said.
You are, huh?
No, I'm not. It's just he knows how much I love Jay-Z and how much I I named my kids after him.
Wow. That's my outro song too.
Yeah.
That was Kendrick. Now it's Kendrick.
Now it's Kendrick.
Now it's Kendrick.
I love Kendrick's, but he's
next, Drake?
Grow. He's
No, don't say that. You're gonna get an argument up here. Don't say that.
So thank you, Joe. She's like, she's being nice to me because anyone else she would have been like, screw Drake. What are you talking about?
She doesn't do panels. She ain't hopped on a panel in years, to my knowledge, at least a couple. At least
this is the right panel today.
I can count on one hand how many panels I've been on for the last. How long have I been here, Joe? Like 8, 9 years.
I've known you about 6, 7.
8, 9 years.
Yeah.
No, in the panelverse, we always add 2, 3 years. I do that too with my homies. I'm
No, I
we know
really
each other for
haven't.
5 years. Really? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
At
I
least
remember
6,
Josie known
7.
you a long time.
Yeah, she was one of the first people I would have met when I started doing this shit.
So I was checking out. This is Illuminati. This
Half
is my
the stories I
great.
tell is probably about her without putting
her?
her name in it. I'll probably be
I figured
telling
it was
stories about her without putting her name in it. Yes, I was talking to this chick, probably her.
I figured it. And this is my great grandfather, my grandma's grandfather. So this is Illuminati, Mexican Illuminati. So,
What's it? How do you pronounce his first name?
Veneziano.
Vince. That sounds Italian.
Yeah, Carranza. This is from the. He's from the
Italian?
Basque country. Well, no. He's Mexican. But I think they're from the Basque country though originally.
Yeah, it's so interesting. I've never seen a Mexican look like that.
They look like Spanish though. A lot of the Mexican presidents are more Spaniards, which are European.
Okay, Spanish.
European.
Yeah.
When we say Spanish, like as an American, most people think of like a Latino, like a Puerto Rican or Mexican, but Spaniards straight.
Right.
Yeah, that
no
was
one
kind of
thinks
racist,
that.
Joe. That was kind of racist, Joe. He doesn't look
He
Hispanic.
certainly took those European features and shit.
He certainly did.
Yeah.
Let's get into this real quick. This Access Rapper. Shout out to Cynthia and Lady KT.
Oh yeah.
For bringing this up. No, this is the guy that tried to kill himself.
What?
I heard second.
Or delete himself.
I don't know. I don't know which one tried and which one they're accusing of trying to get him.
It was
Rat Blood is the one who tried
Rat
to.
Blood. Yeah.
Okay. All right.
I think this is it.
Conversation takes place on OTW News, May 2020.
Listen,
you have against me as a grudge. I'm just wondering. You and
Shit. I think you're a piece of shit. I don't like the way you pick on women. I don't like the way you start fights with everybody. And I think you're a soul sucker because I think you're dead inside. And I think you can't help it. You just have no soul. You have no morals and you have no values.
I see. I'm not scared of Satan. I embrace Satan in a way that, hey, I understand he's evil. There's nothing wrong with Satan. Like you're all attacking.
What the hell?
You
Joe,
interesting as fuck. Yeah.
Joe, is that like the one from Shiva?
Oh God, no.
Okay,
You shouldn't know this guy. I don't think you know this guy. Yeah.
Shiva's the debater, right?
Yeah.
Shiva, the gay
Did
guy.
you hear that, Blue? He knows Sheba as the debater. Isn't that great?
Yeah,
God
that
is good.
He would. I don't know how he would respond to that.
It was a different one. Is he gay? Because I've heard another thing about
He's
him.
gay, but
Yeah.
he used to be from a different community, and and I'm so glad that he is.
I was
now
not seeing
known
him on
as
the
debater.
damn
He really
verbal
took a
combat.
liking to Joe. That's what it was, and I don't mean that like in any way. He took a
Because he's
liking
gay?
to Joe.
Oh.
And he started Joe squeezed his butt cheeks real tight, and then he just moved, and so he kind of opened his eyes to new things,
But she's right.
Panda eyes.
Me and Dude been tight since the very beginning. In fact, he's one of those guys, and he's wise. And he likes to speak the truth and all of that. And
makes
because
good
I'm a
points a lot
cop
of times.
watcher, he's good. And because I'm a cop watcher, I used to get a lot of heat with the community hung with, just torn apart. But he would back me up. No, Joe's right there. He's got a point. When it was super unpopular to do so, man, he was the first cat doing it. Yeah.
Yeah, that's good. Oh, I mean, you're easy. I mean, for what I've seen, you're very, you're easy to like for sure.
Good.
But I've seen you be like a hardcore bastard too.
Apparently, I am. That part, I don't understand. Well,
yeah.
I do the best Joe impressions when he's pissed.
No, she does. Yeah, maybe she does. Maybe she does. You don't need to hear, but yeah, she does.
Look at him. I think Blue Ivy has all the dirt. Blue Ivy has all the dirt, man. Like sounds like you don't need to hear that.
Yeah, but he has all the dirt too.
The dirt cancels out, so you guys are both clean.
Yeah,
clean to the public.
Yeah.
You want to go that deep?
You mean, so the word embrace means to hold closely in one's arms, especially a sign of affection. You just said, I hold Satan close in my arms and I have affection for him. And I'm not ahead of the game. And so I think this just proves my point You are a demon. You just said it yourself. I hold the devil close to me and I embrace him. And that is what I came up here and said. You are a chaos demon and you just confirmed it.
Oh, what's up, K2? Good to have you.
No, Snafu crew, the optics are high. The optics are high.
Breaking news is police investigate a possible, quote, destructive device in the 1500 block of Franklin Avenue. That's
shout out to the powdered
Street on the near northwest side.
So we're taking a live look at the scene there right now. As you can see, it's very active.
I hope this is not a panel versus members house. This is wild if it is.
They are preparing to go inside the home to better investigate. Our crew at the scene just spoke with the public information officer with the Fort Wayne Police Department. He tells us that police
Fort Wayne's in Indiana, right?
The door.
Yeah.
Possible destructive device means absolutely nothing to me upon hearing that, just because I know how cops are. That could be a fucking the firecracker, M80, and they're gonna call it that to make you hate the guy.
Mm-hmm.
Right. This Indiana, Fort Wayne, Indiana, right? There's probably more than one in America. We said Fort Wayne.
Okay, probably.
I figured you would know, being in Illinois, it's close by.
Yeah, Fort Wayne is in Indiana.
Yeah.
To the area around 4:30 today on reports of someone experiencing a mental health crisis. When they entered the home, they saw what appeared to be what they're calling a destructive device.
Relax.
Again, police are still investigating. They did send out a message on X asking people to avoid that area if possible.
I don't think so. I don't know what
on
it
air
is.
and online
3 hours
as
ago.
we learn new information.
But what's funny is,
this is him. That's him, right? Wow. I mean, this is the docs right here, like his name right there. But
Ew.
look at that's him, right? Access Rap Blood. Look at his last
I
name.
feel like he's guilty. Oh, I was wondering what it would have had to do with fucking rat blood, why he even came up.
looks
Okay,
like a
so we're
rat.
getting to the rat blood part. Okay.
The home, they saw what
Disturbing.
appeared to be what they're calling a destructive device. Again, police are still investigating. They did send out a message on X asking people to avoid that area if possible.
Stop
We'll
it.
continue to keep you
Dusty,
updated
come on.
on air and
That means
online as
nothing.
we learn new information.
But what's funny is explosives found in Fort Wayne mental health call. Huh. Oh, there's Access Rat Blood, the satanic piece of shit himself. Fort Wayne. Authorities have provided an update
It's yesterday,
on
guys.
a standoff situation from the previous night involving an armed person on 1500 block of Franklin Avenue.
Just remember what you did today at Red Blood is going to come back at you.
Conversation between Snaps and Tariq. Okay, this is from 2 days before that.
What you did today at Red Blood, you cage. It's going to come back after you.
That's Mystic wears a wig, huh?
I feel so bad when somebody's going to come and see you.
Well, Tarek, right? Who Tarek is involved in death threats now. Tarek is involved in targeting.
Tarek is involved in targeting this man, the Powdered Dusty. What's going on?
Bring it on.
What's going
Bring it
on?
on, Tarek, with his little smacking.
Hey, Flo, this is my friend Blue. I'm sure I've told you about it.
Nice to meet you.
Yeah. And she knows
Yeah,
you
Blue-
'cause I talk about you all the time.
Yeah. She had all the dirt, Flo.
all the dirt.
All the dirt on
Oh,
Joe.
yeah.
I'm going to call him Joe Dirt instead of Joe Cool.
I can't like I don't know if this matters, but like I can't see y'all anymore, but I can see like the chat.
That's okay.
Oh, you got to push
Well,
that
what am I cammed up for then? It matters. Jeez.
little X on the right. At the
And
top.
by the way, thanks for the interview yesterday. That was a great. I had fun.
Yeah, I had fun
Appreciate
too.
you, man. And congratulations, Powder Dusty got 2,000.
Very good.
2,000 subs on there. Plus,
When you
and counting.
When you get the Flo, you're gonna know it. You're gonna get like
where?
the $4,000, 4,000. That's your first.
I have 4 on Flow State, but I don't really use it anymore.
I
got
when you
4. I
get
got
the-
like 4.5 on Flow State.
I was gonna say he probably has like a 6 already, at least 6 or 7 total. Huh?
No, well, I mean, there's overlap.
That's
of
when
course.
you get like the community page. And...
I found out, guys, like last night before I went to bed, I found out my other channel that has 900 subs. It got nuked.
What?
It got nuked. Like, yeah. So I was like, I don't know what the fuck's going on, man.
Well, I didn't know you had one with
women
9
and most of the people.
It's like a psychedelic channel. Maybe that's why.
Okay.
That could be it. Talking about drugs and shit. But
you was telling me about that. I forgot. I didn't even go look at it. Shit.
For you, I'm telling you, you'll be the first to see you.
Well, Tarek, right? Who Tarek is involved in death threats now. Tarek is involved in targeting women and most of the people.
For you, I'm telling you, you'll be the first guy I go after, and I promise you, not me. The
Dude,
truck
I
will
knew
come,
you
and you'll be
like,
good.
Look,
And
you and Flo
just remember, Rebel's coming after you too.
You and Flo
Rebel's coming after you, Cage, and Bex.
Now remember, Access.
wait, he said that Rap Blood's coming after
you, Cage, and Bex.
Yeah.
Snaps, Cage, and Bex.
Okay.
I mean, I have been mentioned sort of peripherally, but not, Snafu, Cage, and Bex are that seem to be the
Red
primary. I don't know
Bill's
what
gonna be a
Bex is.
busy motherfucker, apparently.
Yeah.
Well,
so
you know
not only
what?
you get your kneecap shot off, but also a bomb now.
If his bombing is anything like his, because he's cursed or he's tried to curse me a couple times, specifically my money, and every time he does that, the very next stream I have a fantastic stream.
So you have to troll him more.
Both times he's cursed me, I've made over $1,000
Can
on the
you
next
hear them
stream.
talking, Joe?
I can hear him. You can't hear him?
I can hear you. I can hear you and everyone.
You gotta
you can't hear us?
I can hear y'all. I can hear y'all.
Okay.
Who can you not hear?
Who can you not hear?
If he's not, if he's playing something, I can't hear that.
No, I'm not playing it. Powder
okay,
Dusty
cool,
was talking.
cool, okay.
He was talking, yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
Oh yeah, she hasn't been on the panel in a minute.
No,
We'll get it. We'll get it. Yeah.
I'm
happy.
talking,
I'm happy you're here.
years, like years.
Yeah. She's coming out from the woods.
Rat Blood has made many death threats on multiple of us with Tarek, right?
Because he has pushed it so far in terms of going overboard with some people. And now I'm just letting him know for a fact that Redblood's coming to go.
No. Like,
Redblood's coming after you and Bex and Cage.
Remember, these people are fucking dangerous. They're satanic. And remember when I said there's a lot of bomb talk, Alan, right? Over on Tarek's and LCJC's, they talked about people bombing houses, right?
He lost his house, lost a lot of shit with that situation. So he's coming after you, Snap, Bex, and Cage for sure. Okay. Keep making fun of Rat Blood, Snafu. Just keep making fun of Rat Blood.
I got the main video and then I got the other video. Let me
just remember, me and Rat Blood are not that far apart.
Yeah.
I'm saying this. I'm just saying we're 2.5 hours away. Just remember
Sounds
that.
like a threat to me.
Oh,
yeah. Big
like,
time. I was about to say.
Snaps.
Shout out to Powder Dusty. If you haven't already subbed, there you go. I'm sure you have, but there you go. Powder Dusty.
Appreciate it.
No, that was a thank you. No problem. That was a threat, though.
We'll get together with my friend and come to your crib.
Yeah.
Only 2 hours away. Very passive
Still
aggressive.
gay as fuck. That's passing court.
Me and Rat Blood are not that far apart.
Well, they live together. That's no.
I'm saying this. I'm just saying we're 2.5 hours away. Just remember that.
Oh, Garbage Man wants to take Snafu Snaps out.
Hey,
no, is he a garbage man? Is he garbage man? That's funny.
You're gonna take
My whole
They make good money.
My whole thing is like, this is fucking. I'm sorry, I don't know if I can cuss. This is fucking YouTube, people.
Yeah,
like,
right.
Oh my gosh. There's like the real world and then YouTube.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and these people that like say, I'm going to come to your house. I wish someone would come to my house. Because I live in Texas. And it's just like.
Oh, no.
Texas motherfuckers
like,
can bleed too.
I'm not trying to front. Ask Joe. Like, it's
dangerous.
It is. Like, come to my house.
You got dogs?
You know? I don't
know.
Well,
the dogs ain't what you really got to worry about, though, right?
But she
does.
She got
some worthless dogs.
A Draco, huh?
Those are a little too. They kick back too hard on me.
Oh damn! She even knows about the Dracos. She's dumb. Yeah, I wouldn't fuck around with a blue ivy. She sounds like she's packing and shit. Yeah.
But I get your point though, that how the fuck you take this so fucking serious that now you're talking about coming to nigga crib.
Right. Yeah. Well, I mean, this goes along with Cynthia's what she's reporting about the murders in Las Vegas over panels.
Right.
Go ahead, Dusty.
Oh yeah. I mean, it's not surprising at all. Where there's people, there will be conflict, and this is where people. This is a place where people interact, and
it's
Tommy has threatened my life more times than anybody ever. Right.
Right. He did it last night when he was calling me N-word PC. Flow states kneecaps are still gonna. Yeah, he was going off. He was.
And if what you say is true, Flo, that this panel verse attracts a certain type of person, then that those unstable motherfuckers will be multiplied here.
Yes.
Right. Yes, sir.
Wow. You're gonna be in a box very soon, Snap.
What?
If you don't shut the fuck
Wow,
up.
that escalated quickly.
Yo, that's more than a threat.
You're gonna be in a box very soon, Snaps, if you don't shut the fuck up and watch what you say.
Damn.
Cynthia's killing it with these videos.
She found it. I was
really
waiting
doing
for the
good.
smoking gun.
Yeah.
Damn.
Yeah. Woo. Okay, what does it say? Cynthia, move on. I told you. Move on. You're speaking words that certain trash truck will pick. Wow. Will pick.
Again, if he's a garbage man, right?
Well,
He's calling him the garbage man. He was talking about what is his name? Rat Blood, I think.
Well, I mean, the whole that for sure, but also like when we just about go to the trash man, you dead, you know.
The trash man will pick you up because you're
dispose of your body
dumpster somewhere. Yeah,
exactly.
But he says certain trash truck.
Yeah, but I'm from the Bay Area.
Ain't nobody threatening
Fuck
him.
where you're from. Are they gonna come to Taiwan?
I mean, well, if they do, I mean, I'll tip my hat before I take care of them. That's a long flight, man.
Right? You want to have a drink first?
Exactly.
And you know they're not in first class, so come on.
Sure, yeah. But you never know. Nowadays, it's global. I mean, you never know that homeless motherfucker Tommy might want to, collect some cans and catch a flight.
You ain't even got to catch flight. It's global in the sense that you may know a motherfucker in that fucking area.
That's
that
true.
could do it for you.
But the good thing about living in a place like this is like as soon as I hear somebody speak English, my spidey senses are already up because you ain't supposed to be speaking English around me. My neighborhood, everyone's speaking Mandarin.
Why is that a negative? Yeah. I mean, it comes off as a negative. Why would you?
No, I mean in the context of
what do you expect? What do you see when you hear English? What is it that sends the spidey signals? You expect?
Oh no, because I don't know. I used to be a very paranoid motherfucker.
Don't speak you think it's out of place.
Yeah, thank you.
It's out of place.
There you go.
Are you thinking CIA or you're not just thinking, hey, another American?
Your question is over analyzing the claim.
Is like he's comfortable around his Vietnamese people,
Taiwanese,
or Taiwanese. I'm sorry, and if they just out of nowhere started speaking English, that guy's a suspect. Like,
okay, I was already assuming of some white American. You're talking about one of your,
No, I'm talking about foreigner.
Anyone, yeah.
More likely, I'm talking about a foreign with like an expat or something.
You don't run into that. You do run into that though, right? Where you're somewhere you didn't know another foreigner was in the building, and you hear well, no, because they'd be speaking to
Joe. I was being dramatic, bro. Like, of course, I love to hear when there's a foreigner like that speaks my language. However, though, if I'm alert, I think it's negative shit. Yeah, that would definitely put my head in a swivel if I heard like motherfucking Tommy or somebody talking.
Okay, I see you going.
What made you move there?
If you want to be in the box,
love.
You don't have to answer if you don't want to.
Yeah, I know that, but thanks anyway. But I was living in the Bay Area. My wife was born in Taiwan, even though she's raised in America.
Aww.
And I wanted something different. And plus her mother was sick, really sick.
Different.
Yeah.
So we came back here. And here we are, man. I got a son out here. I've been here almost 10 years now. Yeah. And my son is 6. So yeah.
And I think your job is I could be wrong with this, but you teach English to people at some point, yeah.
Yeah, that's my cover. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, I work at an
Computer
English academy out
snitch,
here.
Joe. Damn.
Yeah. Part-time
Joe's-
streamer.
Joe's snitching
Most
on
days
people.
he's trying to teach me the grift, the way of the
Yeah.
grift.
Box. If you don't want to be in a box, watch what you say and respect some people.
Do it.
I would never
Thank you,
do
Leah.
it. I'm just telling you, you're gonna put yourself in a box.
She is.
Do it.
Not me.
And then the person that they're all involved with too here, Access, who Tarek has been protecting and white knighting for. He literally just got arrested for explosive material type shit in his house. Again, folks, the optics are high. The truth, yo. Real whistleblowers, real journalists, real fishers of men. Snafu crew, hashtag truth, yo. The optics are high.
Now a man is facing charges after Fort Wayne.
Yeah. And now was Rap Blood? Was he threatening people?
I didn't hear that part, and
I didn't hear
I
that part.
imagine if you come on the 3rd of July to any white motherfucker who live in the hills somewhere, you can say that
Making
you found
fireworks,
explosive shit. Yeah.
Right. Shout out to my mom's birthday, July 3rd.
Police say they found a destructive device in
Tom
his home.
Cruise too.
Officers were called to Glenn Monday's home on Franklin Avenue last night.
Glenn Monday? That's what she said. That's a weird name. Who's that?
Device in his home. Officers were called to Glenn Monday's home on Franklin Avenue last night for a mental health crisis and also called in the hazardous devices unit.
John
After
Lewis,
they found the device,
that's a
police say
cover.
it was secured and rendered non-functional. Officers tell us Monday also had guns in the home that were taken away under Indiana's red flag law. He faces a felony charge of possession of a destructive device.
One felony charge
Only one, yeah.
out of all of that.
It's gonna be reduced to misdemeanor.
It sounds like they on some
It's M80.
bullshit. Yeah.
M80.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know. But I mean, but if he's giving threats.
That was
No,
great. Cynthia did well.
That was
yeah.
good.
All right, go on, girl.
Powder Dusty, have you heard any threats from that guy?
Wait, threatened flow.
Access?
No, him or anybody else.
I've been from Access.
Access, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, he's threatened me.
Really? Okay. Right.
Mostly, he doesn't make very specific as threats. There's more like vague, but he said he's coming for my channel. He said he's coming for my money. He said he's coming for the women. Right? He was trying. That's another thing. They're trying to curse the women off because I have a good ratio, I suppose, of audience members. And so he's going for those things. But of course, like I said, every time he's cursed me that I've heard of, specifically the money thing, he's aimed at that. And then the very next stream, both times I've made over $1,000 that stream. So
wow, gotta add
reverse money spell. So I guess it was a money spell for you.
So go get a blessing from Rat Blood if you can piss him off enough to get one.
Does he do like fertility stuff too? Because I want another son or daughter. So maybe he can say, "Curse me to not have any more children."
I don't know that. Like I would trust that. You might you might end up with something you don't want.
Homunculus. A snafu snaps. Huh?
Homunculus.
Yeah. No. Okay.
That's
That's
a little
that.
freaky fetus now.
Now, shout out to KT for telling us about the video. I didn't know about it. Let's go back to this Jack. Did you watch the Jack Talcott debate? Yeah,
part of it.
Yeah,
it seemed like he was getting ganged up on, kind of, but
yeah. You mean Jack was getting ganged up?
Yeah, I didn't catch the beginning at all. I didn't tune in until there was kind of the group thing towards the end.
Now we're at the 10-minute mark right here.
We caught the first 10 and the last one.
Salvation to most Christians. How do you obtain salvation? Linked with the Trinity. What is the Trinity, Jack Talcott? And how do most Christians think that they obtain salvation? And it's a lot, but it's a very there's one way to obtain salvation to most Christians. Now, Taco, I did put I sent you a private, and I put in the first thing if we could bring part 1. This is, and like I said, I have 11.
I linked it. Yeah, I linked it in the.
By the way, the Dusty chat the bat. He was giving alms. Snafu was calling him an idiot and all this shit.
Is there any way we can share screen? Is there any way we could share the screen so we could all look at it together?
You can, but I linked the link.
I can't. I can't share screen.
Okay, this says, by definition, then, a false prophet is one who presents themselves as speaking on behalf of the Lord. However, instead of speaking the truth, they speak lies. Yes, this is what the Lord Almighty, the God of Israel, says. Do not let the prophet. I think that's just a Bible quote.
I believe those.
Yeah.
Sorry, it sounds like those words apply to snafu.
Hold on, since we can't share. Okay, so there's
and then
no way
it
you
says
can share
how to
screen.
tell
So
a real prophet from a false prophet. So I was reading the rest.
Right. Okay, so yeah, I wish you could share screen. That way we could go over these bulletin points the way I was hoping to do it. But here, okay, first one. What are the fruits of a false prophet? How we recognize them, Jack? One, it's not what they say; it's what they don't say.
What's up, CJ?
What is most Christians'
going?
way of salvation?
Snafu.
And he's not.
How's it going, CJ? You good?
Good. How are you, man? I was just making.
Pretty good, man. They're like a Neo intro right there.
Yeah, I like it. I got all kinds of different.
Do it again. Try it again.
We're cheap. I bought 4 or 5 pair of them.
All right. All right, you ready to go? So
yeah,
this
is a good one for me since the topic and whatnot.
Okay.
Not going to tell us.
Let me point.
We're going off the first bulletin point. It's not what they say; it's what they don't say. Again, Jack, what is the way that most Christians believe that they obtain salvation?
I feel the need to point this out. Please, the question asked.
No, you're avoiding the question. You fuck.
I object to the question.
He had to catch himself right there. Yeah, that was good.
Seeking conversation with the mediator.
Okay. So Jack has said that he does not want to respond to the question. Is there another question you want to ask?
Okay. Bulletin point 1. What are the fruits of false prophets? This is why I wish we could share screen.
Now, this is what I saw too. I noticed this the other day when he came on stream during the Powder Dusty interview. Lady KT says, "Please tell me that I'm not the only one who thinks Jack dyed his hair." He might have. Yeah, I think he did.
Or dyes his beard. So
okay. Yeah, it's okay to dye your hair sometimes, right, guys?
Dye his beard. I thought I was gonna get a laugh.
Yeah. You dye it red or something. Yeah.
And he's got symmetrical gray. That's why I say that.
It comes out good. Yeah.
Yeah.
Ivy left, huh?
Oh, did he really?
She left. Damn it. Anyway, good to have you, Ivy. Appreciate you. We'll see you next year on the panel.
He fell. He actually fell into the first part, which is it's not what they say, it's what they don't say. Their teaching will be totally out of balance.
Okay, guys. Hey, Snafu, let's calm down a little bit, right? I get you're excited.
Your teaching is totally out of balance here.
Jack, it sounds like Jack wants to respond to you there.
Please.
He looks like he's dumbfounded, really, because he knows he's about to get destroyed for the next hour.
You say that, actually.
I'm dumbfounded by how this fool does not see his behavior.
Again, Jack, bulletin point on professional point. How do Christians obtain salvation?
Let me
in most of their mind. How do they obtain salvation, Jack?
Please allow him a moment to respond, and then when he stops talking and he closes his mouth, you can jump back in. But just allow him a moment to finish his statement before you jump back in, please.
Hey, Dusty, have you ever moderated a debate, or are you just a debater?
I did once. I don't remember what one. Oh, it was on one of Mel's. It was actually when Mel was doing the Mel versus Men or whatever that little tour was.
Okay.
I moderated one of them, but
Flo, what he thought about the debate he was on, right quick, NPC.
I was on.
Sure. Yeah, you were debating Terry.
Yeah, no, I thought it was good.
You thought it was good.
It went about as I expected. Right.
Oh my God,
that was today. Yeah, that's right.
Why? What do you think?
I thought that dude was like, I don't know, man. It was like a mess. All right, maybe try and be more specific. He didn't even try and debate you and shit. It was just all tactics and nonsense. It was fucking weird. And your side, you had great arguments, of course, but dude's side was him always trying to deflect and bring it to something that had nothing to do with nothing. It was so fucking weird in that respect.
Which one was it? Avoided Hornet or Terry?
Yeah, Unavoided Hornet.
It was
Okay,
on Hornets, and
okay, that guy.
he was on Hornets, but he was debating Terry.
I see. All right. Now, the reason I was going to ask you, how do you think this debate's being moderated so far? What do you think about this? So what you see?
Horrible.
Pathetic?
Bro, he's got to shut the fucking snafu up. You can't let him get on a run like that. I don't know if you can stop him, but you certainly can't let him get to the point where he just can go on and on.
I agree with that. It's very ridiculous. Like that. He talks so much.
Right.
Please, let me address two things since I have just a moment here. Holy cows. Thank you. Taco, this is what Snafu and I need. He needs help and guidance, understanding how to have an actual conversation.
Mom, Taco,
he doesn't
fucking
listen.
Question. Excuse my
Now,
language. He's avoiding the question. How do you,
leopard print?
If I can address the question without you interrupting, the question you asked is, Jack, let's go to the opinions of other Christians. You're confused. Let's go to what Jesus said and did.
Wasn't a bad point.
Yeah.
The first thing you want me to tell you is what
Christians.
Do other Christians think, as opposed to getting his opinion on something.
That's all it is, man. These people like, you don't do Christianity my way. You don't do Islam my way.
Yeah.
Same thing, bro.
That is clear. No disagreement, dude. I follow the way of Jesus.
Peace.
No, you don't. No, you don't. You're a false, blasphemous scumbag. Again, we're not even on the first bullet point, folks. We're just on the fruits.
It's for the crowd, folks.
Right? We're just on point when we haven't even gone into verses, into things of optics of why you're a failed life coach, why your family left you because of your false prophet optics or anything. Again, the boiling point one, what are the fruits of a false prophet? How will we recognize them? It is not what they say, it's what they don't say. Jack, why are you not telling us what salvation is to... Okay.
But there's different prophets from different religions, so do you think it's fair to just use the Bible reference?
I don't think it's fair to he pin him into this nonsense when Jack is a guru by definition would be that worldly guy that draws from everywhere.
Why are you getting that money? At least.
Jack? I don't know.
We have people sitting on his feet, guru.
So what is salvation to you? Let's reroute.
He can't even handle his own chat sometimes.
Most times.
Question. What is Jack Talcott's new age guru self-prophetic way of salvation?
That question has been asked and answered, and you ignored me. That's why you're still confused.
Taco, I will bring the moderator in for this. I believe he's not answered the question. I believe he's avoiding the question, and he's not going to get away with his manipulative bullshit answers here.
So, to be fair, what I see is Jack patiently waiting for you to ask him a question, and then you ask him a question, and then he begins to talk, and then you add on some type of personal insult, right?
Well, so okay, so he's answered.
I think it would be much. I think it would be much more of a productive conversation if you can stop the over talking.
You're gonna dominate the moderator, yo.
What's up, Lawrence? He says, NBC, do you think Jack is a cult leader? Nice question. Do I think no? No, I don't.
He's got no cult.
I think he doesn't have a cult. Yeah. However, I do think that one could easily switch cult for like tribe leader. Just cult. The word cult is more of a nefarious negative.
I'm not even sure how much of a leader he is. Jackson. I'm not even sure. He could be he's a follower himself. Now, I don't know.
Now, Flow State and Powder Dusty. I mean, somebody maybe could see him more because he actually has a cult following.
You could argue that, right.
By the way, I haven't had any new baptisms lately, so if willing
to say any of you girls, chicks, girls, You only baptize women. Did he say if any of you girls?
There's that guy.
I thought you said if any of you girls need baptized.
There's that guy Osho.
That's just terrible.
He's the same birthday as Flow State. The ultimate cult leader. So yeah, Flow State is I would say is closer. You didn't ask this question, but I think he's closer to a cult leader than Jack Telcott. You gotta have devotees to be a cult leader. Yeah.
You're on your way, Flo. You got this.
You're on your way, yeah. You're on your way.
You know what? When I make it, you guys will get the strong Kool-Aid. I won't make you suffer and die slowly.
Lucky us, right?
One of the lucky ones.
I'm gonna have my own cult though, man. Yeah.
Right. That's what I'm trying to do.
Exactly. Everyone should have their own.
Yeah.
You got it, CJ. You see it, CJ.
Answer is coming out in the next hour. He's going to use 1 hour to get the answer to this simple question. Go ahead. Let's let Taco maybe understand what the hell Jack's trying to say. How do most Christians achieve salvation or think they do? Very simple, Jack.
They lie to one another.
That's what most Christians do, you ignorant fool.
That's how they reach. That's how they
do that again.
Jack.
Another.
That's what most Christians do, you ignorant fool. So Taco, I'll tell you
that's
this.
how they reach. That's how they reach. Taco, you're telling me
restrain himself and prevent over talking both of us, I will end. Okay, we deserve more.
He's gonna beat it.
I have never,
both of us do.
In my life, does anyone know who started putting an L in both? Because once I started hearing it, I can't unhear it now. I hear people putting an L in both left and right, and I never in my life ever heard that before.
Maybe you just been hearing Jack talks so much.
Both. Who says that shit? Not me. It's not. It's both, guys. Both. I'm gonna teach you how to say both one day. It might take me a while.
Well, class is in session.
It's an F on it.
And that's what I've been saying, Snafu. Be respectful. Allow him to respond. I'm going to unmute you again. I do not want to moderate this very much at all. Right? The less work I have to do, the better. Right?
Is that sounds so lazy, like his avatar, a big fat sloth guy. I don't want to do any work. He said, "That's just funny."
That's why I'm saying let's stop the over talking and have
of course he's gonna
a
run
courteous
away.
Conversation with each other on the topic.
It's not. You want me to give you the answer?
Topic. You're over talking.
He's talking to the moderator.
Control himself.
Yeah. You should have known that. They knew that was going to happen. This Taco not familiar
if he
with
know who he is, you think he'd have had a plan for this because he should have expected it.
Yeah. Oh, by the way, Powder Dusty, is Neurojack? Is he in prison?
No, I didn't actually end up blocking him.
Okay, wanted to know.
What the fuck? We just talked to him.
I sometimes get angry in the moment and then kind of cool down over time. So,
yeah, I reviewed the stream and I saw that there were some links put in there. ATW, he put a Tommy link in there.
ATW was trolling
when Tommy was live, so I had to. Yeah, I was like, "What the fuck." A lot of stuff happens when the stream's going on. Sometimes I miss things. Sometimes.
Now, dude, you can address the topic without attacking the other person personally, right? And you can address the topic without screaming over the other person when he's talking. Snafu. This is not difficult to do. Let's calm down and let's have a back and forth. If Jack says he doesn't want to talk about one of the questions, just ask another question.
I find it hilarious how serious he's being with them.
The monitor, yeah.
How serious, you say?
Yeah, like because of who they are or whatever. It sounds weird to say that kind of, but because of who they are, it sounds weird to take it so seriously.
Yeah. I mean, yeah. Just the fact this whole debate is ridiculous. The optics, as Snafu would say.
I thought when Flo say I've hosted one, I was in my head thinking, I hope it wasn't a couple knuckleheads like this, bro.
It wasn't even on my channel. I was invited to moderate on hers.
Okay.
Oh, Sarah.
Wow. No, Mel's.
Oh, Mills, that's right. You said
Resto invited me to moderate Mel and I think it was Glenn Lawrence's debate, but I didn't have to do shit because they're both polite to each other.
Right. Yeah. But you certainly didn't say like, okay, guys, I want you to be cordial because I don't want to do anything right now.
No, but I did actually nod off for some of it.
That was my next question. Did you fall asleep?
I did. I literally did. I fell asleep. They were talking forever and looping, and I couldn't do what Sarah does. Sarah can sit there for hours not participating. I cannot.
She's engaged like totally. You can follow her eyes, tracking everything.
Yes, they are.
She's like totally with it. Yeah.
That's crazy.
Yeah, she's good at it. She's a goat for sure.
Cut out
You
for
can
it.
ask it a different way. I pointed out my
No, it's fair because Jack is
Here we go.
One
word.
I'm going to go ahead and answer it for him. The blood of Jesus Christ. The blood of Jesus Christ, which you claim to.
Okay, Jack, go ahead and finish saying what you were saying, and then I'll unmute Snafu and let him jump back in. Because
it's an animal, man.
You were trying to make in response. So I guess, Jack, take back over for a second. When you're done talking, I'll unmute Snafu, and then ideally Snafu stops over talking so I don't have to keep muting.
Thank you. What Snafu was asking me was to give an answer, as he said, of most Christians. He gave the answer of most Christians. They tell themselves they've accepted the blood sacrifice of another man from 2,000 years ago. That's what other Christians do for salvation.
He forgot a couple things, and Snafu probably gonna jump on.
Okay, I'm unmuting you, Snafu. Now jump in, and then when you ask a question back or wherever this goes, please allow Jack to talk when it's his turn to respond.
Go ahead, Snaps.
Again, by definition, a false prophet is one who presents themselves as speaking on behalf of the Lord. However, instead of speaking truth, they speak lies. Okay? So again, the first point is most Christians, as he has admitted, we know the blood of Jesus Christ, the sacrifice, the God the Father, God the Son, God the Holy Spirit, which is incorporated in our belief system. Okay, the blood, he could have simply said, of course, salvation, the sacrifice of God for all sins, John 3:16, for the wages, or for God so loved the world, he gave his own begotten Son, that whosoever believeth in him should not perish but have everlasting life. Or he could have said, for the wages of sin is death, but the gift of God eternal. No, this man doesn't know any scriptures to back up anything he says. So let's get on to the next point. You proved right there you're a false prophet. Speaking of the Lord, when you make shit
let's
up.
step back for a second. So you said that Jack doesn't know any scriptures to support his positions or counter your position.
No, distorting. Okay, so that goes into the next bulletin
hang on,
point.
I'm talking for a moment. I'm sorry to jump in, but as the moderator, that would seem like you are poisoning the well against Jack. And I think it would be fair to ask Jack to provide some scriptures to support his position or counter yours.
Yes, I agree. Yes, provide some scriptures of what salvation is according to you, Jack, according to the Bible. Like, use the Bible, because God's holy word, right? The word of God, which you claim Jesus. I could spit 3 or 4 more verses out to support my thing with what I believe salvation is. So let's hear you use scriptures to support. See, he's not going to be able to. He's looking them up right now. Look, he's on his computer looking it up.
Give him a moment to respond. He started to respond, and then he jumped back in.
Before he hits
you could just say, hey, Google,
the scripture, we need another plane. So.
You could do that too, Jack.
Donations are welcome.
All you have to do,
He's
Jeremy,
Googling it, guys. He doesn't know it.
A lot more persecution.
I'm actually
It's by
sitting
two
here waiting for you to shut up.
He doesn't know it.
I'm actually sitting here waiting for you to shut up so I can actually say anything.
No, I see you looking on your screen, scrolling. You're good. Again.
Okay, Jack, go ahead and respond when you're ready, and then I'll
we need to have a reality check, okay?
Right. I don't
good machine.
I was hoping in some way this would do that, but this is just enabling his insanity. And I'm losing patience, sincerely. This dude is nuts. I don't actually have to defend myself against liars See, there's no actual facts brought against me, just accusations and conclusions, then deflections and distractions and accusations and conclusions and deflections. And he and many others in this society of today have been doing this bullshit with me for a long time.
They all pick on me.
It's some of us on the panel, maybe he's speaking of, right?
I would agree, but I'm so tired of hearing. I feel like Flo when I'm doing this shit. I'm just so tired of hearing him talk about how, rather than addressing snafu, talk about how everybody jumps him all the time. I get so tired of hearing that. As soon as someone try to pin him down, he's talk about, y'all do this to me all the time.
You all do it.
Yeah, it fucking irks
Why
me.
are you trying to pin him down?
What are my plans to bring love and shit up? Do you ask
I don't
me
know.
my
I haven't
plans?
seen it, Joe.
Can I?
With my shit, Jack?
Yes.
You just said you don't even know what my plans
All right,
are.
Flo,
How the
see you
fuck are
later.
helping me?
You know what? Hey, Joe, you can take your disagreements. I'm about
One
ready
second,
to wrap
CJ.
up. Sincerely, you can be the first to go, but I'll give you a last word.
Yeah, I'll take the last word. Blow me, nigga.
Grow up, Joe. You don't have a fucking clue what's in front of you. Eliminate it all out,
Yeah,
I'm
CJ,
not
what's
sure
up, man?
Oh, I was
TJ,
saying,
you want to say
why are
something?
trying to pin him down?
Why?
Who down?
Jack.
I said when someone tries to pin him down,
Right.
he
Okay.
goes there. Why would someone pin him down?
Okay,
Here,
so
let me
in this
rephrase it.
instance, I guess.
But no, why would a person want to pin a person down is because they should be held accountable to what they say. It should be scrutinized and all of that shit. So if a motherfuckers is saying contradictory shit, you should make them face it. At least that's in my opinion. Not just Jack, every motherfucker. If they get up and make crazy claims, I'm the head of the CIA and shit. Yes, you should be pinned down. Are you saying that you're whoever the head of the CIA is?
What crazy claim did he make, though? I know he says some Jesus shit that I thought.
I'm not picking on Jack personally. Every motherfucker should be pinned down.
Yeah.
Okay, well, what I was getting at, I guess, is the shit he said bad enough to do something about? Like, at what point do we start going after these people? Because there's much bigger false prophets than Jack. You know what I mean?
We agree with you
earlier in
all
the
of
chat.
that.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah. So you basically just leave Jack to his own devices, you're saying?
I mean, I don't know. I'm
problem
not saying leave him to his. I'm not saying that necessarily. I mean, that's where it heads, I guess.
Yeah.
You're right. But yeah, I don't know.
I don't know. I think that question is more apt to like people like Snafu and those people who think it's their job to be their duty to tell you who the real Christian influencers are and all that. Yeah.
And they pick a motherfucker like Jack as opposed to picking someone who makes a claim to be a Christian leader. You pick Jack who's some hippie guru ass nigga.
Yeah, because even though Jack is a Christian, like he says, he's multifaceted in this. I know that sounds weird. People go like, if you're a Christian, you just need to be about it. But Jack's Jack, man. I don't think he's claiming to be like the fucking forerunner for Christianity or whatever.
There's a lot of people I know be like, yeah, I believe in God. Probably ain't even read the Bible. So no chance they quote the scripture, but they claim to be.
I mean, I do that. I do that. So,
hey, at least you admit it. Yeah. No, Lady KT is right. She said, I'm impressed with the moderator able to control those two. Yeah, to a certain extent. Yeah. No, she said both of them.
It's no easy task. That's for real.
Really? Look at Joe Cool as a moderator or CJ.
I asked you what success was. What is salvation to most Christians? How do you obtain salvation?
What up, Big
Linked
Kev?
with the Trinity.
It's
What
Jack
is
off
the
his
Trinity,
rocker.
Jack Tal?
It's Jack off his rock.
And how do most Christians think that they
don't know,
obtain
Kevin.
salvation? And it's a lot,
might
but
be.
it's a very there's one way to obtain salvation to most Christians. Now, Taco, I did put I sent you a private, and I put in the first thing if we could bring.
Yeah, I thought Kev, you're more than welcome to come up, bro.
I linked it. Yeah, I linked it in the.
Wait, is there any
chat
way
on
we
the
could
YouTube.
share screen? Is there any way we could share the screen so we could all look at it
My
together?
brother.
You can, but I linked the link.
I can't.
in
I can't share screen.
Okay, this says, by definition, then, a false prophet is one who presents themselves as speaking on behalf of the Lord. However, instead of speaking the truth, they speak lies.
Would CJ and Joe, would you say that you've seen Jack speak on behalf of the Lord, or just speak the Lord's words?
I would say he speak on behalf of the way. Go ahead, CJ.
Oh, my bad.
No.
Well, I'm sorry.
The machine.
I shouldn't do that. I guess it's probably one of the. I'm trying to think of the reasons I keep it.
I was just gonna say no more than other people speak that the Lord wants us to be healthy, and he no more than other people.
Yeah.
My
Right.
answer to that though was gonna be no. I haven't seen him claim that he's speaking for the Lord. But I know he said some wild shit that borders on crazy. I mean, I've heard.
Okay.
I can't tell you exactly what it is because I don't know the quote,
I'm pretty sure somebody showed me a clip where he said he was Jesus. I think I saw somewhere.
Oh yeah,
Christ
something
or
like
Jesus.
that. Yeah. Yeah, but if anything, if Jack talks the most about himself, I don't mean that in a mean way, but he's all this is Jack Talcott's world. You're in a Talcottian adventure and all that.
Yeah, I know. I'm like that. I know. That's why I'm interested to see what you guys think about the guy. Because it's like, fuck.
You can relate to him, huh?
Yeah. I relate to him a lot.
He's not claiming. Jack is not claiming to be a preacher or a reverend. I'm not sure Snafu's line of attack here.
He's a life coach. It should be like, is Jack Talcott a real life coach?
Go there.
There you go.
Yeah. Now you got an argument. He can rebut you.
And it'll probably push Jack harder to be even better life coach. Hopefully.
Yes, this is what the Lord Almighty, the God of Israel, says. Do not let the prophet. I think that's just a Bible quote.
I believe those.
Yeah.
Sorry, it sounds like those words apply to Snafu.
Hold on, since we can't share. Okay, so there's
And then
no
it
way you
says
can
how
share
to
screen.
tell
This
a
is
real prophet from a false prophet.
Yeah, because Snafu does talk a lot more with the authority of what he claims the Lord is than Jack, definitely. Let's see.
Sorry, reading the rest.
Right. Okay, so yeah, I wish you could share screen. That way we could go over these bulletin points the way I was hoping to do it. But here, okay, first one. What are the fruits of a false prophet? How we recognize them, Jack? One, it's not what they say, it's what they don't say. Again, what is most Christians' way of salvation?
Snafu.
And he's not going to tell us.
Let me.
Is he really asking the same question again?
He is asking the same question.
It's not what they say, it's what they don't say. Again, Jack, what is the way that most Christians believe that they obtain salvation?
I feel the need to point this out, please. The question
No,
asked.
you're avoiding the question, you fuck.
I object to the question. I'm seeking conversation with the mediator.
Okay. So Jack has said that he does not want to respond to the question. Is there another question you want to ask?
Okay. Bulletin point 1. What are the fruits of false prophets? This is why I wish we could share screen. He failed.
Is he
actually
literally
fell
gonna
into
start
first
from the
part,
beginning?
which is it's not what they say, it's what they.
What'd you say, OG?
He's gonna start from the beginning and say it all over again.
I
His
know.
determination is endless.
Yeah. Determination. It's tenacious, huh?
Don't
not
say.
allowing
Their
me
teaching
to
will be
speak.
totally out of balance.
Okay, guys. Hey, Snafu, let's calm down a little bit, right? I get you're
Your
excited.
teaching is totally out of balance here.
Charles Darwin has a comment. He says, I kind of get it. Jack has fuck all else to do. Maybe he has some concepts for people, but at least acknowledge you're not the savior for people. Yeah. Well, he's putting himself out there to help people, you know.
Yeah, I don't think he's the savior, Jesus
The
Christ.
savior. Yeah. He seems to have confidence in himself with his words, how he can help people and whatnot. They listen to him. That's the big thing, right? Right, guys? He always says, you need to listen to me. Listen to my words. Listen to my words. Yeah.
Jack, it sounds like Jack wants to respond to you there.
Please.
He looks like he's dumbfounded, really, because he knows he's about to get
Off his rocker.
destroyed for the next hour.
You think so, Kevin? You think he's off his rocker?
Dumbfounded by how this fool does not see his behavior.
Again, Jack, bulletin point on professional point. How do Christians obtain salvation?
What's up, CJ?
I said that's rage coming from Jack saying that shit.
What did he say? I didn't catch it.
He just, I mean, don't make me repeat it, but just
I'll rewind it. I got you.
Hey, that spoon's dying too.
How this fool.
I'm gonna eat anyway. I just warmed up my gyro, so I'm gonna say goodbye.
All right, brother.
I'll
talk to you. I'll talk to you soon, OG. Peace.
I blanked right when you put me on the spot. I mean, you said that.
You blame Jack to put you on the spot.
Yeah,
that's okay. That's what rewind is for. I got it.
His behavior.
Again, Jack, bulletin point on professional point.
Yeah,
how do Christians obtain salvation?
It's
most of their mind. How do they obtain salvation?
What's up?
It was like that fool can't see his behavior.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The harm with the fool. Yeah.
Yeah, because that applies to him too.
Please allow him a moment to respond, and then when he stops talking and he closes his mouth, you can jump back in. But just allow him a moment to finish his statement before you jump back in, please.
Please, let me address two things since I have just a moment here. Holy cows. Thank you.
Goodbye,
Taco. This is what Snafu and I need. He needs help and guidance, understanding how to have an actual conversation.
Mom, Taco,
he doesn't
the fucking
listen.
question. Excuse my
Now,
language. He's avoiding the question. How do you?
Please, if I can address the question without you interrupting, the question you asked is, Jack, let's go to the opinions of other Christians. You're confused. Let's go to what Jesus said and did.
What's up, Namaste?
I don't follow the way of Christians. That is clear. No disagreement, dude. I follow the way of Jesus.
No, you don't. No, you don't. You're a false, blasphemous scumbag. Again, we're not even on the first bullet point, folks. We're just on the fruit and point one right now, right? We're just on point one. We haven't even gone into verses, into things of optics of why you're a failed life coach, why your family left you because of your false prophet optics or anything. Again, the boiling point one, what are the fruits?
Seems like he's just using this opportunity, this so-called debate, as a way to slander him. You know? So I see it.
Of a false prophet, how will we recognize them? It is not what they say, it's what they don't say. Jack, why are you not telling us what salvation is to? Okay, so what is salvation to you? Let's reroute the question. What is Jack Talcott's new age guru self-prophetic way of salvation?
That question has been asked and answered, and you ignored me. That's why you're still confused.
Taco, I will bring the moderator in for this. I believe he's not answered the question. I believe he's.
Hey, the machine lies.
Yeah, Jack's right about that.
About what? About him.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Please don't make me repeat it. Jesus
Christ. No, I won't make you repeat it. I won't make you repeat it.
And Taco, I will bring the moderator in. Talcott's new age guru. It is not what they say, it's what they don't say. Jack, why are you not telling us what salvation is to? Okay, so what is salvation to you? Let's reroute the question. What is Jack Talcott's new age guru self-prophetic way of salvation?
That question has been asked and answered, and you ignored me. That's why you're still.
Taco, I will bring the moderator in for this. I believe he's not answered the question.
You didn't like that.
I'm going to use that. Thank you, Jack.
Ignore me. You feel ignored sometimes, CJ?
Asked and answered, and you ignored me on purpose.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah. I'm surrounded by them.
Avoiding the question, and he's not going to get away with his manipulative bullshit answers here.
So, to be fair, what I see is Jack patiently waiting for you to ask him a question.
I don't know.
And you
I
ask
wouldn't do
him
it.
a question, and then he begins to talk, and then you add on some type of personal insult, right?
Well, so he's answered
I think
what
it would
most
be
Christians
much.
believe.
I think it would
So
be
he's
much
answered that,
more
Taco?
of a
He's answered that to you?
conversation if you can stop the over talking for the rest of the discussion period.
Okay, well, since Taco thinks that your answer is coming out in the next hour, he's going to use 1 hour to get the answer to this simple question. Go ahead. Let's let Taco maybe understand what the hell Jack's trying to say. How do most Christians achieve salvation or think they do? Very simple, Jack.
They lie to one another.
Mm.
That's what most Christians do, you ignorant fool. So Taco, I'll tell you
That's
this.
how they reach. That's how they reach salvation.
That's the third time he's called him that. Ignorant fool.
Does
you're
not
telling me
restrain
he's
himself
answering it, he's
and
avoiding the
prevent
answer,
over talking both of us, I will end. Okay, we deserve more respect. Both of us do.
And that's what I've been saying, Snafu. Be respectful. Allow him to respond. I'm going to unmute you again. I do not want to moderate this very much at all, right? The less work I have to do, the better, right?
Yes,
That's
but
why
you're
I'm
going to
saying,
have to
let's
be
stop
realistic.
talking and have
Of course he's going
a
to run
courteous
away.
conversation.
Be pragmatic,
with each other
moderator.
on the topic.
It's not. Do you want me to give you the
Address
answer?
topic.
But
You're
does
over
it-
talking me now, dude.
Does it seem
can
to
address
reason
the
that he must
topic
be doing something right?
without
Or they would stop
attacking
this
the
guy
other
so bad?
You mean snaps?
Yeah, like Snaps and whoever
Uh-huh.
he said.
Yeah.
Like, does it seem to reason that whatever the hell I just said?
That could be a reason why you think the moderator and Jack are trying to stop snaps. He could be onto something. And now what does that mean?
They're
Onto
trying
something.
to paint him crazy so that they can put him in jail.
Yeah.
That's what it looks like to me.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know if it's like a mission like that, like devised by people or anything.
You mean it's more organic,
Maybe maybe it's more organic than that. I don't fucking know.
Yeah.
But it does look, like they're trying to paint him a crazy person, and they have already decided he's crazy, and they're trying to make it happen. You know what I mean?
But CJ, yeah, I see what you mean, but Snafu's not making it any easier by not following the rules of the debate by just talking over people.
Not.
You know what I mean? It would be nice if he didn't do that so we can get more of a clean debate.
Person personally, right? And you can address the topic without screaming over the other person when he's talking. Snafu. This is not difficult to do.
Look at this guy. Charles Darwin says, I assume he's talking about Snafu talking over people, yelling. Maybe because he's from a black neighborhood with gunshots and sirens. He has to talk loud, I guess. Stupid.
Let's calm down and let's have a back and forth. If Jack says he doesn't want to talk about one of the questions, just ask another question. You got a whole list of questions, dude.
He can ask it a different way. I
tone.
pointed out my
No, it's fair because Jack is a fake prophet. I'm going to go ahead and answer it for him. The blood of Jesus Christ. The blood of Jesus Christ, which you claim to.
Okay, Jack, go ahead and finish saying what you were saying, and then I'll unmute Snafu and let him jump back in because you had a statement you were trying to make in response. So I guess Jack, take back.
Stay the fuck away says, I've seen Snafu act like this since 2021. They are not painting him any which way. Yeah, for sure. But he can still be quiet though. Yeah. So this is the best Snafu can get. This is actually probably tame Snafu.
Over for a second. When you're done talking, I'll unmute Snafu, and then ideally Snafu stops over talking, so I don't have to.
Common courtesy and manners don't cost a cent. Absolutely.
What Snafu was asking me was to give an answer, as he said, of most Christians. He gave the answer.
This broadcast doesn't cost a
Christians.
cent. Doesn't cost a cent, but you're always welcome to do a donation. Thank you.
Before I continue with my message, thank you, Sister Avanti, $10 coming on the Cash App. Thank you, sister. Next time, make it 20, but thank you for that 10. I know you barely had that. Thank you, sister.
They tell themselves they've accepted the blood sacrifice of another man from 2,000 years ago. That's what other Christians do for salvation.
Okay, I'm unmuting you, Snafu. Now jump in, and then when you ask a question back or wherever this goes, please allow Jack to talk when it's his turn to respond.
Again, by definition, a false
Next time if he has to over talk him, I gotta leave. I can't take this anymore.
prophet is one who presents themselves as speaking on behalf of the Lord. However, instead of speaking truth, they speak lies. Okay? So again, the first point is most Christians, as he has admitted, we know the blood of Jesus Christ, the sacrifice, the God the Father, God the Son, God the Holy Spirit, which is incorporated in our belief system. Okay, the blood, he could have simply said, of course, salvation, the sacrifice of God for all sins, John 3:16, for the wages, or for God so loved the world, he gave his own begotten son, that whosoever believeth in him should not perish but have everlasting life. Or he could have said, for the wages of sin is death, but the gift of God eternal. No, this man doesn't know any scriptures to back up anything he says. So let's get on to the next point. You proved right there you're a false prophet, speaking of the Lord when you make shit
let's
up.
step back for a second. So you said that Jack doesn't know any scriptures to support his positions or counter your position.
Wait a minute. What's up, Marathon Kev? My brother. How's it going?
Salute, guys.
What's going on, man?
Brother?
Hey, what up?
Shit.
Hey, I'm passing out, guys. Sorry.
You passing out, CJ?
See you, Kev. Yeah, I'm out of here.
Hey, thanks, CJ, for your input, man. Be easy, brother. Peace. Machine Lies is
DML, what's
in the zone.
Yeah, blessings.
Oh, there you go. There you go. Yeah,
my brother.
Yeah. Yes, Kev. What do we? I mean, to reset the topic of this this broadcast is my DNA, NPC's 8 ancestral regions, and we're going over my ancestry.com. We were doing that, but now we got into this Talcott debate. Any thoughts on the debate?
No, I just got. Well, I took the invite, bro. I'm like, all right, for sure. I'll pop up and just kind of listen and then hone in.
Yeah, okay. Let's see. We'll give you something then, Kev.
All right,
I'll give you something to work with.
Distorting. Okay, so that goes into the next bulletin
hang on,
point.
I'm talking for a moment. I'm sorry to jump in, but as the moderator, that would seem like you are.
Oh yeah. By the way, Namaste. I know you were. I had a feeling you were responding to CJ. You're saying that the panels cannot paint. Snafu is crazy. His behavior is crazy for sure. I agree. It's nobody's fault but his own for sure. Maybe CJ felt an affinity that found himself in the past where he felt like not listened to before. That could be tough. Namasi the fuck away says, I guess my frustration is wanting Jack to advocate for himself, set boundaries, and not to let people like that have free range and attacking experience. For sure. Yeah. I mean, coming from the Leo chamber, because he's a Leo like you, Sunside, Jack. Do you ever feel like this? That like maybe sometimes when people are, what it might seem like people are trying to, they're attacking you or whatever, and you're just taking it, but in your mind, are you thinking something different sometimes? You don't always attack yourself, Kevin?
I guess, yeah, sometimes, sometimes for sure. But like mushrooms are a hell of a drug, bro. You know what I mean? And that'll help you like deflate that ego. So
exactly.
Like,
it won't get to you, huh?
Yeah, 100%. Like younger me, like would have took that like criticism. Is like, all right, for sure. I got something for you, bro. Bing, bop, boom, bop.
Yeah.
But now I'm like more along the lines. Okay, yeah. Let me soak that up. Pause. You know what I mean? Let me soak up that criticism and then maybe see where I'm at.
Right. That's actually the bigger thing to do, and the easiest thing too.
Yeah. Yeah, that's growth.
Poisoning the well against Jack.
Right. Keep you out of jail or in a grave.
And I think it would be fair to ask Jack to provide some scriptures to support his
position
salvia?
or counter. Bonk says salvia.
I agree.
That's crazy.
Provide
Wow.
some scriptures of what salvation is according to you, Jack, according to the Bible. Like use the Bible because God's holy word.
Right. You're Aquarian. You don't give a fuck about people. Yeah, for sure. Because in essence, the Aquarian is about the people, the actual people, the collective. So you don't. Oh, I just fucked that up. But that's usually the Aquarian does think about the people, and the Leo thinks about themselves, and then the opposite signs. But they're a lot alike in a way. They go back and forth. Yeah. Interesting. Any thoughts?
Right. God, which you claim Jesus. I could spit 3 or 4 more verses out
Marathon
to support
Kids
my
links.
thing.
Sub up if you have it.
I believe salvation is.
I'm sure you
So
have
let's
it.
hear you use scriptures to support. See, he's not going
Thanks,
to be able
Markella.
to. He's looking them up right now. Look, he's on his computer
on-
looking to
yeah.
support my thing with what I believe salvation is. So let's hear you use scriptures to support. See, he's not going to be able to. He's looking them up right now. Look, he's on his computer looking it up.
Give him a moment to respond. He started to respond, and then he jumped back in.
Jesus.
You know what?
Hey, you could just say, "Hey, Google, Jack." Hey, Siri.
Machine
you can
lies
do that
in the
too,
house.
Jack. Hey, Siri. He's Googling it, guys.
Thanks,
he doesn't
Markella.
know it.
I'm actually sitting here waiting for you to shut up so I can actually say anything.
No, I see you looking at your screen, scrolling. You're good. Again.
Okay, Jack, go ahead and respond when you're ready, and then I'll unmute.
Well, we need to have a reality check. Okay.
Oh, here we go.
Seriously, I was hoping in some way this would do that, but this is just enabling his insanity. And I'm losing patience, sincerely. This dude is nuts. who I don't actually have to defend myself.
Wait, and Marathon Kev, you said your question was, is Jack off his rocker? Pause.
Yeah, super pause. Yeah, but he was a little bit, from what I've seen so far. I've been watching for like 15 minutes or so. I'm like, Jack's off his pause. Jack's off his rocker a little bit. He's
I don't get the pause for that. I don't get the pause.
Jack off.
Oh
Jack
shit!
off.
I didn't think about that. I get it.
I got you,
that's
my brother,
good.
for sure.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
This is silly, man.
Fires.
But no, but Jack called him nuts. That's what's funny. Yeah. Well,
And bro, it is a little crazy though. That's snafu right there.
Yeah. Have you talked to him before?
Nah, I haven't. I've heard about
him. Oh, that'd be
good.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think the first
He's
time
wild,
I heard about
man.
him was like I think it was the other night on one of your panels or whatever the case may be.
Mhm.
And I'm like, oh, okay. Sounds a little like low cray, And seeing this, I'm like, yeah, for sure, this nigga crazy. But God bless everybody,
Yeah, exactly. God bless Markella. Happy birthday. Hey, Charles Darwin, you need to get up here so we can sing happy birthday to Markella.
Oh, it's Markella's
You need to come
birthday?
on. Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah, it's happy
cake
birthday.
day, sister. Happy cake day.
Happy cake
for
day. Let's get up here, Charles Darwin.
See, there's no actual facts brought against me, just
Chopper Jeff?
accusations and conclusions.
It is
then
terrifying.
deflections and distractions and accusations and
goes.
conclusions and deflections. And he and many others in this society of today have been doing this bullshit with me for a long time. Please, sorry for the language. You have a respectful place here.
No worries. I get it, and I
Sorry
understand
about the
what
language.
you're saying. I also
Sorry about the language, Marathon Kev.
Yeah, that's God's language though, for sure.
Right.
That'd be the thing. Like that be tripping me up sometimes. God created everything or whatever the case may be. Sometimes you got to use like an expletive to get your point across. God ain't finna be mad at you, especially if you going to bat for him. Like, man, tell these fuck niggas they fuck niggas. That's the best
Fuck
way to
niggas.
explain it. Goddamn. God bless everybody. In Jesus' name we pray.
Come on, man.
understand where snafu is coming from, and I think that you two can have a productive dialogue here by being both of you have a long history. I'll add a few minutes, but both of you have a long history of being combative with each other. Let's try to have this be more of a neutral ground, right? Where you're not enemies, but you're discussing
You're
the topic,
frenemies.
right? Try to keep it on the topic, right? And so I think Snafu had asked you for some scripture. Do you have some scripture to respond in with, or do you want me to unmute him and let him go to his next point?
Here, I would actually, what he's doing is playing this game of persecutor and judge, setting the standards for what I need to prove. Well, I never raised the claim that I am a prophet. Okay. He's raised a false claim that I'm a false prophet. He's been lying about me, mischaracterizing me. He's been enabling others with really serious, disgusting accusations against me. So this one, hey, So as far as scripture goes, what supports my views on the scripture, and here I admit my weaknesses. I'm not one of those believers who has a Bible memorized. I know what it says. I just don't have the particular verse and everything memorized. But I do remember in 1 John particularly, if you don't know love, you don't know God, for God is love. Now, salvation means overcoming. It means the saving from problems. That's what I was suggesting with the simple explanation. Salvation is saving us from our own sins. It's solving problems. The most powerful thing we have is love. When you're filled with love, the problems become small. They become insignificant. So it's through the Holy Spirit. The Holy Spirit is the message of the Bible, what people are supposed to be seeking for, not competing over who follows whose rules and who memorized whose rules. The world is driving each other insane, but there's truth in that idea of the Holy Spirit. My testimony has been what it is, but
love,
it's
bro,
not
love can get you
supernatural.
chipped,
It's
though. Love can get you chipped. Love can get you chipped. You know what I mean?
Right.
Love can get your piece taken off the chessboard. Also you have to be aware, like, there's a duality with everything. And I get what he's saying, he all Bible thumper edition for sure. But there's dualities all throughout the Bible. And that's one of them things, bro.
A lot of duality.
Exactly.
It's almost in like a Zen book. It can mean this and then this and then that and then that.
Yeah. For sure. I might love you, but I gotta separate myself from you.
Yeah.
I heard a brother talking about some, like, what's the shit called, like Hutu? It was like some off-brand version of like voodoo or something.
Right.
Yeah. And he was like, I got a lot of experiences through my family and shit. When we ask whoever the Hutu god is or whatever, like, take something away from me, like, make me do better, like, get rid of all the shit that is bad in my life. He was like, prepare for somebody in your family to die. I was like, oh, that's dark.
Damn.
That's dark. Yeah, that's dark.
He said that to you?
Nah, he didn't say it to me. I was listening to a podcast, like a Hutu believer or whatever. I was like, oh shit, that's crazy.
That's
but I'm
super
not mad
dark.
at that concept though. I'm not mad at that concept. You know what I mean? Like, God ain't no goddamn just God or whatever the case may be. God, you think they say in the Bible, like, God is like a jealous God and all the whole little shit?
Yeah, exactly. It's all the attributes of man, actually.
Come on,
Yeah.
So
for sure.
when you pray, like, you better be prepared for what come with that. You know what I mean? Because it might not have been what you imagine. Some other shit might be coming with that.
Absolutely. I always say that. Be careful what you wish for. For extra.
Yeah.
For example, yeah.
I'm about to blow a nigga up. I'm about to blow a nigga up today. Goddamn.
Right.
Say goodbye to your goddamn hand, nigga.
You look like the guy from Total Recall. The no fingers and shit.
Exactly. Y'all chicken wing Jones now, nigga.
Chicken wing, yeah. Drumstick, chicken wing Joe. Trying about the box T-Row.
There you go, people. Hey,
what's up? What's going on? Sorry about that, David Wayne. Are you ready for this? Charles Darwin. We're gonna do this. Happy birthday.
Oh, mate, I am good to go.
All right. Ready to go?
I've been working. I've been working on my voice stuff, and I think I'm getting a little bit better, just a little bit better. I mean, Joe Cool thought that was the most amazing song he'd ever heard in his entire life, and I think this time, I've almost nailed it. Oh, fuck yeah.
Okay, let's see.
Fuck yeah.
He said, "Fuck yeah, let's go, let's do it."
Okay.
So ready? Hold on, let me get you up there. Hold on for a second.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, Mark Markella, happy birthday to you. Mwah, mwah, mwah.
Disgusting.
What do you
That
reckon?
was disgusting. That sounded like Marilyn Monroe's like version.
Exactly.
Like,
hey, look.
That's
what
the point, man.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
God
look,
bless.
hey, look.
That was on point then.
Kevin, after all that, God bless. Yeah, Markella, man, how you feel about that? Man? That was awesome, man. Bongs and stuff is loving it.
She's probably fucking booting her computer right now. But hey, look, you know, I am trying. I am trying. You know?
No emoji. No emoji. No exclamation point. Just
Markella just upped the strap on her.
She's just like,
oh yeah. Keep singing, nigga.
Fuck.
Good job.
What did I do?
Cheers to you, Markella.
See, I ain't never had shit.
Happy birthday, Markella.
Oh, yeah.
From NPC the Game Live and you and Marilyn Monroe via she was Charles Monroe was channeling.
Holy
I'd
shit.
be kicked up.
But yeah, look, I think that, you know, when someone has a birthday, like, you need to go and do something about it, you know, and even if it's like fucking really, really bad, you know, you just go, oh, well, fuck, here's a cake that I put it in a oven and now it's fucking concrete, but it's a cake for you for your birthday.
Thought.
It's the thought behind it, sort of thing,
it's the
you know?
thought that counts, Kevin.
Yeah.
Yes.
You hear that, Kev?
Yes. Fuck yeah.
Thank you for that.
Lick on my chocolate salty ball shit. Like put it in your mouth and suck them.
Oh,
sound like South Park edition. It's a metaphor. Don't get weirded out.
Well,
it's a metaphor.
Look, you know, you have to go and take like a couple of ribs out before you can go and do that. But you know, hey, do your best. Like take a couple of ribs out and then see if you can suck on your salted chocolate balls. But it's probably better if you get a girl to go and do the same thing for you, going, oh, I want to suck on those, and you go, that's better. I'll just sit back with my head and my hands going, this is good. This is good. Oh, yeah. But, you know, up to you.
Yeah.
Thank you for that, Charles.
Your discretion.
Yeah. Ear muffet for me, Ben. Ear muffet for me, Ben. Okay. Now, what's your thoughts on this, guys? On the Jack Telcott shit?
Logical.
And then when you finish your statements, a good thing to do would be to ask a question back so that you both get time to explain your points, right?
Thank you. And to help make sure that it's being exchanged. So, Snafu, you know that the Bible is not my strength, but there are many, many, many verses that support what I suggest is what it means. Don't be so judgmental against each other. Stuff like that.
Some neutral ground. Good to see you.
What do you hear when I
your birthday's tomorrow? Okay,
like
happy
this?
birthday to
I
you.
said a lot, Snafu, and thank you for this.
Actually, it kind of, I don't think you should have me muted because just the fact it's taken away the actual authenticity, whether you moderate or not. Because, yeah, I would have interrupted or said something during that bullshit. I'm still waiting on verses, Jack. You claim to teach God. You claim to teach Jesus. You claim to tell people you know the way. The way Jesus cried. And the topic was, what is a false prophet?
Yeah.
I shared another link.
Right.
I shared. No, tell us.
I hate jumping in like this, Snafu. Let's calm down. So, in Jack's response, if you were listening to his response, he said he didn't have verses on the spot. He's providing the message of the Bible, right?
He's not a Bible guy, scripture guy, right?
Well,
we all know that, right?
Pause for a second. Look, I'm looking at what they're saying there. Okay, you got Snafu. Okay, and I've dealt with Snafu. He is interesting to say the least. he's like a fucking, I don't know, a 15-year-old kid with way too much testosterone just blowing through his fucking body. That's why he screams and he shouts and he does all that sort of shit. Then you got Jack Talcott, where testosterone fucking comes in a fucking pill or a fucking injection, and he's like just going, oh well, I just want everyone to go and cuddle and stuff and wow. So these are like.
Be fair though, but to be fair, real quick, Charles Darwin, like you've seen him get raged out though before. He has raged out before. Yeah,
he has, well, the last one I saw him rage out was when his life kind of went to shit. Like he had a house and he lost the house, and then other things happened, and he was still online, and he was like, ah. So, you know, if you push a man to a point, he will fucking lose his mind. Like seriously. So, I get that. I totally understand it, but
Sleep
these
easy,
two,
neutral. Keep going. These two what? CD.
Charles
Darwin. Charles Darwin. Paging Charles Darwin.
Bonjour, I'm still here. But yeah, those two, it's like two different. Think of a seesaw. Okay, one's on the bottom of the seesaw, the other one's at the top of the seesaw, and they kind of go up and down. But that's basically those two people doing their thing, you know. Like I don't hate either of them. Like I disagree with a lot of the shit that they both say, but also agree with a lot of the stuff that they do say. So I can't really go, well, that one's fucked, that one's fucked. No. This one says some points, that one says some good points. I'm like, cool, all right, I'm happy with that, you know. But when they go mental and they fucking do weird shit like this, that's a little bit ugh. You know, it's like watching your fucking dad bash your fucking brother or some weird shit. It's weird.
Yeah, but I mean, this is just an extent. I feel you, but this is an extended version. I've seen it in the last year of going to Jack's stream from time to time. I see them. This is just an extended version because usually Snafu gets kicked off in the first 30 seconds, maybe a minute. Yeah, so it is a big loop going on for sure.
Yeah, bro seems a little abrasive. Snafu.
Oh,
I'm not
yeah.
familiar with bro like too much.
He's
but
bad,
He definitely
Kev.
seems abrasive.
Yeah, like he is ridiculous, bro. He's like a Tasmanian devil. You know what I mean? Yeah.
Gotcha.
And so your response was that
He's actually being
didn't
tame right
provide
now.
verses like you asked, and that was what Snafu said, Jack.
Well,
and that's a fair. I'm just saying that's a fair response.
Yes.
Given the situation.
Can we please see what Snafu heard from me? Because that's what I was going to ask.
Yeah.
He pointed out what he didn't hear.
Okay, you know how many of us take God's word, doctrine, studied their whole lives, the books, right? Studied their whole lives, the word of God. John 1:1, as you said, which you screwed that one up too. The Bible tells us he is the word of God, not the doctrine and paper. For I. See, that's what John, and that's where I think the Mandela effect comes in, folks, with John 1:1. Acts and some others said there'll be time of thirst and knowledge, not of the word of God, or not of food, but the word of God. So I do believe the Mandela effect is tied with that John 1:1. Here's the thing, Jack. People who've studied the Bible know the Bible.
You're talking about someone else. You're not answering
scripture,
what I said.
Man-made narrative of your religion. Now let's get on the next topic. Now before Taco pulls it up, tell us about love. You said love is how we obtain Jesus, God, right? If we that you've preached many times that love is it, right? That love is everything. Love is it. That's how we like. That's how to be aligned with God, right? Tell the love thing. Hence your live without fear and love always, right? Am I not wrong? Love is how you obtain salvation, or that's how in Jack's belief system, it's all about love, right?
You're sharing a lot of confusion, and I don't know what the hell you want.
It's your belief system.
Nah, he's sick of him because he could have said like, "There's a couple things you're right about right there." Yeah, I'm about my message, but this and that. But I think he's over it. Yeah.
All about love and no fear. We've heard you for years saying this. Now you're going to switch your story up because you're getting destroyed? So tell us your belief system. We've even asked you, how do you obtain salvation and pass or blah, blah, God? And you're like, it's love, man. God is love is everything, right? So tell us in your belief system, the love part to like, what is love about in your belief system? It's everything pretty much from what I've understood watching your message.
Okay, it sounds like this is a good opportunity for Jack to respond uninterrupted now to make it.
To what? To what? He just rambled with assumptions and narratives. He has no interest. What would you like to know from me?
So, Snafu, can you just provide a quick one-line question or a statement to respond to so that he can easily address that and then go to the next point?
Wars. This is a guy who's going to stop wars. This is a guy who's going to lead people to God or Christ and his own.
Hey, Kevin and CD, he's all over the place, huh? On this. What do you guys think?
Yeah, I would say so, bro. It's like
machine
super all over the place.
Yeah, because he said the question would have been like, "Is love? Do you believe that the only way to salvation is love?" That's it. He had a question for him, and he could have said his thing, which you actually addressed a little while ago, right? You said love isn't the only thing. I'm paraphrasing, basically, right? You can't just have love, right?
Well, the question I would ask is like, what love are you looking for? Like, are you looking for like, okay, I want someone to go and care about. I want kids. You know, I want to go and care about something that is important in my life, or do I want love of an entire fucking group of people who know fuck all about me and I know fuck all about them? Oh, I'm fucking, what's the name? Fucking Taylor Swift. Ooh, everyone loves me. Get the fuck out. If she fucking walked down the street without makeup and got hit by a car, I'd be like, oh shit, that sucked. And I'd keep walking. I just keep going. I wouldn't even bother fucking to go and call the cops.
Right.
What sort of love are you looking for? Do you want genuine love where people literally fucking care about you, which you get from a family or a social network in some way, shape, or form that is close to you? Or do you want to go along and just go, oh, look at me, I'm a fucking wah on the internet, fucking on TV type shit?
But that's the point. That's probably why he's saying that, because I don't think he talks to his family. He doesn't have it's all his friends are online, so that's why he takes his philosophy of love everything.
Oh, okay. So he has not like no close relationships effectively. Would that be fair?
I mean, that's what he shared. Like, he's estranged from his son, his only son, and also he's divorced, and then his family members. I think he talks to his sister that he recently met, but that's about it. So basically, it's just us online folks that Jack has. Yeah.
Okay. So does not like really have like the ability to go and make close relationships with actual people on the street, like go to, I don't know, fucking a bar, play pool sort of thing, or what? Like how does
that was
it work?
the big deal with Jack. Couple like last month, he went to DC. Oh, he's in DC area right now, or he was, and he was actually went to a Veterans for Peace march during that President Trump thing.
I saw that, and he's not a fucking veteran, so he can go get fucked on that. But yeah, I understand what you're talking
What do you
about.
mean? I think I'm pretty sure he's a veteran.
No.
Why are you saying that?
I watched a few things where they were talking about him with the T-shirt, and apparently he's not a veteran. He's never fucking been in the military. He's never done anything at all.
I don't. Yeah, I can't co-sign that, because like he said he was, and until it's proven that he wasn't, I will stick to that. You know. So
well, look, that's fair. That's fair.
Yeah, that's fair. Yeah. But I'm saying, but in terms of like finding a group of people to hang out with, he seemed like he found some good friends. I mean, some people he could potentially be friends, so he has the ability, you know. So I don't know, man. Yeah.
Well, that's what I don't get. Like, you know, I don't know how shit works with women. Women do their own thing, you know, where. But with guys, as you get older, your social network tends to degrade quite a lot. Okay, in high
in terms
school,
of getting smaller.
yeah,
You mean by
exactly.
degree?
Like,
Yeah, for sure.
yeah. So in high school, there was 1,000 to 2,000 fucking children there, and you would fucking meet someone fucking, and they'd be a good friend, and they say, hey, come to my party, blah blah blah. And by the time you hit high school and you went to either fucking college or work, that fucking group of friends diminished quite a lot, because some would go to school, some would go to university, or they go to other university, and then fucking over time the numbers that in your phone would go down and down and down. But you'd work to make new friends, like people that you would work with, and people that were part of their fucking social group, and you would have other friends. But I don't know what happens to, like, I don't know, 60, 70-year-old dudes where they don't fucking have, a social network. I don't really understand why you wouldn't have someone to go and talk to besides the internet. And I get, look, the internet is totally cool. You can go and scream and shout and carry on. And
yeah, some people did. Some people like me, like I live in another country where I grew up, very far away, and literally, be it new friends that I met online or friends I met when I wasn't online, the only way I can talk to them is online. Pretty much. It doesn't mean I can't make friends like in my neighborhood or at work or whatever here, but I don't know. It's just, we're living in a new age too. It's not like it used to be, where the internet is definitely a place where people make friends. But I get what you're saying. But here's the thing too. What you're saying about the French, there's different types of friendships. We talked about this on our broadcast about friendship. Like Plato talks about it, how the friends that you were talking about, like we meet at work or at school, those are like friends we meet by convenience, by being in location. And a lot of times when we stop going to school, like you said, or do another job, we don't have those friends anymore. And the point is, so in a way, you're right about how friendships do degrade, they get lesser, right? But however, the third kind of friend that's really cool is the one that no matter where you go, they're always going to be your friend, or even if you haven't talked to them in a long time. And those are the ones that even if you have one of those people, you're good. So I don't know. Maybe Jack has one of those people. I don't know. Yeah.
Well, that's the thing, right? There's people in my life where I don't see them very often. I don't talk to them. But if something happened, I would be there in a fucking heartbeat, and I would take a bullet for those people.
That's
more
great.
More than happy to go and do that, and they can go live their life.
I would be happy for it, but taking a bullet. But I see what you mean, though. I know what you mean. You're a good friend.
Yeah. They can go do this, they can go do that. But hey, I'm in trouble. I need help. I'll be like, fuck. I'll be there in fucking 24 hours. Let's go. Boom. And I don't know many people who actually have that sort of relationship with their friends. Like, I've got friends.
You do, right? So that's good. Kevin, you do, right? I'm sure Kevin does. He's very sociable and it's a good friend.
Yeah, most definitely.
Yeah, I do. Yeah.
Well, the thing is, like, a lot of people don't have that sort of relationship. Like, I remember high school. Fucking, I was not a fucking positive person. Like, I was just the guy that you just left alone, because if you upset me, I would hurt you. But that was a different thing, and it worked for me because I joined the military, and that was a good job. But there's a lot of people I know of where they had all these friends, they had all these people that were like hanging around, and then one day something happened, and all of a sudden, all those people that were like blowflies around fucking rotting meat just ran away. Woof. And that person was sitting there going, fuck, where are my friends gone? I don't know what's happened. It's like, well, congratulations, those are not your friends. All right.
Well, that,
and
yeah.
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 No, here's the thing too. Like that actually happened to Jack in a sense where the way he tells it, except it wasn't just his friends, it was his family, which sucks. You know what I mean? So they don't want to be with him. Now, the reason for that's up for debate, I guess. You know, who you're going to believe the stories. But yeah, man, I'm just happy that I'm good right now. And hopefully those people that don't have friends, they can find somebody. Hope they can find, because that's tough, man, when you don't have nobody, right? Let me start this tape. You bring up good points, though, bro.
Family and coworkers are done with this ass.
Yes,
and
it is.
I got it to a simple.
And I tell you what, Taco, I'm done. I'm done.
So,
okay? Because I am that man.
You're Batman.
No, I am that man who's going to
right.
accomplish that things. This guy is a fucking fool.
Thanks, bro.
And I don't need to sit here being disrespected. This is nonsense. I was hoping, I guess, for a miracle. But thank you for trying. But this is done. Okay.
Can we attempt to give Snafu one more shot here and see if he can operate within the rough guidelines that we placed prior to this? Because I mean, from my understanding,
Kev, one more chance. One more chance.
While being accepting of people, right? And I feel like
Brian McKnight,
both of y'all are struggling at portraying the Christian values here towards each other.
Wait, what?
Uh-oh.
You think it's equally being offered to disrespect each other?
Damn.
Wow, dude.
I feel like there is something in the back from y'all's previous.
I've heard Jack do that before when he's having an argument on his panel with somebody, and a third party will step in and be like, "You both need to calm down." He's like, "Wow, really? You think we both need to? Really?"
Conversation.
That's fair, because bro's been calm the whole time. You know, he's really been chill.
Yeah, Jack has. Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, for sure.
I think that guy's trying to just be fair, I guess, but maybe you shouldn't always be fair, because Jack needed a little bit more I don't know, support right there.
And your vendetta between each other,
acknowledgement of his patience. That's it.
Okay. It feels like there's something in the background going on there, and it could easily be avoided, right?
Well, Taco, it's in front of you. It's not in the background. This guy has been calling me horrible things for years, and I've asked for others to help.
Yeah, you're familiar with him, CD? About all the shit that they have between them two? Charles Darwin.
Sorry, go ahead, mate.
I've tried.
I said, are you familiar with the like all the horrible things that Snafu has said about Jack? Not just Jack, a lot of us, even me. He said some weird shit.
No, not really. Look, I mean, I've seen Jack, and sometimes I agree with what he says, and quite a lot of the time I go, yeah, okay, dude, you just like
fair enough, though.
You know, Snafu, on the other hand, he has a bit of an issue with me. I don't know why. He's a bit of a fuckwit, but okay, you know, you do you. I don't care.
Yeah, he does that with everybody. It seems like, especially in the beginning when you first meet him.
Well, someone mentioned in the chat before that fucking Snafu is like fucking some sort of FBI fucking plant where he has everything fucking written down. He'll fucking go blah 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 and shit that you didn't. Well, shit that you didn't fucking shit that you said fucking 6 months ago, and you don't remember. He'll be, oh, you said here, blah. And it's like fucking.
Yeah.
How do you have all this shit fucking lined up to be able to go and attack someone? And that's
some people have some people have that memory where they can do that. Like, especially if they want to plot against you, they can remember those little things.
Yeah. Well, yeah.
Even if it's a lot.
What is it? It's not photographic memory. It's photo something memory. It's not photogenic, but you know, basically fucking if they see something, they hear something, it's like bang, I saw this, I remember this, and I will never fucking forget this. Even though I was fucking four at the time, now at fucking 50, I remember what fucking color fucking shoes you were wearing, how many fucking coins were on the table, that sort of bullshit.
Yeah, that's photographic.
Yeah, that doesn't really happen though in real life. So I think with Snafu, like, he's fucking sitting there fucking collecting data on stuff, on people to go along and fucking pull that up at some point with the people that he talks with.
But yeah, I see what you. But I think what you. I see what you mean. But lately, dude, he's literally been in a hospital bed, in the hospital.
Really?
So I can't picture him with all these papers or computer screen. He does everything on his little phone and shit. So like,
dude.
But I could be wrong though too.
No, dude. All he needs is a fucking laptop and access to the internet. That's all he needs.
Okay.
You know.
So he could be an agent for sure. He definitely could be. Somebody's saying that you sound like a boy. Not somebody. One of our beloved mods, voice says Charles sounds like a bit of a Casper.
Oh, boy,
what is
get
that?
the fuck out. No,
Like angry Casper?
Casper doesn't like me anymore.
Goodbye, my time, Kev.
Casper doesn't
later.
like me anymore because fucking apparently, according to Casper, once upon a time I muted him on a channel. Okay, and I was like fucking sitting there going, "Oh, hey Casper," he wouldn't talk to me. It's like, "Hey Casper, hey Casper," and then one day, fucking, I was on a panel with him. I said, "Oh, hey Casper," and he went nuts and just went, "La la la la." You muted me. I was like, "Where the fuck did I mute you?" "Oh, you muted me on this channel."
He's strange.
Yeah,
you don't even have to finish the whole story, bro, because I know.
No, I have to. I have to because fucking I turned around and said, "Dude, I haven't been on that fucking channel for like fucking 6 months."
He's making a joke.
Yeah,
my thing is like I don't want to hear about Casper, to be honest, because like he came in here the other day and he was kind of spurging, being kind of rude in the chat.
He does.
So,
Look, he does.
So I'm good off him. I know he's bulking, so you can't blame it on your genetics, Casper, for your combative nature. But let's just try to get through this real quick. I only got a couple minutes left right here.
Oh, really?
Tried communicating with him on my own.
I've been doing this for 6 hours, bro. 6.5 hours almost today.
Offline.
Yeah.
The guy is impossible for me to communicate with, but he's clearly crying out for help. He
no donations too.
Attention.
It's a shame.
So here's what we can do. I have an idea. So I think there is room for a good conversation here, right? And Snafu in DMs previously seemed to be very willing to make that happen. So I would like to give him one more attempt.
Bring it, man! I got my Bulkin brothers shit.
Actually, have a real conversation here.
No, I can go solo.
If this proceeds to operate as it has been, where there's much over talking, I can remove him from the stage if you want. And if you're cool, we can hang out for a little bit and chat. Maybe pull some people up. You can talk to some of your fans or whatever, and we can just hang out for a little bit, right? But Snafu, I am totally neutral on this. I do not care at all who wins this debate, right? I just see a lot of disrespect on your end. I think that could be resolved very easily by maybe slowing down a little bit, talking a little bit more clearly, and being a little bit more precise with the questions that you're asking, and then not also adding in a ton of unnecessary baggage around the questions where you're attacking the individual after you ask a question, right? Once again, I do not care who this debates. I'm doing my who wins.
If you'd like to donate, you can do so by super chat, super
I'm just telling you what I've
membership. Buy me a coffee. Donations are accepted.
I'm reading the live chat as this is happening.
Thank you, chat.
Everybody in the audience is seeing it too, Snafu. I truly don't care who wins this. I'm going to unmute you, give you another chance here. I want you guys to have a good conversation. So I'm going to unmute you. Let's have a good conversation. I really don't want to remove you from the stage.
Oh, right. It looks like you're coddling this man. I'm asking direct questions. Do you know the normal me would be calling him a piece of shit?
He's right.
All right. We're not doing this.
He would have.
So if you want to stay on the stage, I am going to firm up now. So the rules are you have a much more casual back and forth with your interlocutor, or I'm going to have to remove you from the stage, because if I don't, the other interlocutor is going to disengage because of the amount of disrespect that you're displaying. So I'm asking you, if you want to have this conversation, to please have this conversation in a somewhat respectful way. Don't backtalk me. Don't overtalk me. Don't overtalk Jack. Just have a normal conversation with another person and forget about all the background baggage that you have here. Okay?
Okay, let's see if we could simplify this, Jack. Since you weren't able to give us Bible verses and you claim you don't really know the Bible, but talk Jesus. What is the love optics to your message? Like, because for most of it, like you've said, that's the key. Like, love is it. So please tell me what love, how big the part, like, because to you, from my understanding, maybe I'm wrong, is love is the way to obtain salvation, heaven status, everything, all is based on love. From your message, out of your mouth. So give us more of the love optics. And it's going to go into the false prophet optics, because if you don't see what I sent you in your backstage, you should see where I'm leading up to. because the whole point was, as a whole of Christians, what we feel versus those who false doctrine.
So do you have a question for Jack here?
Yes, I just asked it. Are you just as deaf as him? I asked him what his love message.
No, neither of us are deaf. It's just there's a lot of additional being added to the question and it takes it off track, right?
Okay, I see coddling here, but you can say what you want. What is his love message? His whole thing is about love. So tell us what love.
Tell you what.
To obtain heaven.
Snafu.
See, anytime you're cornered, Paco, even with direct questions, me not yelling or screaming.
He is trying to respond to your question of what is his love message.
What is the love according to your message? Go ahead.
I think before I answer another question, we need to show respect.
Wow. I just said go ahead, Taco. You gonna play this game?
Finish.
All right, what were you saying, Jack?
I'd love to see that there is true respect being shared. So we can exchange questions, perhaps. That was something you had suggested, Taco. And
yes.
So, Snafu, I'm willing to answer and explain, and actually I welcome this question to allow me to elaborate on love. But before I get to that, a question for you that I want you to
get to it, Jack. I'm gonna leave.
What you need to answer publicly is, are you willing to be wrong about me?
Wow. No. If I'm proven wrong, then I'm wrong. But see, Jack, this is where you're deceptive, manipulative. Can you read what
I want you to answer the
question. He said yes. That was a yes.
Well,
he said if I'm proven wrong. So you have the opportunity to prove him wrong.
Okay.
That's him saying he can be wrong.
Then he needs to be willing to accept the evidence that is offered. See, I've not seen any humility from that man, and that is what he needs to learn in following Jesus. Okay. So I'll answer that question now because you're right. He answered in his way, but I want to hold him to be true. So if the evidence shows he needs to admit he was wrong, he needs to admit he was wrong. And as far as love, as a man who follows the teachings and example of Jesus, his commandment was clear. The most important, love God, all your mind, all your heart, all your soul. I do.
You said his nerves twitched? CD? You said the Snafu's nerve twist. Okay, your comment.
Love others as you love yourself. Well, you only love yourself truly if you're in a healthy relationship with love. If you're constantly...
Hey, boy, did you draw that sketch of you? That's a really good sketch. I've been meaning to ask you. It's pretty dope, boy.
Filled with hate, you don't have love for yourself. You don't have love for God. You don't have love for your neighbors. I'm filled with love because that's who I followed and that's what they taught. Does that make sense, Snafu?
All right, I'm unmuting you, Snafu. Please respond respectfully. And
there he goes. He can't control himself.
If you ask him a question, stop.
Maybe he can. Let's see.
And let's stop the yelling. I mean, I guess you're not yelling, but the loud.
We got Voy on the. We got Voy. Okay, that is you on the sketch. What's up? What's up, my friend?
Oh yeah. The sketch. Yeah. The drawing. Yeah.
Did you draw that?
No. An internet friend's son drew that. In like 15 minutes, and it's so accurate. So yeah.
Yeah, that's really 15 minutes. That's really good. Yeah.
Yeah, he's really good.
But boy, you're a panel legend, panel OG. What do you think about this debate? I guess you could call it. Would you still consider it a debate at this point?
No, it's not. You can't have a debate with Snafu there. Whether he is one of the participants or the mod. It's
even if he was like a spectator, he probably find a way to disrupt it, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Aggressive talking that you've been doing is not productive for dialogue.
So love is how you obtain salvation. Is the key opponent to obtaining salvation, according to your message.
Those who love me will follow my commandments. His commandments were clear.
No, I'm asking a yes or no.
I'm explaining the affirmative. Yes, love is the way to salvation.
Okay, so yes, thank you. That's all I needed. So yes, love. Now, can you pull up can you read what I put in your backstage? Or do you want me to read Christian theology? While love is a core principle and fruit of faith, it is generally understood by most Christians, not fake guru, false prophets like yourself, but it's mostly understood that love alone is not sufficient for salvation and entry to heaven. Salvation is typically viewed as a gift.
Yes.
Question.
Yes.
Was Snafu ever cuddled as a child? I have to ask that. Like, there is something seriously off tap with him that's far beyond like normal rage.
Well, word on the street is CD is the fact that I think he was adopted. So right there, depending on it, even if he was adopted from from an early age as a baby, there's something to be said about not being around your at least both parents, but especially your biological mother. I would think that would make you look at the world kind of weird. It could. Well, I'm not saying that you can't recover from that, but it certainly doesn't help. I don't think.
Well, no, there are what do you call it? Things about where they talk about children who are left in daycare for 20 hours a week, where apparently the child feels like they've been abandoned by their own mother, and they freak out and they go mental and all that sort of shit. The studies are there if you want to go look up for those.
I have anecdotal evidence on that.
Yeah, and it's like, well, I'm wondering, if you have
but doesn't every child feel that way? I mean, that's the experience of every child. The first day, maybe even the first week.
Well, technically, yes, in a way. Let's go back, say, 50 years ago when mothers used to look after their children. Fucking, if you had to go to the shops, you'd hand your kid to your next door neighbor. They look after your kid. The kid would be very upset about the fact that you were not there. You go fucking, I don't know, buy fucking, I don't know, fucking whatever it was that you were buying, and you come home within an hour, and the kid would freak out and fucking be like, sort of shit. But now we actually have documented studies about how children are losing their fucking minds because their parents are dumping them off into daycare. They go to work for fucking 8 hours a day, possibly more, because it's usually about 10 hours, like 1 hour to get to work, 8 hours at work, 1 hour to get back to go pick up the kid and bring them back home. And the kids are fucking traumatized from that. Like, there's a lot of stories about that type of stuff. And I'm wondering, like, if you were actually abandoned by your biological mother or family,
so you're considering that abandoned when they go to daycare for 20 hours? You are calling that abandoned?
Yeah.
Well, I would have to say this though, because like my wife's mom was she would watch kids and stuff, right? And 40 years ago, my wife told me that 40 years ago for her, like her mother used to watch a family friend's kid because her father, the kid's father, her parents, just like my wife's parents, were professors, or her father, right? So sometimes they'd be away for a couple of days or whatever, and they would watch
That's different. NPC,
why is that
that's different, dude. Okay, so let's say your next door neighbor, you and your missus have to go somewhere, and your kid is known to your next door neighbor who's going to look after your kid while you go do whatever you have to go and do. Okay, that's normal. All right, the kid's like, okay, I know who you are. I can deal with you. It's all good. All right.
Yeah.
Now let's look at what's happening here in the Western world now, where you have 30 kids in a daycare center with some low-paid people who usually have very low IQs, who don't know how to fucking do anything else besides fucking wipe bums and put nappies on, and that's it. And then they move on to the next kid and the next kid, and they don't fucking interact with any of those kids at all. Those kids are sitting there going, where the fuck am I, mother? Where's my father? I don't know why I'm here. Those kids fucking freak out. Okay, and I'm serious about
you get
that.
Over it though. You get over it after a while.
Yeah. Well,
you have to get over it.
Well, eventually we get over it, and then you have the millennials. Okay, have a look at the millennials with how they do shit, because they get fucking freaked out by damn near anything. Like, oh my god, climate change! Oh, the world's gonna end in fucking 12 hours. All that.
Yeah, I'd say most of them. There are exceptions though.
I am like that. Too. I think the world is going to end in 12 hours too. I mean, it's very human.
But
it's not.
I gotta have dinner there.
Yeah. Here's the thing though, like fucking once upon a time, people had resilience. Okay, they had resilience because they had a connection to the people around them. Okay, those people around them actually cared about them. Random people that you dump your kids into and say, "Hey, look after my kid for 8 hours while I go to work."
Oh, wait, hold on, Leah. Hey, I'm gonna tell you this. I was gonna tell you this. I don't mean to keep interrupting, but Leah says I'm out to swear beyond seriously. By for the out of due respect, could you maybe keep the fucking to a minimum? Yeah, I'm not trying to police you per se, but as a request,
I know.
Yeah.
It offends me too. It offends me too. It's and same goes for Joe Cool, by the way.
For Leah, yeah, for sure, yeah.
He does the MF and the N word like all
the N word,
time.
yes, yeah.
It's like it's unnecessary, you know. And if you do it so often, it loses all its power. And so the only person that it actually works for, that word or those words, is yourself, you know. But you're communicating. So
you have
this is the point that we're trying to give you. We're gently trying to give you some our point of view. That's all.
Pause. Okay, I'm Australian. Okay,
go ahead.
This is how I talk. Okay,
I know. I know, but you're here though now.
Look, I'm moderating what I usually say normally because otherwise there would be a whole lot more. Okay, swearing
even more.
No, stop. Swearing.
No, we got 4 people in the chat.
Swearing is not one of those things where you go, "Oh shucks, don't do it because otherwise gumdrops."
But can you listen to what we're trying to say though, man?
I can.
Everyone's gone except us on the panel right now. You see that boy?
Really? Oh
yeah. I'm saying because dude, at least
I was just checking. There was like 14.
There's 14 people, yeah. But
now there's 2 or 3. This is crazy.
That's what it says, yeah. No, but I get it because Charles Darwin, I heard you on OTW for the first time and you were spitting some knowledge, but you kept that F word. I was like, don't get me wrong, I swear sometimes, but I was like, Jesus Christ, like this guy with the F word, bro. And I was gonna, when I went on the panel that day, I was gonna say something, but I'm like, nah, man, this is how he, just like you're saying, this is how he talks. Australian. But let me finish what I'm saying, bro, for a second, respectfully, man. Like, and I was gonna say something, but I'm like, nah, fuck it. I can take it myself, but don't you think it's if a couple people that are like, you know, they're like having an issue with it, that you at least try to temper it? And I get it. You want to be your own man. You have autonomy. You know, we shouldn't tell you what to do. But you know what I mean? Just out of just trying to be like respectful. Like if someone has a request.
We're all getting older, man. We're all getting older here. You know, we stopped. I mean, we stopped hanging around the hood. You know, we live in houses now. We don't live on the streets. You know,
that's all.
Some of us even are grandparents now. I mean, you're talking to grandparents. You shouldn't talk that way to grandparents.
She said she's Australian herself. Leah said she's Australian. She's like, I don't talk like that. My friends are. But I get it. His friends do, and he does, and that's cool in a sense. All I'm saying is, and same way I would say the same thing to Joe Cool. Or you can say it to me too if I'm bothering you. If something I'm doing is like super annoying, yet you want to stay for the conversation, please let me know. And if somebody in the chat, like Leah said that, I'm glad you let me know. It's just so I can at least ask. Now, if he wants to do it, that's on him. I'm just saying, bro. No disrespect. Yeah. It's just the optics.
It is actual respect, right? It is. This
exactly. I'm trying to be respectful. Boy knows me.
This is the respect, right?
Can I answer?
Go ahead. Yes, sir.
All right. So 2 points. One, I had a very what would you call it? An exciting childhood and young adulthood. So I'm sure that Leah did not speak that way. I'm sure that she's a doctor or a lawyer, and
we're assuming here.
You know, does something where people don't talk that way at all. That's my experience. Okay. 2, when it comes to swearing.
Feel for yourself.
2, when it comes to swearing. Okay, swearing. We used to be told, okay, don't swear because it's a sign of low intellect. Okay, that's what we were told.
I don't believe all that shit. You can give all the stuff, but like, and you're not swearing right now. You notice? Boy, you hear that?
Look,
he can do it if he wants to.
Dude, I'm trying very hard here. I'm trying.
You're doing great.
Okay?
You're doing great, man. Keep it up.
Fuck Christ. Oh, I could just. All right. Okay. But that's what we were told as kids. Don't swear because that's a sign of low intellect. But recently, I think it was the University of Melbourne.
I don't care about the studies.
Shush. Just hear me out.
Okay, go ahead.
They did a thing where they found out that apparently
being shush.
They did they did a thing about swearing where they found out that apparently fucking swearing is an emotional release where it actually is more what's the word they were
You're
looking
brilliant.
for?
You're more brilliant. You're a genius because of it.
No. It was like an exclamation mark.
Let's let him go for 1 second, boy. I appreciate your patience, boy.
What it was. Yeah.
It's like a stress. It's like you stress the word by saying. Yeah,
don't be stressed. It's the NPC the game live. We're chill.
Stop stressing all these words. I mean, there's an intonation to language, and you use that in the rightful manner. So you don't need these extra words. But okay, I don't want to get too deep.
It's a process. Exactly. I didn't want to either. That's why I wanted to put it out there. I'm glad Leah said something because I meant to say something before, but I just love hearing Charles Darwin speak his thoughts anyway. That I was kind of overlooking it so much so that I even forgot for a second. But yeah, also too keep in mind, Charles Darwin. This channel is the main point of it is for my son Ben, who boy and some others went to their birthday party. Online, and he's a young man, and of course he's not going to be listening to it in the near future. But just keep in mind that we're trying to keep it somewhat family friendly, even though we talk about adult things. So
look,
okay.
Look,
you know what I said?
Look, I understand NPC. That's why I usually sit in chat. I don't come up and talk on panel. I came up to go and say hello to Michaela's birthday, and apparently I didn't. Happy birthday, Michaela. I should have dropped back down. I am so sorry.
You shouldn't. You know? This is great. No. I don't want to ostracize you, bro. Because I actually really enjoy you in the chat. You're amazing, but I also like you up here. That's all I'm saying, bro. This is a process. It's up to you. You don't have to take our our advice or whatever or nothing. The point is, we probably planted a seed at least for you to think about it. Either way, so that's all. I'm good, bro. And you can do. I don't want you to go nowhere, bro. I'm just being like, I respect you a lot because normally I would just like, nah, man. If you can't do it, just leave. But I like you, bro. And
right?
So
if you wouldn't respect him, you wouldn't have told him. You would say,
"No, I wouldn't care. I wouldn't care." Right. I think you're pretty amazing.
In that case, I want all of you to give me a number out of 10 about how my amazing singing voice was. Okay, because I think all of you should go. Come on.
You were talking about mine before too, a couple weeks ago. I remember. So go ahead. So I can remember that.
Oh yeah. So now, between NPC and me, who has the better singing voice? Okay.
But is this this turned into a competition now?
Yeah, exactly. He's like,
I'm the judge, and I'm the judge. Am I?
You're Simon Cowell. You're Simon Voy. Simon Voy.
Both you and Machine Lives, you have to go along and give us some numbers. And if chat wants to go and
okay, let's just go there.
If you like NPC singing, press 1. If you like Charles Darwin, press 2.
I gotta get a song I can sing. Oh man, no more of this snafu. I'm trying to think of a song I have where I can sing that I know the words good.
The funny thing is, Charles, when you did that, right? Happy Birthday by Marilyn Monroe. This is one of my online wishes, and I expressed it in chat once. I said, Snow, Sherelle, she should do that, right? She should do that song.
Yeah, she's a resonator of Marilyn Monroe for sure.
She is, right?
Yeah.
Voice, so I will do it.
She needs to do that for I don't know, for me or for the Penelverse Pope, maybe.
There you go. Yeah.
Happy birthday, Mr. Penelverse Pope.
I have to say, Boy's voice is better than both of ours at this point. With that 3 verses, 3 words.
Boy, no. Boy missed all the Oh, Jesus Christ, man. Okay.
Oh, did I?
Look,
you've been practicing though, right?
I appreciate you, Lee. I love you, Lee.
I will teach you. I will teach you how to go and do it. Okay.
Okay.
Right.
All right. I'll give you 10. I'll give you 10, huh?
I want Cheryl to do it. Come on.
I'll give you, what did you say, Marcellus? I'll give you a 10 since you sang to me. Oh, wow. There you go. You win.
There we go.
We got 10 viewers back again. Good. Allegedly, yeah. Okay, let's do this again. I appreciate you being patient, Voy, especially you, Charles Jarman. Let's get through this. We got 1 minute left of this, and then I got to go do my NPC stuff. Yeah.
That's all good.
Whatever that is. Yeah.
Okay. Remember that verse where I said, gift of God, eternal life without Jesus Christ the Lord, verses you don't know, even though you're following the message, but you don't know the messages. It's a gift through faith in Jesus Christ, while good works, including act of love, are often seen as a consequence or expression of faith. They are not the basis of earning salvation. So, man, there you get destroyed again.
No, we're not. We're just gonna. I need closure. There's like 30 seconds left before he gets booted, boy, and then we can talk for a couple minutes or whatever it is, and then I gotta go. So don't worry. I'm not gonna leave it like that, bro. Okay. Yeah, I'm not. We're not gonna do it like that. But I appreciate you reminding us, though. That'd be a bad vibe, huh? A bad taste in your mouth.
What? Okay.
Who admitted that love is the key to salvation in your message, and just right there, the theology, just Christian theology in itself. Love is not alone.
Wait, please.
The core.
Okay, you've made that case, and so because you found a disagreement.
So now you need to apologize to me because I provided evidence. I want Jack to apologize to me now.
Calm down.
I want Jack for being a false prophet. He needs to apologize.
Guys, calm down one at a time. And let's be more respectful of each other's speaking time. This is getting back to the aggressiveness. There's no reason to be aggressive.
Well, again, this is a demon, false prophet.
Yes, you are.
Huh?
Oh, you're a rapist too. If we want to go there,
you are.
All right. You're done. You're done. We're not doing that.
That's it. That was it.
All right, Snafu. I am sorry. I was very clear about not attacking people in that fashion.
By the way, okay, that's it. So we did it. Yeah, we finished the interview. Machine, CD, and Voy. Good, we finished it. This has been a wild one. Yeah, I don't know if you guys do Discord. Hopefully you do, at least for messages. Voy and Charles Darwin. You don't do it?
Devil. Nah, Discord is the devil, dude.
It can be. People could say that about the internet in general.
Well, look, I mean,
I used to talk to people about all the other shit.
No, back in the day, like I used to be on Twitch, 10, 15 years ago, and Discord was like the cool thing, and everyone was like, oh yeah, Discord, and they all got onto Discord, and then Discord did some really horrendous things to people. And
I think the people that used it do horrible things, maybe.
Yeah, and everyone was like,
Discord.
And I'm trying to swear here, but yeah, they try to do some horrendous, nasty things.
There's my Discord.
And those people can go bend over in a prison shower because they can go and get stuffed with soap.
Okay.
Let me put it that way. That's what I think about Discord.
I get it. You don't like Discord. Okay.
Yeah, at all.
Damn, it's like somebody made you like a burrito or something, and then you give it to him, and you just hate burritos, and instead of just saying no, thank you, you go like, you could take that burrito and shove it up your ass. Jesus.
Yep. Pretty much. Yeah.
Okay, man.
Yeah, so.
Okay, I see how it is.
And look, I get it. The Discord these
me,
days is a bit more different to what it was back in the day, but I'm just like, yeah, no.
I think it's
I don't need that. I don't.
Dude,
need
I
that.
think it's just like I see what you mean, kind of, but it's like how you use it. Just like how I can buy a car or some shoes on Facebook Marketplace, but I also can probably, if I wanted to, if somebody, not me, somebody wanted to, they could probably buy a woman or a man. It's like crazy shit people can do with all this technology, man.
What a Facebook Marketplace? Jeez,
not market, not necessarily that. I was just using Facebook Messenger. That's probably more easier.
I was going to say if Facebook Marketplace has that, I'm going to.
You can be a member, huh?
On that.
Yeah, there you go.
No. What have you got? I have some Ukrainian women who live to meet you. Oh, really? Ukrainian. Awesome, cool.
Mm-hmm. He said, "What?" His boy's confused, but he's having a good time.
What are you doing? A South African accent there? Like,
he sound like Krista Strange.
No, Ukrainian.
Ukrainian.
I can't speak Russian. I think there was.
I remember,
I know one word. Das Vajanya or something. I don't know. I think
Das Vadonia.
Like, yeah, that thing.
Das Vadonia.
Yeah.
Das Videnia.
Thank you.
Yeah, whatever it is.
I'll be the same. All that.
Yeah, that's the same, right? Nasvidenia. Like Arrivederci. Right.
This guy probably speaks like 5 languages, boy.
I mean, I live in Europe, dude.
I'm Australian, okay. I speak Australian and I speak Australian English. It's hard to go along and speak to other countries, but I will work on it. You know, you tell me where the hot chicks are. All right, fine. I will do my best to go along and communicate.
I mean, dude, that's been a while. You know, even if I would point out the hot chicks for you, that would be a bit weird. You know.
Yeah, kind of creepy for you. You think?
I mean,
Well, I don't know.
There's my hot chick is calling me right now. I gotta go.
Right.
Bye.
Yeah.
Bye. I'll see you later.
And you keeping that one for yourself, huh? Yeah.
Oh yeah, for sure. I didn't do that quick. Yeah. No, but this whole thing is. What's up, bro?
NPC, if you need to go, dude, that's all cool, mate. We understand, all right? We appreciate
I'm gonna go. Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you. You say appreciate me. Now you make me want to stay. I still gotta go now.
I would, but your missus would be very unhappy with us.
She's actually calling me right now. Hold on. I'm upstairs in the office. Hold on. Talk amongst yourselves. You guys can't hear this.
Fair enough. So, do you guys like grass or trees?
Yes. Yeah.
Oh.
Moss.
Oh.
I like moss too.
I like moss. Yeah. I've only dealt with moss once, and that was when I was going through hypothermia, and there were mushrooms on some moss, and I tapped on a mushroom to tell the gnome to come out and mow his moss, and I did not think that was weird at all. That's how cold I was, and then I woke up somewhere else. But you know,
it sounds like Alice in Wonderland.
What is
pretty
that?
Much, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. No.
Oh, yeah. By the way, go ahead.
Go ahead, mate. No, it's all good.
No, I was just going to reset the topic before we close it out. That this has been, what is it? My DNA, NPC's 8 ancestral regions, Nietzsche's group insanity, and then now Jock Talcott versus Snapu Snaps, and then just NPC and the boys last segment. We got a lot going on. Yeah, this right here though, that's what I wanted to show you. This is how, you know, we're all. We were talking about race earlier and all that stupid shit, because in a way it is. But I want to show you, we're all over the place with me. This is me. 36% Mali, 32% Spanish, 14% Senegal, 11% Mexican, 3% Basque, 2% Scotland, 1% American Indigenous, and 100% Hormaxer.
Oh, what's going on, man? Oh, hi. Just
What's
up, man? Is that Chuck? Is that the hillbilly? I can't tell.
That's one of the best introductions ever, man.
That was awesome, huh?
I couldn't.
That was perfect.
Yeah. Oh, look,
he's not here. I missed him yesterday.
Markella's a fat. She's, I don't talk to Markella. Let me tell you why I don't talk to you. I don't.
It's her birthday. Wait, hold on. Hold on? Show some respect, Max. Can you at least say happy birthday? Happy birthday, at least.
I'm not going to wish fat women happy birthday.
I
don't have to see you. I'm on the up and up here. I was just talking to Bex, by the way, and I have nice conversations. She appreciates a handsome man such as myself. And Markella, I'm so out of your league, Markella, that it's unbelievable. And so is Snow. You know what? She's a fucking cunt. I got to tell you honestly, she is a deranged bitch, and with a bad attitude. And let me tell you something, Markella. I don't like women with bad Take a play out of Bex's book, you dumb broad.
Okay, NPC, you called this upon yourself when you said, and the last part is me hanging
100%
Hormax. I just wanted to tell them that they're fat women and they got bad attitudes.
Hold on, voice talking. Max says respectfully.
Like, and maxed out Hormaxed was like hanging out with the boys.
Extreme.
Maxed extreme.
Yeah.
I need to be hanging out with the boys too. You know,
people.
Yes,
can someone introduce me to
to our friend Max Extreme?
I can.
The Sean Connery dude. Fucking.
This is our friend Charles Darwin. Charles Darwin, Max Extreme. Yeah.
Oh man, I would take that as a compliment.
The machine lies in the corner over here. Our resident scholar. Yeah,
where's fat woman Markella? Why don't you come up here?
Markella is beautiful.
Let's send your ass to me. I don't care what you say.
Did you see those cheekbones? Those cheekbones.
You don't. I only want to talk about
cheeks.
They're gonna fuck me. I don't want women with bad attitudes.
Oh, here we go.
I don't want women.
The birthday girl.
Attitudes. She loves me.
There we go.
Tell her how much you love me. How handsome I am. Go ahead, kiss my.
Come on, little man with little man syndrome. Little man syndrome.
Hold on, guys. I'm gonna put this down.
Is that the best you got?
Oh, better than you ever had, Mark.
Is that the best you got? You want to sit up here and make yourself look really good and call me a cunt.
You're an old bitter woman. Your life is over. Your days are over. You're not pleasant. You and that snow. You're not pleasant people. You need to work on your personality a little bit. You will address me as sir.
I don't have to address you as sir.
Yeah, yes, sir. Yes, sir.
No, sir. No,
I don't talk to pumpkins. Why do you talk so slow? Why don't you pick it up?
And why are you telling everybody that I said that you were stalking me? I said, that's a lie.
She never said that, right?
You're fat. That's why. I don't want no fat rumors going around.
I'm fat, huh?
Yeah, don't send me your picture. You're a life denier.
Showing my picture.
You're a life denier.
Look at this shit.
Showing my picture.
I got you.
Yeah, look, you won't send me a picture, huh? You won't send me a picture, because you're nasty. You got a vindictive personality.
Bro, for the longest time, I thought that maybe that was what you would call it what they call it, AI.
Yeah.
This shit's real.
Let her get on camera. Let her get on camera. Then she's so beautiful. Yeah, why'd you get on camera, Markella? You so hot to trot, baby.
Boom.
I'm still waiting to go and
I don't see a damn thing.
The fucking Sean Connery dude.
I don't see anything.
Anyone?
He's a baddie. You can't see?
Yeah, I don't know. It's the same picture in there. Let me see. Let me see. Let me see her get on camera.
Fat. That's not
get on camera. Her voice sounds like an old ratchet woman.
Why don't you look at that thing that you got that you're packing in front of you, sir?
What are you packing for? What?
You want me to address you as sir?
Yeah, yes, right, Markella, sir. Yeah, I'm sir. Sir to you, baby.
Your problem is that I'm not half man and half woman.
Is that what you think my problem is? Go ahead, baby. Tell me what my problem is.
I just did.
Is that it? You think I'm gay, Markella? Is that what you think I'm gay?
Yeah.
I'm a big.
Yeah, that's your choice. If that's the way you want to live your life, go ahead. I don't care.
Yeah. You're a life denier. You're a life denier, Markella. You don't do. You're not exciting. Your poor husband has to, with your attitude all day long, all year after year.
My poor husband that I'm been with for almost 17 years now.
Oh God, the poor bastard. Oh Lord.
Yeah.
Oh, help him. God bless his heart. Well, God bless him. God bless him.
Down south, yeah, it did, huh? We down south over there to now Tulsa's not the south. No, so we were all the way down there.
Your life, Markella, you wasted your life.
Yeah.
No, I don't feel like I've wasted my life, but I can tell you I feel you've wasted yours.
Yeah.
Enough said. On that note, on the clock, I gotta go, guys. You don't have to go home, but you gotta go get out of here.
Drop some weight, baby, and then let's see you in a video because anybody can have a picture. Let's see. You're not as gorgeous as me. You're not as beautiful as me. You're not as beautiful as me. I'm the ultimate man. I am the ultimate male and intellectual with a big dick. You should address me as sir. Yeah.
All right, sir. Max or Max and stream. Anything else for Markella before Max gets out of here?
Where's the other Max? Where's the other Max? It's another little fuck toy.
All right, Max. We'll see you soon, man.
Fuck toy. Yeah. Good evening.
We'll see you. Good evening. Shout out, get Hormaxer's channel in there. Markella, it took Max to come up. I thought you were going to come up just for me. Damn. It is. Jesus Christ. It's all good that she came up here. Yeah.
I was having a chat with someone at the same time I was modding, so.
Yeah, you did great as usual. Markella is the fucking. I love all the mods, but she's number one. Buddha's, he's in a class by himself, but shit, Markella, man, I really appreciate your help, man. Queen Markella, that's her new coin. Queen Markella, yeah, you do so much for the channel, and you're a good friend too.
Thank you, and I appreciate you as well.
Appreciate you.
Thank you, Charles, for singing to me.
Oh, anytime. I was just going to say though, like, I mean, you guys were like yelling at me about swearing because I'm an Aussie and that's what I do.
Yeah.
And then that came up. Yeah. I don't know what the fuck that was. It's like
it shows us how awesome you are. You've already surpassed the way you used to be. You're not even that bad.
Right?
Look,
right, boy?
I don't know what the fuck that was. The dude had breasts, okay? Like maybe he was a bra or something.
You never met the Hormaxer before? That's your first time?
No,
that's
wow.
I've seen the picture on Sarah's thing where he dances around in a fucking G-string or some weird shit, and it's like, what the fuck is wrong with you? You know? And that's the first time I've met him.
Okay.
Wow.
Yeah, Markella's very similar. What do you say, Markella?
He likes halfies, okay? When I say that, he likes half women, half men, and the man parts be on the bottom.
There's no such thing as chicks with dicks, okay?
We'll leave it at that.
Enjoy that one.
Okay.
We'll leave it at that, guys. I appreciate you. Machine Lies, I appreciate you, brother. Blessings to you and your family. And Markella, I love you and happy birthday to you and yours.
I love you and thank you. Thank you for the birthday wishes.
Blessing. Thank you, Machine. Thank you.
Right. Bye.
Bye, Markella. I'll talk to you soon. Please.
Thank you for the opportunity for being up here on panel, people. Thank you, NPC the Game, Voy, Machine Lies, and Markella. You guys have a great day, and I'll catch you around sometime.
Nice have a lovely evening, Charles. Don't be a stranger, okay? Yeah.
Oh, I'll try not to.
Never.
But, we'll see how it goes.
All right, Charles. All right, CD. See you soon, brother. All right. Machine, we were killing it with the history. That was fucking amazing. You owe us 2 more countries. We have Scotland and what was the other one? Scotland and Russia. Okay, are you down to come back?
Oh yeah, we'll be back.
Let's do it. Let's do it. Yeah, we'll do it. Yeah, and you have a stream probably coming up this weekend, right? Saturday, Friday or Saturday, right?
Of course. Yeah, of course.
Okay.
Yeah, I think I'll be out tonight as well.
Absolutely. Okay, so we'll be there. Appreciate you, Machine.
Yeah.
Talk to you soon, man. And Voy, always a pleasure, bro. You're one of the coolest OGs in the panel for sure, man.
Thank you, man. I mean, coming from you, that actually means a lot to me.
So, definitely.
Yeah.
Definitely.
Learn from you guys, man. It always could be worse, like Jay-Z said. And Chad, I love you. Thank you. It was all good just a week ago, man. Be happy for what we have.